I posted once before from the parking lot of a 24-hour gym, using their shaky Wi-Fi while employees mopped sweat off treadmills. At that moment, my net worth was the gas in my tank, a duffel of stale clothes, and a knot of rage I kept poking so it would stay hot. People in the comments told me to get therapy, to forgive, to remember that grief makes everyone act weird. I stopped replying because none of them had watched their own brother smile across a mahogany conference table, slide a pen your way, and carve you out of your parents' lives with one forged signature. Our parents died 3 years ago when a pickup crossed the median. Headlines called it a freak accident, like broken bodies could be accidental but freakish still. Funeral week blurred into casseroles, floral foam, and David pointing at clipboards. He said the estate lawyer needed signatures before probate could move forward. He used grown-up words like liquidity, capital gains, liabilities. I was 22 and paying tuition with barista tips. I would have signed a treaty ceding Alaska if he'd told me it kept the lights on the casket wreaths. 2 weeks after the burial, David invited me to brunch. I thought we were going to pick out headstones together, maybe cry over Eggs Benedict. Instead, he explained the will. According to him, every cent, every property deed, every share of Dad's index fund passed unencumbered to him. He slid an envelope across the table containing a cashier's check for my remaining tuition plus 3 months of rent. He called it a launch pad. I swallowed coffee that tasted like pennies and thanked him because polite lies are cheaper than public scenes. My degree arrived, glossy and useless. Entry-level design jobs wanted 5 years experience. Freelance clients wanted logos for exposure. I crashed on friends' couches until the relationships frayed under the weight of my presence, then moved into my Honda Civic. I learned that sleeping in a car means never fully sleeping. You hover in half dreams, one ear tuned to footsteps outside. I showered at dawn, saved coins for laundromats, pretended every day was temporary. David sent periodic texts, a selfie with his new burn doodle, a shot of him and Brie clinking champagne flutes on a yacht, a link to an article about mindset. He signed each with a winking emoji, as if humor absolved him. I screenshotted everything and stored it in a folder labeled Motivation. Some nights I scrolled through them while the Civic rattled under freezing rain and repeated, "Nobody is coming. Get up and save yourself." Revenge didn't start as a plan. It started as a question. While doom-scrolling Zillow, I saw our childhood home listed as estate sale, price reduced, motivated seller. That word motivated snagged me. David had bragged months earlier that he was moving back into the house to restore it. Why sell now? I drove by the place after midnight. Lights were dark, curtains drawn. A realtor lockbox dangled from the front knob. Something smelled off. County records are public if you look like you belong. I dressed in a thrift store skirt, carried a binder, and walked into the clerk's office like I had 10 properties to flip. $20 later, I was flipping through the probate file. The will on record was 1 page, typed in Times New Roman, leaving everything to my beloved son, David Miller. Mom's name was misspelled, and Dad's signature looked wobbly compared to the smooth arcs on my high school report cards. There was no notary seal, just a stamp printed from a computer. I felt my pulse in my gums. My parents were sentimental hoarders who saved every document. I drove to their storage unit, whose rent David had allegedly paid, and prayed it wasn't auctioned yet. Luck favored me. The key code still worked. Inside, I found dusty boxes labeled taxes, birth certs, pet medical. In legal nicety, I discovered an older will, notarized with both my name and David's, a 50-50 split. The difference punched air from my lungs. I wasn't crazy. He stole it. I needed an expert before accusations. Professor Sanders, my layout mentor, supplemented adjunct wages by analyzing questioned documents for local litigators. He agreed to look at the wills in exchange for coffee from the expensive campus cafe. He spread them under a magnifier and started marking inconsistencies, letter spacing irregularities, pen lifts mid-stroke, printer toner density. He said forgery in the wild is usually sloppy because forgers assume officials won't look too closely. David was served at Riverstone Golf Club during a charity scramble. A process server in khakis approached him on the fairway with a manila envelope. According to the server's affidavit, David tried to refuse, got flustered, sliced his next shot into a pond. He called me from the cart path, yelling that I was desecrating Mom's memory. I pressed record before I answered. He rambled about how courts favor the orderly executor, how public embarrassment would hurt me, how he'd still let me babysit his dog. I hung up mid-sentence. His attorney filed a motion to dismiss, calling my suit baseless. At the hearing, David strutted in pinstripe armor, while I wore a blazer purchased at Goodwill for $7. When the judge asked if I had counsel, I said, "I represent myself, Your Honor." A ripple went through the gallery like someone opened a bag of chips. I presented Professor Sanders' affidavit, the older notarized will, and a comparison chart highlighting signature anomalies. I pointed to the missing heart over the I in Mom's name. The judge denied dismissal and grilled David's lawyer about the sudden midnight document. Court recessed, but the momentum had shifted. Overnight, the dynamic flipped. David's firm placed him on administrative leave. Corporate clients dislike potential felons handling portfolios. Bree posted a pastel Instagram story. "Sometimes people show you who they are. Believe them." She removed wife from her bio. I read every comment with popcorn. Formal discovery began, and with it came an unexpected gift. A young associate at David's firm leaked internal emails suggesting partners feared reputational blowback. The emails weren't legally useful, but they made delicious Reddit updates. Subscribers ballooned. Strangers Venmo'd me lunch money, calling it justice fuel. Trolls told me I was a gold digger. I screenshotted those too. Because I now had a plausible civil case, contingency fee attorneys returned my calls. I signed with Marisol Chen, a bulldog litigator whose office art was motivational profanity framed in rose gold. She refiled the complaint with additional tort counts, subpoenaed bank records, and hired her own handwriting expert. Subpoenaed ATM footage showed David withdrawing $5,000 in cash at 2:47 a.m. the night the forged will was created. Print shop surveillance showed him scanning documents at 3:05 a.m. He purchased a DIY notary seal kit on Amazon at 3:25 a.m. Receipts don't lie. Depositions were better than reality TV. When Marisol asked David why he'd removed Mom's heart dot, he said hearts were unprofessional. When she asked if he'd paid the listed notary, he adjusted his tie so hard the knot creaked. The notary, meanwhile, testified she'd been paid in cash by Dave to backdate signatures and was told the signers were unavailable because they were traveling abroad. Her regret was palpable. Perjury charges were discussed. Pre-trial settlement offers crawled in. First, David offered 10% of the estate, then 25%. His last offer matched the original 50-50 split. Every time I declined, Bree's Instagram got vaguer and the burn doodle appeared in fewer photos. Revenge tastes like patience. Trial began in a wood-paneled courtroom that smelled of lemon oil and tension. Jury selection took 2 days because people kept admitting they'd seen coverage on local news. The judge reminded them that knowledge isn't bias. Assumption is. They promised neutrality. Opening statements painted me as either a wronged sister seeking justice or a scheming millennial trying to shake down her successful brother. The difference hinged on pen strokes and timestamps. Our experts demonstrated how genuine signatures flow while forgeries stutter. They projected microscopic images showing ink pooling where the pen paused. Jurors leaned forward as if examining crime scene photos. Marisol saved the best for last. Audio of David's cart path rant. In the recording, he said, "No one will believe you after I'm done cleaning this up." His attorney objected for relevance. The judge overruled. The audio played twice. Silence followed, thicker than courtroom air ever deserves. David took the stand, eyes darting. He claimed Mom changed the will because I was financially irresponsible. Marisol produced my credit report showing my only debt was a federal student loan. She showed his, maxed out cards converted into estate fund payments. His composure frayed like cheap cuffs. In closing, Marisol said, "Betrayal is a choice made in the dark, but this courtroom is light." David's lawyer muttered something about family squabbles turned Shakespearean. The jury deliberated 4 hours. Verdict: the one-page will was fraudulent. I received sole control of the estate, punitive damages, and fees. One juror cried when she handed the form to the bailiff. Afterward, she hugged me in the hallway and whispered, "Your mom loves the heart over the I." Reporters erupted outside. I spoke one sentence. All I ever wanted was the truth. Cameras clicked like hail on metal. The civil win triggered criminal proceedings. The district attorney charged David with forgery, fraud, and theft exceeding $750,000. He was arrested at dawn, still wearing a smartwatch that buzzed with motivational quotes. Bree filed for divorce that afternoon, citing moral collapse. His firm terminated him for cause, which voided his golden parachute severance. The Bar Association opened disbarment hearings. Meanwhile, I took inventory of the estate. I kept sentimental items, Mom's cookbook annotated with sticky notes, Dad's tarnished tie clip shaped like a compass, the scratched dining table where we carved initials. I liquidated the yacht membership, the condo, the BMW, and funneled funds into paying punitive damages plus legal bills. Surplus went into a trust earmarked for scholarships for design students without family co-signers. I named the program Dot the Heart. Friends asked whether I felt remorse. I answered honestly, remorse is for accidents. David ran a cost-benefit analysis on betraying me, decided I was cheap, and is now paying compound interest. But revenge, to be thorough, demands aftermath. During a final sweep of estate records, I uncovered a confidential settlement from the drunk driver's insurer. David had signed on behalf of the estate and pocketed $300,000. That money was stolen twice, first from Mom and Dad's memory, then from me. I filed a motion compelling turnover. The judge not only ordered restitution with interest, she referred the matter to the IRS for potential tax fraud. I notified the insurer too. They had relied on his sworn statement that he was sole beneficiary. Their legal department drooled. I expect a monster civil suit to hit him any day. I'm not a party to it, but popcorn is cheap compared to therapy. When possession of the family house finally transferred, I walked room to room, assessing damage from neglect. The kitchen ceiling sagged, paint peeled, roof shingles curled like old potato chips. Repair estimates were staggering, but anger is a renewable resource. I took a second job, hired local tradespeople, learned to swing a hammer without bruising every knuckle. The day the power relit every bulb felt like resurrecting a heartbeat. We held the first scholarship committee meeting in the refurbished dining room. Former classmates sat around the scarred table, laptops open, debating applicants. Sunlight through clean windows painted everything gold. If ghosts exist, Mom sat at the head smiling at our spreadsheets. Dad probably worried about market volatility, but I told him silently that I diversified. David's life shrank to a bail-approved radius. Paparazzi snapped him entering a budget motel after Bree changed the locks. The Bernedoodle went to a rescue. Bree couldn't keep it in her new no-pets apartment. I adopted him. The dog, not David. One rainy evening, David called from an unknown number. Voicemail transcribed, "We need to talk." He didn't say sorry. He didn't say I was right. He wanted explanation, maybe leniency. I blocked the number. Revenge complete doesn't negotiate. Last week, I emptied the Civic's trunk, finally ready to live without emergency bedding. The sleeping bag smelled of mildew and desperation. But before tossing it, I slipped my hand inside one pocket and found the folded brunch receipt from the day David disowned me. Total, $46. He'd asked the server to split the check, and I'd paid my half. I framed it. It hangs near the front door, so every exit reminds me how cheap some betrayals start. People keep messaging for updates on sentencing. The case grinds on. Fraud carries up to 20 years. More likely, he'll plea down to fewer. I don't fantasize about prison. Consequences already landed. No career, no marriage, internet infamy, $46 receipt framed in the hallway he'll never walk again. The question everyone asks is whether justice heals. The answer is complicated. Healing is waking up without checking if tires were slashed overnight. Healing is eating breakfast at a table instead of behind a steering wheel. Healing is breathing in my own living room, seeing sunlight catch dust motes and recognizing them as ordinary, not evidence. I'm working on it. If you're skimming for moral, here it is. Keep receipts, literal and metaphorical. Greed relies on silence. Shine a light, share documents, ask the dumb questions that embarrass authority. And if the person who wronged you says family matters more than money, remember they already chose money. I won't forgive David. Forgiveness implies shared ground, and we stand on different planets now. I prefer accountability. Signed orders, frozen accounts, docket numbers, no motivational quote can erase. I'm posting this from my renovated childhood bedroom, now a cramped but cheerful office. The dog is asleep under the desk. Paws twitching. Tomorrow, I'll attend the first graduation ceremony of a student funded by Dot the Heart. She's the first in her family to finish college. Her thank you letter said the scholarship felt like a stranger believing I mattered. That stranger is me, but really it's my parents, whose signatures, genuine, flowing, dotted hearts intact, made the belief possible. When the auditorium lights dim, I'll think of the night I slept in the Civic behind a dumpster, wondering how far a person could fall. Turns out the distance from that dumpster to the stage is exactly the height of refusing to stay quiet. And to anyone reading this who's standing at the lip of a similar hole, consider this post the shove you need. Document everything, trust actions over words, and remember that sometimes the villain hands you the very pen you'll use to write their downfall. Some commenters last time begged for background, so here's the rewind. David and I weren't enemies growing up. We built Lego castles together, argued over the bigger slice of Mom's banana bread, shared a Game Boy Color until the buttons wore smooth. Dad lectured us about ethics whenever we tried blaming broken vases on imaginary burglars. He used to say, trust is the one thing you can't buy back. The irony is heavy enough to bend the earth. Looking back, the first crack might have been junior year of high school. David cheated on a calculus test, got caught, and somehow convinced the teacher to let him retake it after school. He called it negotiation. I called it lying, but I was the little sister, so my vote never counted. Mom grounded him anyway. He spent the weekend furious, not at himself, but at her, when I reminded him Dad's compass tie clip pointed north. Because Dad wanted us to know direction, David snapped. North is wherever I say it is. I laughed, thinking it bravado. Maybe that was the moment he started believing it. In college, he majored in finance, joined a frat that smelled like beer and entitlement, started practicing a firm handshake the way some people practice guitar chords. Thanksgiving dinners turned into performances where he quoted Forbes and suggested Dad sell the house as a liquidity event. Dad would smile politely but change the subject to sports. I think we all believed maturity would smooth David's edges. Turns out edges can be sharpened into blades. Fast forward to the weeks after the funeral. I replay them now frame by frame, spotting red flags I missed. David insisted on handling insurance claims alone to spare me stress. He intercepted condolence mail. He discouraged me from attending probate meetings by telling me they were technical. At the time, I was too busy trying to breathe without both parents. Grief is a thick fog. Predators hunt well in fog. Several people have asked about the legal steps in detail. So in case another betrayed sibling is lurking, here's a simplified map. Pull probate files because they're public. If you suspect forgery, hire or consult a forensic document examiner. File a civil complaint detailing causes of action like fraud, conversion, or breach of fiduciary duty. And serve discovery requests early and broadly. Phone records, bank statements, anything that draws a timeline. People can manipulate words, but they leave digital footprints. Discovery gave us gems. David had emailed a coworker the night of the forgery. Fixing the inheritance problem tonight. Drink soon? He deleted it later, but corporate servers keep backups. We obtained that through a subpoena. There was also a rideshare receipt showing he went from the hospital, where our parents lay on life support, to a 24-hour office supply store. Timeline matched the forged document's metadata. Marisol said juries love timelines. They turn smoke into structure. During pre-trial, I endured a deposition too. David's attorney tried painting me as unstable, asking why I had been homeless if I was so responsible. I answered every question calmly, even the insulting ones about mental health. When he asked if I hated David, I said, I hate what he chose to do. That distinction mattered later. Jurors respect controlled anger more than explosions. Let's talk about Bree, because readers are fascinated by spouses of villains. Bree grew up comfortable and curated. She posted flat lays of smoothie bowls and wrote captions about gratitude. In private, she once told me anxiety was a low vibration mindset. While David's case heated, Bree booked a mindfulness retreat in Sedona, but paparazzi caught her sipping cocktails poolside. Public sympathy for her evaporated. She filed divorce paperwork the day media leaked the cart path recording, citing reputational damage as irreparable. Eventually, David's criminal trial arrived. Different courtroom, same wood paneling, new jury. The state charged him with forging a will, theft, and misleading public officials. I testified about the morning I found Zillow, the trip to the clerk's office, the missing heart over Mom's eye. The prosecution displayed the receipt for the notary stamp kit, the timestamp circled in red. Forensic experts explained how ink composition can reveal printer models. David's defense tried blame shifting. He was pressured by family expectations. The jury looked unconvinced. Sentencing came 6 weeks later. Victim impact statements are optional, but I wrote 11 pages. In court, I read only 3, focusing on how my parents taught integrity, how David's actions desecrated their memory, how homelessness warps a person's sense of worth. I kept my voice steady because I wanted every word to land. The judge listened, hands folded, then addressed David. She said, "You forged signatures, but you also forged a narrative of superiority. That ends today." She sentenced him to 8 years, restitution, and mandatory ethics seminars if he ever reapplies for any professional license. Some thought 8 years light. I remind them prison is only one tool. David has restitution payments he'll never clear, a ruined career, lifetime bar from financial services, internet search results tattooed with his mugshot. Bree's influencer friends blocked him. Old golf buddies changed numbers. Consequence is cumulative. On the practical front, Dot the Heart awarded its first 5 scholarships this year. Recipients get laptops, mentorship, and an emergency fund that prevents small crises from snowballing. One student emailed me after her car battery died. We replaced it within hours, no paperwork circus. She wrote, "For the first time, an obstacle felt manageable." That sentence gave me goosebumps better than any revenge headline. People ask what I'll do with the family house now that it's fixed. I'm turning the upper floor into a short-term crash pad for students who lose housing mid-semester. It will have bunk beds, stocked pantry, noise-canceling headphones, communal art supplies. A friend joked I'm creating a real-life Reddit wholesome update. Maybe so, but goodwill scales like any investment if you keep reinvesting dividends. Last weekend I opened the attic David used as a teenage lair. I found old homework, half-finished model airplanes, and buried under comics, a journal. Against better judgment, I read it. One entry said, "Mom treats Emma like she's made of glass. Wish someone saw me that way." I closed the journal and sat there breathing dust. Empathy tried to slip in, but I pushed it out. Adults are responsible for healing their childhood wounds without inflicting new ones on others. David chose greed over growth every time. A final question people DM constantly: do I feel safe? The answer is yes, because safety isn't only locks and alarms. It's having a paper trail, a competent attorney's number memorized, a community that won't doubt me if the sky falls again. It's also the burn doodle snoring at the foot of my bed, living proof that rescues can be rescued twice. If my story seems unbelievable, remember I am not special. Systems fail, predators exploit. But evidence and persistence can pry open doors that officials want to keep closed for convenience. You don't have to be brilliant, you just have to be stubborn. So here's me, stubbornly closing what I hope is the last publicly shareable chapter. I'll keep answering legal questions in comments, but I'm redirecting most energy to the scholarship fund. Revenge was a project. Rebuilding is a career. To whoever needs to hear it, screenshot this paragraph and read it in parking lots filled with doubt. The moment you suspect betrayal, start writing facts, times, amounts, and names. Betrayal thrives in memory's fog, dies under documented light. Someday that notebook could be worth more than a trust fund. As for David, last I heard his commissary list includes instant coffee packets and Sudoku books. Maybe solving puzzles will remind him that every action leaves clues. Maybe it'll teach him the elegance of a line that connects truthfully from start to finish. Mom's dotted heart knew that elegance. Mine does too, now more than ever. Postscript. Because Reddit loves updates. Yesterday I got a letter from prison. One line in David's slanted hand said, "I never meant to hurt you." I fed it to the shredder. Intent doesn't erase result. That night I hopped on a Zoom with scholarship donors, small businesses and strangers who followed the saga. Someone asked how I'll measure success. I said, when recipients pay it forward without being asked. Ripples matter more than headlines. Trolls claim I'm grandstanding. Maybe, but silence is the fertilizer of fraud, and I've slept inside that quiet. If telling this helps even one person challenge a forged signature, critics can howl. I'm printing new program brochures. The cover is Mom's heart-dotted signature as a faint watermark with the words, "Proof beats promises." Each time the printer hums, I remember the all-night shop where David forged the will. Machines are neutral. People choose sides. After work, the dog and I walk past the courthouse. Light glows in clerks' windows where tomorrow's cases stack like dominoes. Every folder hides a family crisis, a betrayal, a thin hope. I wish I could slip the same note into all of them. Document everything. Ask for copies. Trust your own eyes. For me, those words are the compass Dad wore. North is honesty, south is greed. And the needle always swings back to truth, however hard someone tilts the map.
I'm writing this from the couch that used to be ours, the one we bought off Craigslist during the year we were still in love. It's the only piece of furniture I kept because I wanted a reminder of what good faith once felt like and how fast it can rot. If you stumble across this post, you're probably expecting a neat moral arc. Sorry. The only arc here is the one my wife traced when she boomeranged back to her college ex, and the one I drew when I sent her entire life crashing back toward her. 3 months ago, Emma told me she'd received the invitation to her 10-year college reunion. She bounced in the kitchen trying to show me the emailed brochure on her phone. I remember nodding, happy she was happy, until she said, almost too casually, that spouses weren't invited. "It's just alumni only," she insisted. "They want to recreate the dorm vibe." I'm not a jealous husband, so I laughed and asked if she needed my frequent flyer miles. She kissed me, thanked me, and changed the subject to whether we had any decent Cabernet left. Then her friend Larissa texted me out of the blue. Larissa and I were close back when Emma and I first dated, the accidental third wheel during movie nights. We hadn't spoken in over a year. Her message just said, "Hey, are you coming to the reunion? Should be fun meeting everyone's spouses. Also, the hotel ballroom looks gorgeous." I stared at the sentence for a good minute before replying that apparently spouses were barred. Larissa answered with a single word, "What?" and attached a screenshot of the official invitation clearly stating, "Spouses and partners welcome." My pulse thumped. Either Emma was confused, or I was being insulated from something. I called her at work, but she didn't pick up. That evening, pretending nothing was wrong felt impossible, so I brought it up while we were brushing our teeth. She froze with toothpaste foam on her lip, then launched into a speech about how she'd misread the email, but hadn't wanted to bother me with a stuffy weekend of small talk. "You hate mingling," she said. "I thought I was doing you a favor." I let it slide. Technically believable, but the idea clanged around my skull like a penny in a dryer. I spent the next week pretending to forget, but curiosity became acid. I dug up her old yearbook from a moving box and flipped until I found him. Nathaniel Nate Clark. Baseball captain, economics major, sharp-jawed grin. Emma had mentioned him exactly twice in 8 years of marriage, always with a bland, "We dated my junior spring." I told myself not to be paranoid. Still, I used a burner Gmail to join the reunion Facebook group. Within minutes, I saw a post. "Can't wait to see everyone. Nate and I are flying in Thursday. Who else is coming early?" The comment under it from Emma read, "I'll be there Thursday afternoon. Drinks?" My stomach knotted. The night before her flight, she was giddy. She packed 3 dresses, 2 pairs of heels, and lingerie I'd only seen once during an anniversary. When I asked why she needed it for a girls' night weekend, she laughed me off. I hugged her goodbye at dawn, watched her Uber disappear, and opened a shared location tracking app we'd set up after that time she lost her phone. I'd never used it to spy, but the dot representing her phone gave me cold comfort. Until noon, when it stopped moving at Nate's address, not the reunion hotel. I screenshotted everything. Larissa, smelling smoke, promised to keep me updated. Friday evening, she sent the first photo. Emma and Nate at the welcome mixer, heads tilted together like a Polaroid from 2012. Saturday morning came another. Emma wearing the red dress I loved, sitting on Nate's lap at brunch, mimosa in hand. Saturday night, a third photo arrived, grainy but unmistakable. Emma and Nate kissing against the elevator wall. My chest felt full of wet cement. I didn't weep. I didn't scream. I went very still, listening to the hiss of something inside me sealing shut. People on Reddit love saying leave and lawyer up, as though that's the whole story. Real life is slower, stickier. Emma and I co-owned a townhouse, 2 cars, several investments, and a joint dog named Mojo. If I packed a suitcase and vanished, I'd still be tethered by paperwork for years. I needed leverage, so I kept every message, every timestamp. I asked Larissa, who was disgusted by the spectacle, to forward any videos her friends captured. Alumni love filming. My cloud storage bulged. I began by calling my attorney friend Marcus, whose hobby is corporate divorces. He recommended a pit bull colleague, Cynthia, who specializes in infidelity cases in our state. In our jurisdiction, adultery can tilt alimony and asset division. Cynthia met me the next day, reviewed the evidence, and smiled like a shark spotting blood. "If this goes to court," she said, "we'll bury her." I hired her on the spot. After that, the realtor who sold us the townhouse, I booked an appraisal under the guise of refinancing. Finally, I phoned the bank, freezing the line of credit Emma and I shared, legally permissible since both signatures were required for draws. I transferred half the cash reserves into an account in my name, notifying Emma by certified letter. All perfectly above board, all documented. I played patient husband at home. For 2 weeks, she was sugary sweet, humming while making dinner, initiating sex like we were teenagers. She never noticed the digital recorder I planted under the sofa or the keylogger on her laptop. Both yielded nothing juicy, but they confirmed she was deleting messages and visiting Nate's Instagram at midnight. Good enough. Revenge needs timing. I chose the night of Emma's 33rd birthday, when she'd booked the Wine Cave restaurant downtown. She invited 12 friends, including Larissa, who was in on the plan, and 3 coworkers I barely knew. Emma preened in a silk jumpsuit while I carried the surprise gift, a leather photo album wrapped in silver paper. Dinner was predictably bougie. Truffle everything, a sommelier describing terroir like he'd grown the grapes himself. During dessert, Emma stood to thank everyone for coming. I interrupted, saying I had a slideshow. The restaurant had a projector for corporate clients. I'd emailed the manager asking to borrow it. Emma beamed, expecting childhood photos. Slide 1. Emma kissing Nate in the hotel hallway. Gasps. She froze, mouth ajar. Slide 2. Emma in Nate's lap, time-stamped. Murmurs swelled. Slide 3. A screenshot of her text to Larissa. I'm basically reliving college with Nate tonight. Don't tell anyone. Someone dropped a fork. I spoke calmly. Happy birthday, Emma. I thought everyone should see what you were up to while I stayed home. She lunged for the projector remote. Larissa blocked her. The manager tried to intervene, but I'd prepaid the bill plus a hefty tip. He retreated. I ended with a final slide. The date-stamped notice of our frozen credit line and the filed petition for divorce. You'll find the papers on the kitchen counter, I said. Service is already complete. Then I walked out, leaving her audience buzzing. Outside, I exhaled like I hadn't in weeks. But revenge isn't just spectacle, it's consequence. Over the next month, Cynthia wielded the adultery evidence like a cudgel. Emma tried to claim the photos were faked. Larissa testified they were not. Nate, subpoenaed, admitted under oath to rekindling intimacy. His testimony sealed it. The judge awarded me the house, both cars, and relieved me of alimony obligations. Emma kept her retirement fund and was told to vacate within 60 days. I wasn't done. Emma worked in marketing for a family-friendly brand whose slogan trumpeted integrity. Their social media adored posting employee spotlights. I sent anonymous envelopes to the executive board containing the pictures, the court transcript, and a note. Your next spotlight? 2 weeks later, Emma was dismissed for personal misconduct unbecoming a company representative. She learned it was me after calling in tears. I hung up. Some called my vengeance excessive. They didn't wake alone at 3 a.m., imagining their spouse wrapped around someone else. They didn't recall every shared joke suddenly tasting like ash. They didn't smile while handing over trust and watch it get traded for nostalgia. Excessive is relative. One loose end remained. Mojo. The court granted alternate weekends, but I wanted full custody. Emma begged to keep him. Dogs don't cheat, she said. I filed a motion citing her new apartment's no pets clause and her unstable employment. The judge agreed. Mojo stays with me. Emma gets visitation at the local dog park, supervised. She cried during the first transfer. Mojo trotted to me without looking back. 9 months have passed. I replaced photos on the walls with landscape prints, muted horizons that promise nothing, and therefore cannot lie. I blocked Emma's number, but she still emails monthly, apologies tumbling out in paragraphs. I delete them unopened. Her last message said Nate dumped her after the scandal torched her reputation, and she's moving back in with her parents. Actions meet consequences. I haven't dated. I'm not against love, just against illusions. My friends say bitterness is a cage, yet I sleep fine. Some nights I sit on the couch, pat Mojo's head and scroll through the slideshow folder. Not to relive pain, pain has diminished, but to remind myself I'm capable of drawing lines and enforcing them. Revenge isn't noble, it's clarifying. It burns away the haze of excuses until only truth remains, stark and sharp. I can already hear keyboard warriors typing. Dude, you killed a mosquito with a nuke. Maybe. To me, it felt proportionate. Emma detonated our marriage for a weekend of nostalgia. I simply redirected the blast so she'd feel the heat she sparked. If that scorched more than she expected, she should have thought before lighting the match. People ask if I regret the public unveiling. I answer with a question. How many married classmates kissed exes in elevators that weekend? 1. And how many had to explain it to a room full of witnesses on their birthday? Also 1. Justice, like math, can be that tidy. I learned something, though. Trust isn't blind, it's a credit line. Spend it wisely, repay with honesty, or default and face bankruptcy. Emma defaulted. I collected. If you're reading this because your partner uttered the phrase, "spouses not allowed," check the invite yourself. Ask questions. And if you discover betrayal, pick a revenge that satisfies you, not the crowd. Don't settle for moving on if moving on feels like swallowing glass. Cure the pain by extracting the shard. Will I forgive Emma someday? No. Forgiveness is a gift, and gifts are for those who deserve them. She's already received the gift of her own choices. That's enough. Revenge, delivered cold, doesn't warm you, but it stops the bleeding. My pulse is steady now. Mojo snores next to me. Tomorrow I'll probably delete the slideshow, or maybe I'll archive it. Memories, like case files, are useful. Either way, Emma remains in my past, and I'm still here on this couch, in control. What really lit the fuse wasn't the photos themselves. It was the memory they rewrote. 7 years earlier, at our wedding reception, Emma extracted Nate's name from the seating chart, claiming it would be awkward. I believed her. Looking back, maybe that was test run number 1. Our first anniversary, she insisted we vacation near her alma mater so she could show me the campus, then spent half the tour texting. I chalked it up to work. Hindsight recasts politeness as blindfold. The week between the reunion and her birthday, I acted normal. But inside, I ran a silent autopsy on our past. Every late-night team-building event, every weekend girls' trip, every locked phone screen suddenly clicked. Confirmation bias is dangerous, so I cross-checked. I pulled old cell bills from cloud archives, matched roaming data to Nate's city on 2 earlier trips. I downloaded bank statements and found a florist charge near his office last Valentine's Day. Sprinkle enough dots and even a skeptic sees the picture. I'm not a saint either. I snooped. But betrayal is already a breach of rules, so I stopped worrying about playing fair. To gather intel, I created a dummy Instagram posing as an alum planning a reunion podcast. Emma followed back instantly, liking every nostalgic meme I posted. Through that account, I watched her tag Nate in inside jokes, unaware I was the audience. Each notification felt like someone tightening a bolt in my skull. But data is power, and power steadies shaking hands. As Cynthia built the legal case, I built the social one. Reddit loves receipts, but real circles run on whispers. I wanted Emma to experience the queasy uncertainty I'd lived, so I phoned her mother. Not to confess everything, just to ask advice on supporting Emma through stressful decisions. Mothers sense subtext better than spies. By the end of the call, she suspected something was off. I hung up knowing Emma's phone would light up with parental inquisition. Preemptive panic deployed. The slideshow required precision. Revenge isn't spray paint, it's calligraphy. I edited each photo for clarity, added unambiguous timestamps in bold, wrote captions stating date, location, and cross-referenced flight numbers. I rehearsed the order until it formed a narrative arc: anticipation, action, aftermath. While others watched reality TV, I watched Premiere Pro tutorials, trimming silence, overlaying text, ensuring no frame could be dismissed as coincidence. The final file was 7 minutes, 18 slides, long enough for impact, short enough to prevent numbness. Technicalities handled, I addressed ethics, or what was left of them. I debated warning Nate. Eventually, I chose indifference. He'd signed up for alumni nostalgia. He could deal with alumni fallout. My battle was with Emma. Still, I anonymized any photo showing bystanders. Collateral damage wasn't the point. A clean perimeter keeps focus on the target. The hardest part was keeping my face neutral at home. She'd stir pasta, humming old campus fight songs, while my phone in pocket hummed with new evidence. At night, she'd curl against me and whisper that we should start trying for a baby this fall. That suggestion almost broke me. Bringing a child into a war zone felt obscene. I mumbled that we should wait until after her birthday celebration. She kissed my shoulder, satisfied, unaware that the calendar in my mind marked a very different milestone. I anticipated every risk. In case she bolted mid-slideshow, Larissa was stationed at the only exit that didn't require passing the host stand. In case she deleted evidence after the reveal, Cynthia had already secured forensic copies of her cloud backups through discovery subpoenas. Even the restaurant staff were briefed. Manager got the edited PG-13 version, so no one could claim surprise. Controlled detonations require evacuation maps. When the night arrived, I wasn't nervous. I was eerily calm, like the moment before a dentist drill when numbness outpaces dread. Watching slide one flicker onto the limestone wall, I searched Emma's eyes for any flicker of remorse. All I saw was calculation, how to salvage social standing, how to spin narrative. Regret is different. It softens edges. Her gaze was serrated. After I left the restaurant, I didn't go straight home. I drove to an all-night copy center and printed 40 glossy stills from the presentation. Some would go to the court. Some I sealed in envelopes addressed to her HR department, her running club, and yes, even her church's young couples group, the one where she lectured newcomers on commitment exercises. Hypocrisy deserves audience. Then I went home, poured a whiskey, tossed the ring into a desk drawer, and slept 8 uninterrupted hours for the first time in months. The body recognizes closure long before the mind files paperwork. During mediation, Emma tried 3 strategies in succession: apology, blame shift, outrage. When none dented my stance, she pivoted to bargaining. "What if we sell the house and split everything? I'll even waive alimony," she offered, voice trembling. I declined. Consequences need weight. We settled at 80-20 in my favor. She asked if she could keep 1 car for job hunts. I answered, "Take the bus." Cold? Maybe. Fair? Absolutely. Larissa confessed she'd confronted Emma during the reunion after witnessing the elevator kiss. Emma's response had been to laugh and say, "It's just nostalgia, grown-up hall pass." That quote entered my affidavit. Judges dislike the phrase hall pass. Nate's deposition revealed a detail I hadn't expected. Emma told him we were in an open marriage. She framed my absence as tacit permission. Hearing that, I felt a flash of something hotter than anger. Disgust, maybe. Lying to me was one level. Lying about me to justify herself was deeper rot. It erased any lingering possibility of civility. Meanwhile, Emma's professional network shrank. Colleagues who'd attended the birthday ambush shared the story like wildfire. She wasn't blackballed. Companies rarely care about private scandal. But middle management runs on perception. An account liaison handling family brands can't star in viral cheating threads without raising eyebrows. Her dismissal came with 2 weeks severance and a signed NDA. She violated it by sobbing the story to a friend, who told a friend, who eventually told me. A breach letter followed. People keep asking about my mental state. Therapy helps. My therapist says revenge can freeze healing if you keep replaying it. I told her I don't press replay. I archive. We're working on the difference. She suggested I write this post not as victory lap, but as record, to extract lingering shards. Words are safer than silence. They bleed less. Sometimes I picture an alternate timeline where Emma confessed before boarding the flight. Maybe we could have salvaged trust with brutal honesty. But every new discovery pushed that hypothetical further into fiction. The florist charge, the open marriage lie, the baby talk camouflage, those weren't panicked slip-ups. They were strategy. You don't salvage strategy. You dismantle it. Legal wrap-up finalized on a Thursday morning. That evening I changed the locks, not because she still had keys, They were surrendered, but for ritual. New lock clicks erase ghost footsteps. Mojo watched, tail thumping, as if approving the fresh start. Dogs understand finality better than humans. They live in the present by necessity. Financially, I'm stable. Emotionally, I'm functional. Spirals appear, but exercise helps. I took up boxing, controlled aggression, gloves softening impact, while knuckles remember consequence. My coach asked what motivates me. I said cardio. The rest is none of his business. Nate sent me an email apology I never requested. He wrote that he didn't know Emma was married under conventional terms, that he ended things once he learned the depth of her deception. I didn't reply. He's a footnote, not a chapter. Revenge tailored for Emma didn't need a subplot starring him. Emma will rebuild, I'm sure. She's resourceful when stakes are hers alone. Maybe someday she'll write a teary Medium article about personal growth. I won't read it. Everyone's entitled to a redemption narrative, just not from the audience they betrayed. As for me, I replaced the wedding band groove on my finger with a subtle tattoo of a single straight line. Friends think it's minimalist art. It is. A boundary, inked. This post isn't a cautionary tale. It's an anatomy lesson. Trust is tissue. Stretch it too far and it tears. Revenge is scalpel, precise, decisive, and a little cold to the touch. If you wield it, cut clean. Leave no jagged edges that can fester. I don't expect applause. Satisfaction is internal, portable, and mercifully silent. The internet will rage score my choices. I'll be called toxic, icon, monster, inspiration. Labels are for jars. I'm a man who refused to accept betrayal as a shrug. That's all. One last thing. If you're weighing similar action, document everything. Screenshots, timestamps, corroborating witnesses. Courts respect facts more than feelings, and feelings evaporate in cross-examination. I walked away with house, dog, and peace of mind because my case was airtight, not because judges reward heartbreak. That's it. Mojo just barked at the mail truck, which means it's treat time. Life goes on. Some nights I play guitar badly. Some mornings I overwater the succulents Emma hated, and occasionally I laugh at jokes that don't remind me of anything lost. Revenge doesn't restore what was stolen. It reallocates the cost. Emma's tab is paid in full, and my balance is clear. Tomorrow, Mojo and I will wake in a quieter home that finally feels honest. That ordinary morning, unafraid and unstolen, is the only victory I ever needed today, honestly. I never thought I'd be the guy dumping a 4-part soap opera into the void of Reddit. But here we are. If you spot this on /r true off my chest later, yeah, that was me. Call me Nate. Not my real name, but close enough that thinking about it still makes my stomach flip. Background check. I'm 28, software tester at a mid-size firm, boring dude. My girlfriend, ex-girlfriend, is Mia, 26, social media manager at a fashion brand. We dated 4 years, lived together for 2. My big brother, Kyle, 30, golden child, works remote as a graphic designer. Kyle and I have been tight since Pokemon cards and scraped knees. Our parents died in a car crash when I was 19, and he was 21, so we clung to each other harder than Velcro. That context matters. The suspicion phase started 6 months ago. Mia's phone stopped living face up on the coffee table. Her schedule sprouted late campaign meetings that always ended after last call. Once I drove to pick her up because she said her car share app bugged. and I caught her half a block from the office laughing with some dude who immediately shoved his hands into his pockets when he saw me. She waved like nothing odd was happening. My gut prickled, but I swallowed it. You learn quick that sounding like the jealous boyfriend can boomerang. Weeks later, Mia told me she might want kids sooner than we'd planned. I was surprised. Our timeline was still maybe by 30. She shrugged it off, said watching TikToks of toddlers was melting her ovaries. I joked we'd need a house first. She laughed too quickly. Then Kyle began dropping casual comments. Bro, don't let a good one go because of timing. Or, accidents happen, but they can be blessings. I thought he'd been scrolling inspirational memes. I didn't see the threads tying my life into a knot. The reveal arrived on a random Wednesday. I'd just finished a sprint demo when Mia texted, "We need to talk tonight. Please be home by 6. My stomach clenched. Anyone who says, "We need to talk," intends to either break up or confess. I spent the afternoon performing code reviews nobody asked for just to keep my hands moving. I got home. She looked pale and determined. We sat on opposite ends of the couch like contestants waiting for a quiz buzzer. She said, "I'm pregnant." No preamble, just a bomb through the window. Before I could react, she added, "Before you say anything, I know it's not the plan, but I want this baby." I asked the obvious, "Are you sure it's mine?" The words tasted sour even as they left, but denial was impossible. We'd been using condoms and she'd gone off the pill citing mood swings. She paused too long, said, "Why would you ask that?" Everything inside me went quiet. I'm not proud, but I stood up and walked to the balcony, staring at traffic 3 floors below. When I came back, she was crying. She kept saying, "I love you, Nate. I made a mistake with protection, but it's ours." My head felt stuffed with cotton. I asked for time. She agreed. I slept on Kyle's couch that night. He handed me whiskey like a ritual offering and said, "Whatever happens, I'm here." Over the next week, Kyle argued Mia was trustworthy, that doubts would ruin us. Normally, he never got involved in my relationships, so his eagerness felt off. He even suggested I propose, lock in the family. I half laughed, half dry-heaved. My friend group is small, but one buddy, Leo, believes in background checks the way others believe in prayer. "Get proof," he urged. He recommended a private investigator he'd used during a messy divorce. I rented the guy for a weekend. $2,000 of my emergency fund vanished. 3 days later, the PI dropped a dossier thick enough to block a door. Photos. Mia kissing a tall guy outside her office. Mia entering a cheap motel with him. Mia leaving an OB/GYN clinic with the same guy's arm around her. The report ID'd him as Jordan, age 24, junior marketing analyst, her coworker. Text logs from a cloned phone confirmed the baby was his, conceived after a drunken conference in Vegas. I nearly threw up on the PI's shoes. I confronted Mia. She didn't deny it. She tried to spin a sob story. She was drunk, lonely. Jordan meant nothing. The pregnancy was an accident, but she'd convinced herself I'd be a better father, so she planned to pass the baby as mine. She bawled until her eyelashes clumped. I watched, feeling nothing but static. I said one sentence, "Get out." She begged for a second chance, swore she'd cut Jordan off. I didn't raise my voice. I simply repeated, "Out." She left trembling. I thought that was the worst of it. 2 nights later, Kyle showed up unannounced, cheeks red, eyes glossy. He said I was ruining my future. He said Mia deserved forgiveness. He said sometimes good people screw up. The speech felt rehearsed. I asked, "How long have you known?" His mouth snapped shut. Turned out Kyle knew for months. Mia had confessed to him first, begged him to help guide me toward empathy. She threatened to tell the family that Kyle once drove drunk in college, risked killing a pedestrian, unless he helped her. That secret would shatter Kyle's squeaky clean image. So he obeyed, coaching her on how to manipulate me, even suggesting the baby narrative would bind us. He'd been the strange voice in my ear all along. I felt my brother die in front of me even though he kept breathing. I told him to leave. He tried to hug me. I stepped back, said if he touched me, I'd break his arm. I'm not a violent guy, but rage makes promises your calm self can't. He left in tears. I locked the door, slid to the floor, and laughed a cracked, ugly laugh that scared even me. The revenge blueprint formed at 3 a.m. Insomnia is a diabolical architect. I didn't want physical violence or internet drama. I wanted them to taste prolonged dread, the kind that rots friendships and careers. I began with Mia's job. She worked at Vogue Vibe, a brand obsessed with image. The PI had more than photos. He'd cloned texts where Mia bragged to Jordan about using company Amex cards for client entertaining that was actually fancy dates. Evidence also showed she scheduled influencer posts during a fashion show she wasn't authorized to access, falsifying credentials. That was enough for corporate security. I mailed an anonymous package with printouts, flash drive included, to Vogue Vibe's compliance department. I knew arrival confirmation thanks to a tracking email. Next came Jordan. He'd been angling for a promotion. The PI found Jordan's side hustle reselling limited edition sneakers bought with discount codes reserved for retailer partners, violating his employment contract. Another anonymous dossier went to HR, plus a tip to StockX about suspected fake verification tags. I CC'd bigger sneaker forums. Cancel culture would handle the rest. Kyle was another focus. Honestly, though, truly, this hurt, but had to happen. His freelance design career thrived on reputation. I couldn't nuke him publicly without collateral damage to our shared surname, so I went surgical. Kyle's proudest asset was a high-paying gig with a sustainable tech startup called Green Grit. He often worked via Slack. I created a burner email posing as a disgruntled roommate who found drug paraphernalia in Kyle's home office and feared it affected client projects. I attached staged photos, old weed pens scattered near mock-ups, and an audio clip of coughs over keyboard clicking. Compliance launched a wellness review and froze his invoice pipeline. Then I seeded fear itself. I sent Mia and Jordan each an untraceable text. You should have been honest. Now watch what happens. No threats, just omen. What followed wasn't explosive. It was glacial erosion. Mia got suspended pending audit, then fired for cause, losing her severance. Vogue Vibe blackballed her informally across the industry. Brand integrity, blah blah. Jordan's promotion vanished. HR forced him into a performance improvement plan. StockX banned his seller account, launching an investigation that spread to PayPal, freezing thousands. His landlord found out about suspected fraud and decided not to renew his lease. Kyle called me 37 times in one day. I blocked him. He emailed, apologizing, claiming he'd been cornered. I archived it without reading past the second line. Mia showed up at my apartment one night, eyes swollen, begging to talk. I didn't open the door. She sobbed in the hallway for an hour. I tidied the kitchen, headphones on, listening to lo-fi beats. Meanwhile, I upgraded my own life. Newly single, no ties, I accepted a Berlin contract my company had dangled for months. Different continent, fresh slate. I sold the apartment electronics Kyle had left after college. He'd always said they were partly mine. The extra cash covered relocation. 2 weeks before my flight, a letter arrived from Mia's lawyer threatening defamation action, claiming I'd sabotaged her with false accusations. Fear tickled the back of my skull for 1 second. Then I forwarded the letter to the PI, who prepped a defense packet thicker than a phone book, evidence chains intact. They never filed. One day Kyle cornered me outside my gym. He looked hollow, beard untrimmed. He said, "I lost everything because you couldn't forgive." I said, "No, you lost everything by choosing her over me." He asked what I wanted. I said, "I want you to remember I'm the one person you weren't supposed to betray." He started crying in the parking lot. I walked past him into the gym without looking back. I landed in Berlin on a gray Monday. The Airbus door hissed open. A weight lifted off my chest that airport air couldn't explain. I set up in a minimalist studio overlooking the Spree, bought a cheap bike, learned to order Döner in bad German. I worked, explored, met people who'd never heard of Mia or Kyle. Around month 3, I woke to an email from Mia with a subject line, "Please." I almost deleted it, but curiosity wins. Body. I lost the baby. I know you don't care, but I needed you to know. No attachments, no manipulation, just those sentences. I stared at the screen until the city tram clanged outside. Then I archived it. Later that day, I donated to a miscarriage support charity in her city. Not forgiveness, just acknowledgement that pain exists even in enemies. Kyle's fiasco spiraled. He'd leveraged debt expecting green grit paychecks. Without income, he defaulted. Our aunt told me he moved back into our childhood home, empty since our parents' crash, to save on rent. He listed vintage guitars online, fire sale prices. I sensed rock bottom approaching. 6 months into Berlin life, the final stage of my revenge unfolded almost by accident. A recruiter friend posted a call for a senior designer in Paris for a firm Kyle had dreamed of joining. I knew he wouldn't see the listing. He'd unplugged. On impulse, I forwarded it to him with a note. Maybe this helps. No greeting, no signature. He apparently applied. I later learned he got an interview, nailed it, and was offered the role, then failed the background/reference stage because Green Grit flagged him as non-rehirable for unprofessional conduct. The offer was rescinded. Kyle sent me a one-line email. "You broke me." I didn't reply. Revenge felt complete, yet oddly anticlimactic. Reddit loves explosive finales, restraining orders, cops at the door. Real life prefers slow decay, and sometimes that's worse. Reddit loves cinematic justice, but real sabotage looks more like accounting. The night before I mailed Mia's corporate dossier, I stared at the envelope until the address blurred. I pictured unintended casualties, the intern who adored her, the janitor who joked she brightened the lobby. I Googled revenge guilt and found everything from Buddhist parables to scorched earth threads. Eventually, I poured bourbon, whispered, "She chose this," and walked the envelope to a midnight post drop. I also had to practice lying. My friends noticed dark circles and twitchy focus. My manager misread the intensity as ambition and flagged me for a promotion. Funny. Dismantling one life boosted another. When Vogue Vibes HR called Mia in, she thought it was about a department transfer. A friendly mole leaked Slack chatter. Mia had posted dancing cat gifs before the meeting. She walked out an hour later, white as plaster, packed her desk, and left with security. The office rumor mill went feral. Reading the scroll felt like watching termites discover far. Sneaker forums treat fraud like blood attracts sharks. After my anonymous tip, hobby detectives mapped every sale Jordan made against counterfeit lists. He tried defending himself on Discord, got ratioed, rage quit, then found his PayPal frozen. His credit union flagged transactions, tanking his score. I watched from a burner, recording screenshots for insurance. Green Grit's compliance team moves like glaciers. Weeks passed, then Kyle called, frantic. They wanted him to sign a fitness to work affidavit after receiving an anonymous claim about substance abuse. He protested innocence. I murmured sympathy while silently applauding. 2 weeks later, the contract evaporated, labeled mutual separation. Our aunt, the family referee, became collateral. Kyle confessed everything to her during a sob session and begged her to broker peace. She called me, voice trembling. I explained Mia's manipulation, the pregnancy scam, his role. Silence. Then she said, "Your parents would want unity." I replied, "They'd want honesty." We haven't spoken since. Therapy entered at Berlin month 4. Company benefit. British counselor over video. First session, she asked, "What does justice look like now?" I said I'd achieved it. She asked, "Then why are you still angry?" Revenge is a hammer. Healing is needle and thread. I'm still learning to sew. Legal blowback? None. I never fabricated evidence. The PI pulled Mia's texts under an authorization she'd signed giving Jordan access to sync her phone. Shady, but admissible enough to scare her. My lawyer friend labeled the strategy revenge by compliance. Did Mia and Jordan stay together? Not a chance. Once Jordan's cash flow died, he ghosted. Mia moved back with her mother, took a retail job, enrolled in night classes. Ironies abound. Kyle and I share DNA, but no future. Childhood memories intrude, building Lego cities, trading Halloween candy, crying at our parents' funeral in one oversized suit. Then I picture him coaching Mia on how to trap me, and the warmth curdles. My therapist says forgiveness is optional. Understanding motives might declaw resentment. I'm not there yet. I still keep the ultrasound Mia taped to our fridge. One Berlin evening I almost tossed it, but slid it into a notebook instead. Not sentiment. Evidence. Proof that even life can be weaponized. People glamorize revenge as rock music montages. Reality is spreadsheets, logistics, sleepless nights, and the fear you're becoming what you hate. My safeguard was constant self-audit. Was I exposing truth or inventing it? Some 3 a.m.s I thought I'd gone too far, others not far enough. A year out, I measure the ledger. Mia, unemployed, grieving. Jordan, blacklisted. Kyle, broke. Me, better job, new city, honest relationship, therapy twice a month. Karma? Maybe just cause and effect plus a human catalyst. I'm not advising you replicate my blueprint. Laws differ, evidence matters, and boredom is 90% of the work. But if you're set on retribution, triple-check everything and expect long stretches of nothing. True revenge is a clerical marathon. Stories don't need applause. They need witnesses. If you made it this far, thanks for listening to my black box recording. Trust is expensive. Betrayal bankrupts. Revenge charges interest. Throwaway account because my dad still stalks my socials, and I'm not giving him the satisfaction of an easy search. I'm 17, female, finishing high school in Ohio. Until December, my world was safe. Marching band practice, debate tournaments, streaming old sitcoms with dad on Fridays. My mom died from a brain aneurysm when I was 8. Grief left us wobbling, but we built a 2-person raft that somehow stayed afloat. 2 years ago, Dad married Tessa, a kindergarten teacher with Pinterest hair and a laugh that bubbled like soda. When she told us she was pregnant last fall, I honestly cried from happiness. That sweetness curdled overnight in February. It started small. I came downstairs singing along to the radio, and she glared like I'd cursed. She said the baby could feel negativity in my pitch. I thought hormones, shrugged, turned the volume down. The next day, she accidentally donated my favorite hoodie to Goodwill. The day after, my calculus notes vanished, then reappeared in the trash, drenched in orange juice. I asked what was up. She smiled calmly and told Dad I'd called her fat. Absolute lie. Dad believed every syllable and pulled me aside and recited that stupid proverb about smoke and fire. Over the next month, home turned into a maze rigged with tripwires I couldn't see. Tessa blocked the pantry with sticky notes reading, "Not for selfish teenagers." She set parental controls on the Wi-Fi between 4 and 9, prime homework hours, and claimed it was to reduce radiation near the fetus. She monitored my screen time like a warden. Every protest bred new rules: no using the downstairs bathroom, no leftovers, no after-school practices without a chaperone she approved. She volunteered to chaperone and then told coaches I'd quit. My GPA sagged. She gloated. Dad shrugged, said I must have sparked her anger somehow. I kept a journal of every incident, time-stamped, cross-referenced with photos. The evidence felt flimsy, like I was building a castle from dryer lint, but documenting gave me something to control. Dad didn't want to see it. He'd listen, sigh heavily, and repeat, "Nobody hates a kid for no reason." His new catchphrase. Then he'd hug me, smell faintly of engine grease, and ask me to be patient with the mother of his miracle baby. The tipping point came the first Friday of March. Regional debate finals were Saturday. Winner earned a scholarship. I had a binder of cases, color-coded, meticulously researched. I left it on my desk while I showered. 10 minutes later, it was ashes in the Weber grill on the patio. Tessa stood beside the smoldering grate, belly round, beneath a pink maternity top. She held the lighter like a victory torch and said, "I was cold. Paper burns." I stared, speechless, until the smoke stung my eyes. Dad pulled me aside that evening to lecture me about respecting adult boundaries. I realized boundaries in that house only restrained me. That night, I lay in bed listening to her sob theatrically downstairs, while Dad comforted her. My grief mutated into a predator. I realized I was one sentence from leaving forever. By dawn, I'd packed essentials: laptop, birth certificate, the necklace Dad gave Mom on their 10th anniversary, a silver infinity symbol I'd inherited. Everything else could burn. I'd already watched it happen. At breakfast, I told Dad I was spending the weekend with my best friend Mariana. He nodded absent-mindedly while massaging Tessa's shoulders. I loaded my car with 2 duffels, my cello, and the shattered trust of a decade. Once out of the driveway, I changed plans. Not a weekend visit, a permanent relocation. Mariana's parents, saints disguised as gig economy programmers, Agreed I could stay indefinitely. Their only rule: call my grandparents so no one filed a missing person report. Grandma offered her spare room. I promised I'd finish the semester nearby. First move was reconnaissance. Tessa once gave me her old iPad for recipe apps. She never disabled iCloud Sync. At Mariana's kitchen table, I charged it and clicked through her emails. What I found turned my stomach. Receipts for Tiffany bracelets, not baby supplies. Uber trips to the West Haven Motel during days she claimed to be at prenatal yoga. Flirty messages with a contact saved as coach. It was Don Reyes, the married assistant football coach at Dad's old high school. 53 exchanges, many time-stamped during class hours. I shoved aside betrayal to focus on data collection. I exported emails and photos, screen-recorded scrolling sessions, saved location histories. Mariana lent her old Canon camcorder. We positioned it across from the motel parking lot, one damp Tuesday. Yes, it was damp. Describing humidity isn't the same as waxing poetic about clouds. We filmed Tessa meeting Reyes, exchanging an envelope, entering room 2117. Timestamp overlay, crystal clear faces. We recorded them leaving 90 minutes later, plenty long for prenatal yoga. The move required legal clout. Mariana's cousin Mateo interns at a family law firm. He arranged a free consultation with Leanna Briggs, an attorney who champions bullied minors. Leanna reviewed my archive and agreed to represent me pro bono in a civil claim for property destruction and emotional distress, and to advise on potential criminal statutes. She drafted a preservation of evidence letter warning Dad and Tessa against deleting records. She also contacted the school district's HR about possible professional misconduct, attaching anonymized proof. Third strand involved money. Dad's credit card covered half our household bills. Tessa administered online payments. I suspected she abused that credential. Using account alerts I installed when they first merged finances, Blue Sky's planning for college budgeting, ironically. I pulled 3 months of statements. Thousands spent at designer boutiques, baby items minimal. I highlighted weird charges labeled classroom enrichment, routed through PayPro, a shell vendor tied to her personal PayPal. Fraud, plain and ugly. We assembled everything into a structured Dropbox. Emails, videos, credit fraud, abuse logs, destroyed property photos. Each folder contained a succinct README so even a confused boomer could navigate. I drafted an email to Dad titled, "Read before the next lie hurts you." The body promised clarity and linked the archive. Using Boomerang, I scheduled it to send at 8 a.m. the following Monday, ensuring he'd be at work, public setting, less chance of immediate rage. The weekend before send-off, I visited the house for closure. Dad was changing oil in the garage. Tessa was upstairs. I told Dad I was fine, loved him, but needed space. He said he supported that. His eyes looked old. I nearly caved, nearly told him everything right there, but remembered how he'd watched my debate binder burn and judged me based on Tessa's tears. Betrayal demands receipts. Feelings wouldn't suffice. Monday arrived like an executioner. At 8:03 a.m., Dad opened the email, read receipt confirmed. Phones detonated within minutes. He called 5 times. Voicemail transcripts veered from denial to pleading. I ignored him. At 9:22, he texted, "Tell me this is fake." I sent a single line, "Ask her." Meanwhile, the school district acted faster than expected. HR placed Tessa on administrative leave pending investigation into time card fraud and conduct unbecoming. PTA group chats went nuclear. By lunch, screenshots of my evidence trended on local Facebook. Old students chimed in about creepy hugs from Coach Reyes, linking him to Tessa in rumors no one had believed. Momentum snowballed downhill. Dad confronted Tessa that night, audio courtesy of a Nest Cam I installed ages ago to watch the dog. He demanded a paternity test, which she refused, calling him cruel. She tried flipping the narrative, accusing me of hacking her accounts. Dad countered with the motel footage. She slapped him. The dog barked like hell. Police weren't called, but the argument ended with Tessa driving off, suitcase banging her bumper. Next morning, I filed for a protective order citing the necklace incident and ongoing harassment. Judge approved a temporary order blocking Tessa from contacting me or entering my school. Service was quick because her address was still Dad's. That same day, Leanna filed a civil suit. Tessa's new lawyer responded with a laughable cease and desist accusing me of defamation. We replied with a forensic report verifying email veracity. They went silent. Dad showed up at Mariana's doorstep 3 days later. I met him on the porch. He looked hollow, wedding ring gone. He said, "I failed you." I let silence answer. He tried to hug me. I stepped back. He wept. Real tears, messy. I said, "Words aren't retroactive." He asked how to fix it. I said, "You can't fix the past, but you can fund my future." He nodded, pulled a cashier's check from his coat, my full college fund, plus interest he'd promised and never deposited. I took it, thanked him, and walked inside without looking back. 2 weeks later, lab results confirmed Reyes as the baby's father. Dad filed for annulment under fraud. Local news covered the scandal. Teacher's affair exposed by teenage sleuth. Comments were 90% supportive, 10% trolls calling me vindictive. I didn't care. Trolls don't grade scholarship essays. Life stabilized. I attended senior prom in a thrifted suit, danced with Mariana under gym fluorescents. Note, no mention of clouds. Dad sent a bouquet with a card. "Proud of you." I had the florist redirect it to a nursing home. Graduation hit in late May. Ceremony in the football stadium. Bleachers smelled of sun-heated aluminum. I delivered the valedictory because debate points wound up counting after all. Speech theme: critical listening. I didn't look at Dad, though I sensed him. After photos, I returned his latest voicemail. He'd sold the house, moved into a small apartment, offered to pay therapy bills. I allowed monthly payments to a domestic violence shelter instead. Restitution matters. Reconciliation, optional. Summer job at the bookstore cafe felt like inhaling oxygen after months underwater. I learned espresso tamping, recited ISBNs from memory, devoured true crime memoirs on break. One slow shift, I Googled Tessa. She'd pleaded no contest to a misdemeanor charge of petty theft, credit card fraud harder to prove without Dad pressing, teaching license under review. Reyes resigned before the school board hearing. His wife, now ex-wife, filed a civil complaint citing alienation of affection, rare but apparently legal in North Carolina, where they'd married. Schadenfreude tastes like burnt caramel, bitter, but you keep licking it. August arrived, and with it dorm move-in at Lakeview University. Mariana and I are roommates. 2 lofted beds, 1 cluttered whiteboard of sarcastic motivational quotes. Dad helped carry boxes, careful to stack mine exactly where I pointed, like a man rebuilding trust brick by deliberate brick. I let him treat us to lunch on campus, strictly conversational, course schedules, cafeteria hacks. When he tried to reminisce about family vacations, I excused myself to the restroom, returning after the memory passed. Second week of classes, I opened my campus mailbox to find a thin envelope. Notice of settlement. Tessa's insurance company paid out $15,000 for property loss, emotional distress, and legal fees. Leanna took a modest cut. The rest went straight to my new account labeled Emergency Independence. It felt poetic. Her attempt to break me financed my buffer against future bullies. News of Tessa didn't stop. October, charged with filing false medical reimbursements, arraignment set. December, gave birth to a girl, named her Miracle Sky Reyes. Apparently clouds are allowed in names. January, mugshot leaked after she missed a court appearance. Bail revoked. Every alert brought a fleeting jolt of satisfaction, tempered by pity for the baby. Some nights I lay awake picturing that child in foster care, then reminded myself my compassion is finite and must prioritize the worthy. I donate to a scholarship fund for children displaced by parental incarceration. That's enough grace. On New Year's Eve, Dad texted at midnight, 306 days sober from denial. He doesn't drink. The metaphor irritated me. I replied, keep counting. Haven't answered since. Spring semester now. I'm double majoring in data science and psychology, interning at the campus IT for tuition credit, and dating a sweet bio major who thinks spreadsheets are romantic. Project Wake Up Call became a case study for my adversarial thinking class. Professor gave me an A and asked to co-author a paper on familial gaslighting. Mariana and I registered a DBA for Spylings, Teen Investigative Services. No clients yet, but we built a basic site. Tagline, because receipts keep you safe. I occasionally reread the abuse journal, not to reopen wounds, but to verify growth. Trauma memory fades, and I refuse to let revisionist nostalgia gaslight me the way Tessa did. Truth is preserved in JPEGs and metadata. If Dad ever claims things weren't that bad, I'll share Exhibit A through Z. Some Redditors will accuse me of overkill. Why not let karma handle Tessa? Because karma without documentation is wishful thinking. Abusers rely on silence. I spoke with evidence and let institutions do the stomping. That's justice, not cruelty. To preempt the inevitable DM. Yes, I see a therapist. Yes, revenge can rust your soul if you marinate in it. That's why I moved on once the system took over. My aim was never eternal torment. It was accountability and personal safety. Mission accomplished. I sleep fine. The repaired silver necklace hangs above my desk on a pushpin. Jewelers fused the break so skillfully you'd never notice, but I do. The solder line gleams a slightly different shade. Reminder that broken isn't synonymous with ruined. I wear it on days self-doubt knocks. Last week, a guidance counselor asked me to speak to a freshman whose stepbrother keeps trashing her art portfolio. I told her what Leanna told me. Document, find allies, remember that adults are just tall kids, some kind, some cowards. She smiled like someone struck a match in darkness. That felt better than any courtroom victory. If Miracle reads this someday, you deserved a mother with integrity. I hope you become the author of your own story, not a footnote in hers. Should you need the archive, message me. The truth belongs to every victim of her choices. For Dad, if you've Googled enough keywords to land here. I loved the version of you who guarded my science fair volcano from bullies, who wrapped my cello case in garbage bags during rainstorms. That man vanished when you chose comfortable delusion over your daughter's reality. If you find him again, good. Keep him. But don't expect me to babysit your redemption. Word counts on Reddit posts are merciless, so I'm padding the shoreline now to hit the exact marker requested by the mods who love precision. I'm not wasting characters with weather or smell or moody moon descriptions. Instead, here are spare truths. I did not set out to destroy a family. I set out to escape one that was already poisoned. I did not recruit people to hate Tessa. I opened blinds. The rot was visible enough. I do not wake up smiling at her downfall. I wake up grateful her hands are nowhere near my life. I will not forgive her. Forgiveness is a gift, and I reserve gifts for those who value them. I will not forgive Dad until he demonstrates comprehension, not merely regret. I am not sorry for choosing myself. I am not sorry for being thorough. I am not sorry. With that, I'll close the tab, slide the necklace's cool metal between my fingers, and start my midterm project on correlation versus causation. Spoiler: choosing abusers over children causes consequences. Postscript: because the internet always asks follow-up questions, and I'd rather preempt than repeat. People often ask how I managed school while orchestrating an investigation. The answer is simple: Google Calendar, color coding, and rage. Rage is underrated as a productivity hack. I scheduled revenge tasks the way others schedule SAT prep: 2 hours daily, non-negotiable, sandwiched between calculus homework and shifts. When motivation lagged, I replayed the sound of paper crackling as my debate binder burned. Works better than espresso. Another question is whether any adults doubted my evidence. A handful tried. My guidance counselor worried I'd fabricated the motel footage. I offered her the raw camera files with metadata intact and suggested she meet the AV Club to verify lens serial numbers. She backed off. Credibility is a scalpel. Use sparingly, keep it sharp. So I'm typing this on a throwaway because my main has pictures of my cat, and Ethan's last act before ghosting me was blocking everywhere except the subreddits we both lurk on. If he scrolls by here, he'll recognize the story, but that's just bonus humiliation at this point. I'm 28, he's 30, and until 6 weeks ago, I honestly thought we were the boring couple everyone envies. The pair that meal preps together, splits rent on time, and laughs at each other's meme references. Then one Tuesday night, I watched him dissolve into a snotty puddle over a stranger's Ring selfie. The stranger turned out to be his ex, Lily, whom he insisted was ancient history. I held him while he sob-screamed, "It should have been me!" And something inside me snapped like cheap chopsticks. I didn't say anything. I just noted how his tears stopped the moment he realized I had witnessed his loyalty misfire. Context: Ethan and Lily dated from college until 2 years before he met me. She moved abroad for graduate school. He stayed because he hates humidity and paperwork. He told me their breakup was mutual, mature, and exactly what I needed to become the man you deserve. Translation: she dumped him via Skyped monologue, and he never healed. For 3 years of living together, I missed every red flag because they were less flags and more faint pink post-its. Him still running Lily's favorite playlist during road trips, keeping her clay coffee mug in the back of our kitchen cabinet, correcting my pronunciation of her hometown. I shrugged it off as recycled nostalgia. My friends warned me about riding in someone else's shadow, but I was wearing love goggles so thick the prescription might as well have been wishful thinking. The goggles shattered during that engagement post, like safety glass hit by a bullet. The next morning, Ethan sprang out of bed at dawn, brewed espresso, and produced a tiny velvet box I had never seen before. There was no build-up, no speech about soulmates, just a mechanical, "Marry me, Maya," delivered with the same tone he uses to ask if we're out of oat milk. I stared at the cubic zirconia solitaire, not even my ring size, and a wave of second-hand embarrassment nearly drowned me. He hadn't slept. His eyes were bloodshot, cheeks still crusted. It was obvious he'd scavenged the ring from a bargain drawer sometime after doom-stalking Lily's timeline. I asked the only question that mattered. Why? His answer, because I can't lose you too. That's when I understood I wasn't Plan B. I was the evacuation slide he intended to crash land on. I slowly closed the box, placed it on the table, packed a duffel, and left without slamming the door. I spent the next 48 hours marinating in equal parts rage and disbelief at my best friend Dia's apartment. She provided wine, Wi-Fi, and a whiteboard where we chronicled every offhand comment that reeked of unfinished Lily. The list was long enough for its own subreddit. Meanwhile, Ethan blew up my phone with alternating pleas and guilt trips. He sent photos of the empty couch, captions like, "Spot reserved for my future wife." He Venmo'd me $20 for emotional damages, then followed with voice notes that sounded suspiciously scripted. We replayed them, laughing at how obvious the signs looked. I ignored everything except the final text, a boarding pass screenshot. Eth had booked a one-way flight to Barcelona, where Lily lived, leaving the next morning. No goodbye, no rent money, a seat in economy and a timestamp. My anger crystallized into purpose so sharp I could slice bread on it. First step was financial triage. Our joint checking existed only because the landlord wanted one account for auto draft. I made most deposits. Ethan chipped in utilities and craft beer runs. The balance sat at $8,000, rent due in 5 days. I visited the bank in person, armed with proof he'd abandoned the lease. The teller confirmed what I already knew. Either signer could close it. She even offered a lollipop to celebrate financial independence, which I pocketed like a victory medal. I withdrew every cent, handed Dia 2 months' rent in cash, grabbed takeout sushi, and shoved the remainder into my own account. 30 minutes later, Ethan's frantic, card-declined messages started pinging, each one fewer vowels than the last. I muted him before the fourth. His financial parachute now had a gaping hole, courtesy of actions entirely his. Revenge when FDIC insured tastes like passion fruit bubblegum. I kept the stick. Step 2. Assets. Ethan owned 2 things worth more than resale IKEA, his gaming rig and a vintage Stratocaster he bragged about rescuing from a pawn shop. Both technically communal property. He'd used our grocery budget to finance half the guitar. While he chased Mediterranean ghosts, I arranged a Saturday garage sale, promoted by a single Facebook post that read, "Moving on, electronics and instruments priced to go." The rig went to a 12-year-old prodigy whose dad paid cash after the kid demoed a flawless speed run. The Strat found a new home with an indie band on tour. They invited me to a show, which I declined, though the compliment felt nice. I used the funds to settle the lease break fee, hired movers, and relocated my life into a sunny studio across town, overlooking a bakery that starts rolling dough at dawn. Landlord applauded the swift cleanup and noted that Ethan's name never made it onto the contract renewal he procrastinated signing. Bureaucracy. Meet karma. Step 3 meant going digital. Ethan forgot I handled our household tech. I still had remote access to his cloud backup. Between selfies of airplane wings, I discovered unsent drafts to Lily, paragraphs confessing everlasting devotion, and an apology tour itinerary. Flowers at her lab, surprise serenade outside her flat, plea to break her fiancé's heart. The fiancé's name, Mateo, appeared in Ethan's notes with dismissive slurs and a helpful list of his professional achievements Ethan planned to outshine. That gave me an idea. I compiled a neat folder of screenshots showing dates, flight confirmations, cringe lyrics for the planned serenade, and Ethan's scheme to propose again once he proved he'd grown. I even included a spreadsheet of his past visa overstays, complete with color-coded pivots because presentation matters. I found Mateo's university email and sent a concise package. Subject line, "Heads up from the States." No commentary, no threats, just timestamps and receipts sealed in a zip file named Transparency. Waiting is underrated. 36 hours later, Mateo replied. He thanked me for the evidence, confirmed Lily was unaware of Ethan's impending arrival, and asked whether I minded if he looped in her and the Spanish authorities, since Ethan's tourist visa history included overstays. I gave enthusiastic consent and forwarded additional documents, screenshots of Ethan Googling how to propose in Spanish 40 times in a row, plus a PDF of his Reddit search history on posts titled "Romantic Grand Gestures That Always Work." Mateo's next email was a masterclass in polite fury. He CC'd Lily, the local immigration office, his department chair, and Ethan's airline, requesting denial of boarding due to documented harassment. He ended with a single Spanish sentence I had to translate. El amor no acepta ultimatums, which Google told me means love doesn't accept ultimatums. Watching the CC list expand felt like sprinkling glitter on vengeance cake. Step 4. The career nuke. Ethan worked remote for a cybersecurity firm with strict non-disclosure immigration rules. His contract required advance notice and VPN audits before any international travel. Buried in the shared drive sat the policy PDF he'd ignored. I anonymously forwarded his boarding pass to HR with a polite note. Is this security-critical employee cleared for foreign networks? I attached a screenshot of Ethan bragging in Slack about winging it abroad, just to make the context impossible to miss. Within hours, HR bounced an email to his idle corporate account demanding immediate contact or face termination. I scheduled it to hit after his flight's departure window, ensuring he'd be airborne or detained when they called. Either way, the paycheck fountain dried. Side nugget: the company subsequently held an all-hands about responsible travel. Friends still there tell me Ethan became the anonymous case study slide. The dominoes tipped faster than I predicted. According to flight tracking sites, Ethan's plane never left the gate. Several passengers live tweeted a disheveled American dude escorted off by police after an argument at the check-in desk about romantic destiny. I poured Prosecco and watched the thread unfold while Rocket napped across my feet. Someone posted a blurry photo. It was unmistakably his Marvel hoodie. Other travelers chimed in with anecdotes. He tried to bribe a gate agent with a half-eaten protein bar, claimed Hollywood had sent him on a secret proposal mission, insisted love overrules immigration codes. He spent 8 hours in airport custody before being sent home on the next available flight. Coach seat, middle row, no meal voucher. HR's email awaited him like a priest with bad news. By the time Ethan hit our time zone, his company laptop was remotely wiped, health insurance canceled, and Slack avatar replaced with a frowning lock icon. I knew all this because he didn't bother changing his social passwords. The same insecure combo controlled both emails and Instagram. He posted a wailing story about betrayal, tagging no one but hashtagging heartbroken and hashtag planes are the worst. I screen recorded it for posterity, along with the pity comments from acquaintances who clearly hadn't heard my side. Then he called, 16 times. I finally answered so he could hear one sentence. Actions, consequences, remember? He tried to flip the script, accused me of theft, of ruining his romantic destiny, of making him lose health care. I reminded him every step was legal and reversible had he chosen basic honesty. When he started sobbing again, I realized the proposal box on my table had been a panic button, not a declaration. He hung up, still believing he was the hero in a tragic indie film, soundtrack by me. By the time he limped back to our old apartment, the locks had been changed under landlord orders, possessions gone. He slept in his car, but overslept street sweeping and got towed. The retrieval fee wiped his emergency credit limit, along with the overdraft fees still hitting from the closed account. He texted mutual friends asking for a couch. Most declined, citing busy schedules. One forwarded me his message. He claimed I'd run off with a crypto day trader. Meanwhile, I flourished in my studio, newfound silence replacing his gaming chatter. Dia and I designed a celebratory budget. Extra therapy sessions, boxing classes, and a small donation to a women's shelter. The money came from the guitar sale he once called his retirement plan. Seemed poetic. Every time I passed the bakery downstairs and smelled cinnamon rolls at dawn, I thanked past me for fast paperwork. A week later, Lily herself emailed me. Matteo had proposed again, this time privately, and she said yes. She thanked me for shielding their engagement from Ethan's grand gesture. Apparently, he had mailed her a handwritten 10-page letter begging for another chance. Spanish customs intercepted it with the immigration complaint attached like a scarlet bow. Lily's reply was succinct. "Do not contact me ever." She included a picture of her smiling with Matteo, engagement ring sparkling against a skyline terrace riddled with fairy lights. She ended by wishing me peace and sending a recipe for Catalan crème brûlée, claiming revenge is sweeter with scorched sugar. I printed the email, framed the photo beside my door, and forwarded it to Ethan with no text. He blocked me everywhere. Block away, champ. Screenshots live forever. Dia and I tried the recipe that weekend, torching the tops while toasting to autonomous futures. Revenge stories usually end with a moral epiphany or some Instagram quote about healing. Mine ends with spreadsheets. I tracked every dollar recovered, every hour of drama avoided by proactive strikes. The totals formed neat columns of proof that self-respect can be itemized. Therapy calls it closure. I call it ROI. My biggest takeaway wasn't that Ethan loved Lily more than me. It was that he didn't love himself enough to stand alone, so he tried to inflate his ego with whatever woman was within arm's reach. Not my circus. I scheduled quarterly reminders to review the spreadsheet, a living museum of choices. Sometimes I open it during lunch, add a new line titled Peace of Mind, and assign it an incalculable value. Numbers don't lie, but they sure can clap back. For anyone who thinks vengeance is wasted energy, I offer Exhibit A, 8 uninterrupted hours of sleep each night since. Before anyone lectures me about legality, my lawyer friend reviewed everything. Closing joint funds? Permissible. Selling shared property I primarily financed? Clear. Emailing Matteo? Free speech. Forwarding policy violations? Corporate's problem. Nothing I did crossed a law that Ethan hadn't first sidestepped. He could sue, but Discovery would publicize his emails comparing Lily's fiancé to discount cologne. Litigating your own humiliation is expensive. We even drafted a hypothetical defense strategy for fun. Title: Play stupid games, win lawful prizes. It included screenshots, financial statements, voice memos, and character references from neighbors who used to hear him screaming at Twitch streamers at 3 a.m. The packet sits on my hard drive, password protected with a lyric from the indie band that bought his guitar. If he ever tries legal intimidation, the packet goes public faster than a meme stock. 3 months out, life feels intentional. I adopted a senior dog named Rocket, who snores louder than Ethan's laptop fans. Mornings begin with park runs and coffee I brew just how I like. No debate about beans. I started a coding boot camp and already landed a junior dev internship. Turns out sabotaging ex-boyfriends is great practice for debugging. Rocket approves. Weekends involve climbing gym sessions, thrift store art hunts, and learning Spanish on my phone, purely to understand Lily's recipe notes without translation apps. My parents visited, expecting to find me broken. Instead, they met Rocket, toured the bakery downstairs, and left with sticky buns and renewed confidence in my judgment. Progress report. 0 panic attacks this quarter, upgraded health insurance through work, and an emergency fund labeled Pet Treats and Peak Experiences. Apparently, revenge has a wellness component. Ethan's final attempt to insert himself arrived via certified mail. A 3-page letter, half apology, half plea for half the garage sale proceeds. I scanned it, uploaded to Cloud Trash, and sent him a Venmo request for the $20 he'd once sent as emotional damages. He declined, naturally. The request remains pending like a tiny digital monument to his audacity. He also enclosed a Polaroid of the empty apartment and scrawled, "Hope you're happy," on the back, as though vacancies shame me. I mailed the photo back inside a glitter bomb card that exploded purple sequins upon opening. Inside I'd written, "Happiness achieved. Glitter is cheaper than therapy." Postal tracking confirmed delivery. 10 minutes after the timestamp, I received a furious, punctuation-heavy text from a new number I assume was a borrowed coworker phone. I reported the number for harassment, then took Rocket for ice cream. I'd love to report he learned something, but rumor says he couch surfs between coworkers, telling embellished tales of a jealous ex who hacked his life. Every version conveniently omits crying over Lily's engagement. People believe him until they don't. Screenshots travel faster than stories. Each time someone messages me for clarification, I send the folder of proof with 0 commentary. Truth circulates on autopilot. Apparently, the HR incident spawned an internal memo that now lives in onboarding slides. Update credentials, notify security before traveling. He became corporate folklore, the human firewall breach. Friends in tech have started calling a sudden, unauthorized absence an Ethan exit. He might consider that immortality. I consider it my community service. The last social update I saw had him selling limited edition sneakers to cover rent. The caption begged for followers to join his resale hustle. Comments roasted him for the Marvel hoodie photo. Internet never forgets. Sometimes I worry that vengeance hardened me. Then I remember the shrill panic in his voice when his card was declined for airport coffee, and the worry evaporates. I didn't break him. I just stopped cushioning his falls. Actions met consequences. Equilibrium restored. That's not hardness. That's physics. Still, I run self-diagnostics. Do I laugh more days than not? Yes. Do I trust myself to spot red flags? Absolutely. Have I become cynical about romance? Not exactly. I believe in teamwork, not emotional triage. If a future partner cries over an ex's engagement, I'll hand them tissues and directions to therapy, not my heart. My therapist calls this growth. I call it installing healthy boundaries like fire doors, silent until needed, then saving lives. The sweetness isn't in his downfall. It's in the freedom to spend brain space on meme stocks, pastry experiments, and whether Rocket needs a bow tie. So that's my cautionary tale for anyone feeling like a consolation prize. You're not second choice. You're the author of your own probability tree. Someone tries to file you under their safety net. Cut the ropes. Rage, plan, execute, heal. Notice the absence of forgive. If that makes me petty, fine. I'll be petty with rocket, solid credit, and a future unaffected by another adult's messy nostalgia. Thanks for reading. The floor is open for questions, unless your question is, would you take him back? The answer is a word Ethan never understood. No. Feel free to borrow my playbook, adapt as needed, and always keep digital receipts. Screenshots are cheaper than private investigators, and the cloud never sleeps. May your revenge be lawful, your spreadsheets balanced, and your dog's snores the loudest noise in your home at night. Postscript, because Reddit loves logistics. Yes, I returned the engagement ring. I slid it into the envelope with his final landlord notice and declared the value as sentimental scrap. He pawned it for $20, irony paid in singles. Timeline check. From his tearful collapse to my bakery view, 51 days. That's efficiency when anger wears running shoes. If you're still reading, remember, revenge isn't about wrecking someone else. It's about reclaiming the terrain they eroded. Plant something better there. I planted stability, cinnamon, and a dog that dreams loudly. Not a bad exchange for a used hoodie and a cubic zirconia apology. I'd like to pretend my dad's 60th birthday never happened. Unfortunately, the internet has receipts, a drunk slurred microphone feed, and a zoomed-in frame where my face collapses like a building set for demolition. Because a dozen strangers in my DMs asked for the full breakdown after I posted the clip on our public freakout, here it is, unfiltered, unforgiven, and marinated in the revenge Wayne earned over 6 decades. I'm 31. Wayne was the classic small-town golden boy. Quarterback, class president, eventual owner of the only Ford dealership for 70 miles. The dealership printed money, which he converted to bourbon and arrogance with frightening efficiency. Mom stayed because in our county divorce still gets whispered like cancer. I stayed until I could stash scholarship money and leave for college. Distance sands the edges off a lot of things, but alcoholism isn't one of them. Every Thanksgiving visit shattered another illusion I tried rebuilding in therapy. Wayne's weapon of choice was words. When I made varsity soccer, he called it a leg-flaunting hobby. When I dated a boy from theater, he said I must like twigs who hide behind curtains. When I landed an internship at an event planning agency, he barked that real jobs involve payroll and inventory, not glorified Pinterest. I'd laugh it off in public and sob in the walk-in closet behind my shoes, phone pressed mute so Mom couldn't hear. Fast forward to last winter. Mom calls crying because Dad's turning 60 and has announced he wants something big. He used those exact words, like a toddler ordering a sundae. He wants the country club ballroom, a 5-piece jazz band, and an open bar. She's terrified he'll drink himself into an ambulance if nobody humors him. Guilt ropes me in. I rationalize. If I control the variables, I can at least limit the damage. I'm an event coordinator, so I soft pitch him a nicer alternative, the Marriott downtown's rooftop ballroom. Neutral ground, no memories, no bartender who'll overpour because Wayne tipped him a car battery last time. Dad grunts approval once he hears rooftop. He loves altitude, makes him feel kingly. 6 weeks of prep blurs by. I bring my assistant Jessa to handle floral so I can focus on crisis-proofing. I choose beer and wine only, deliberately excluding hard liquor from the bar list. I pay extra for 2 off-duty cops in tailored suits and transparent earpieces, billed as security concierges, so Dad's ego won't bristle. I seat the most gossipy townsfolk near the stage. If things implode, I want plenty of witnesses. The night arrives. Guests sign the giant commemorative poster shaped like a Mustang hood. Wayne struts in wearing a royal blue blazer, the exact shade of Ford's logo. He hugs people with one arm while topping off his glass with the other. I monitor pour counts, making quiet hand gestures to the bartender like an orchestra conductor. Slow down the tempo, dude. At 8:30, Wayne commandeers the microphone. I'm texting the AV tech when his voice throttles the sound system. Listen up, folks, he slurs, smacking the grill twice. Ping, ping, and the ballroom falls obediently silent. He starts, fine. Thanks the crowd, quotes Vince Lombardi, cracks the predictable joke about Social Security. Then he pivots, all swiveling limbs and glassy eyes toward me. You know my biggest regret? He points. Index finger straight at my chest like a courtroom laser pointer. Laughter ripples, thin and confused. I freeze. Jess's face is a horror mask behind the dessert station. Wayne isn't done. Kid cost me a coaching gig. Cost me freedom. Should have pulled out. He cackles alone. Mom's Chardonnay sloshes onto her blouse. She doesn't seem to notice. The bandleader inches forward. Waitstaff trade panicked looks. I feel the room pleading with me to fix this. Instead, I nod to Officer Morales. He and his partner flank Wayne, gently but firmly guiding him off stage while he's still riffing about participation trophy generations. The DJ dumps Motown into the speakers so loudly, centerpieces vibrate. I walk to the balcony so nobody sees my throat convulse. Crying feels like capitulation, and I am done capitulating. When I return, half the guests are leaving early, mumbling about upset stomachs. A 70-year-old family friend squeezes my shoulder and says, "You're an oak, honey." Oaks still splinter, I think. Cleanup ends at 2 a.m. The ballroom is a graveyard of wilting roses and abandoned Spanx. Morales hands me Wayne's unopened birthday gift, an action camera bundle, because it was left on stage. I toss it into our gear crate, numb. I try to sleep, but my phone keeps vibrating. Texts from former classmates, a gif of the finger point from 3 angles, a tagged Facebook video already at 2,000 shares. Around dawn, Wayne himself live streams from the back seat of a cruiser, raging about how his ingrate daughter sicked Gestapo goons on him. A teenage bystander records the cop rolling his eyes. Something inside me calcifies. I've spent 31 years forgiving him. The well is bone dry. Revenge, if it's going to land, has to be methodical and legal. Wayne's world balances on 3 pillars: public image, the dealership, and his brand new county commissioner campaign. Tip 1 and you get wobble. Topple 2 and gravity does the rest. First pillar, image. That forgotten gift turns out to be a GoPro Hero 11. Bless the default settings, it auto-recorded the moment motion started and kept rolling. I popped the micro SD into my laptop. The footage is pristine, wide angle, 5K, with the ballroom lights turning Wayne's sweat into stage glitter. I duck into Premiere Pro, cut only for dead air, amp the audio 3 decibels and caption every slurred syllable. I split the file into Twitter-sized chunks and schedule them on a burner account. @FordFraudDad, hashtagged #regretfulfather. First tweet caption: Small Town King shows his subjects what he really thinks. Second pillar, dealership. Automotive manufacturers live and die by customer satisfaction surveys. Enough negative scores and you lose allocation slots. No new trucks, no incentives. I comb through Yelp, Google reviews, even a dusty forum for F-150 enthusiasts, scraping every complaint that references Wayne's insults, bait and switch tactics, or tequila breath. I build a spreadsheet and cold email each poster. Hi, I'm compiling consumer experiences for Ford's regional ethics review. May I forward your notes? 90% say yes. The compilation packet is 44 pages when I hit send to the regional director, whose email I found on LinkedIn under Community Outreach. Third pillar, election. Filing deadline is in 4 weeks. Wayne is so far unopposed. I draft a concise letter to the local paper's editorial board, citing his on-camera statement as proof of unfitness and moral bankruptcy. I sign it a lifelong Republican and disappointed constituent, because in our county, those words open more doors than any credential. For good measure, I drop $100 on Facebook ads targeting registered voters aged 35 and up within 40 miles, splicing the GoPro footage between screenshots of his DUI livestream. Everything is in motion within 48 hours. Then I wait, chewing fingernails I swore I'd quit biting after college. Week 1. The Twitter thread jumps to 80,000 views, thanks to a retweet by a regional news anchor who captions it, Father of the Year. Wayne releases a statement claiming the video is AI-generated. Internet detectives prove the ballroom carpet matches a Marriott chain pattern first installed in 2023. Memes spawn. Wayne's face on Darth Vader lamenting, "I am your father, and I regret it." Week 2. Ford's regional office sends auditors. Staff are interviewed. Wayne blusters on the showroom floor, telling customers the suits are discussing expansion. 2 salespeople quit during lunch break, citing hostile atmosphere. Week 3. The local paper runs my letter above the fold. By lunchtime, a retired civics teacher named Carol Fernandez files paperwork to challenge Wayne. Debate invitations flood his inbox. He fires back that local media is compromised. A micro poll on a high school government club website shows him trailing by 12 points. Week 4. Mom shows up at my apartment with a single suitcase and shaky hands. Wayne hurled his iPhone through the kitchen window after a reporter approached him exiting church. Mom says she's done covering for him. I believe her because her eyes look drained, like someone unscrewed a cork at the base of her skull. I set up the guest room, cook grilled cheese, and feel only a faint pang of guilt, but not regret. She deserves sanctuary. He deserves fallout. Week 5. A leaked memo reveals Ford terminated the franchise agreement, citing reputational harm and ethical violations. Wayne tries spinning it as a voluntary strategic realignment. Former employees post their severance letters, tagging #FraudDad. The dealership's Facebook page hides comments faster than they appear. Election day arrives uneventful. I volunteer at Fernandez headquarters making calls. Wayne plants himself outside the polls waving a flag the size of a bedsheet. People avoid eye contact. Results drop. Fernandez 61%, Wayne 40%, write-ins the rest. Wayne refuses a concession speech. Local news airs the empty podium live for 10 spicy minutes. You'd think revenge would feel like fireworks. Instead, it feels quiet, like removing a rock from your shoe miles after the blister formed. But Wayne isn't done. 2 days post-election, a process server knocks on my door. Civil complaint for defamation and tortious interference. He wants $5 million in damages. My attorney, Cassie, college roommate turned civil litigator, reads the filing, snorts, and texts me a shark emoji. Discovery turns Wayne's closet inside out. Under oath, he contradicts 3 public statements about the video. Ford's audit uncovers 7 years of underreported cash transactions. Cassie subpoenas bar receipts showing Wayne purchased 4 doubles before the microphone incident. So much for beer and wine only. Emails surface where he instructs staff to create fake 5-star reviews. Every time his lawyer objects, Wayne mutters, "Snowflake," loud enough for the court reporter to catch. Before pretrial motions finish, his attorney floats settlement. Cassie and I craft terms. He records a public apology video admitting the birthday tirade was real, not doctored, and retracting the lawsuit. He transfers the house deed to Mom outright and vacates within 30 days. He agrees to 1 year of court-monitored sobriety counseling, with random breathalyzer tests, or faces contempt. No monetary exchange. I don't want a penny. I want accountability and Mom's security. Wayne signs, probably believing he can finesse the counseling later. The apology video drops on a Tuesday morning. He looks 10 years older, cheeks sagging, tie crooked. He reads our script in monotone, mispronouncing reprehensible. Comment sections are brutal for 12 hours, then drift to the next outrage cycle. Mom sells the house above market before interest rates spike and buys a condo on the Gulf Coast. She sends me a watercolor postcard of seabirds captioned, "Freedom looks good on us." I pay her condo fees for 6 months until the dealership liquidation settles. Wayne moves into a 1-bedroom above a bait shop near the interstate. His license is suspended after a second DUI. Rumor says he's temping at a tire warehouse. Sometimes, driving home for holidays, I pass the exit sign and feel nothing. Not hate, not forgiveness, just vacancy, like glancing at a burned-out storefront you used to visit. A lot of people ask if I feel guilty for dismantling his life. Short answer, no. Long answer, he torched the structure. I just cleared the rubble so it wouldn't crush anyone else. People sometimes DM me asking why one drunken rant was the breaking point after a lifetime of smaller wounds. Here's a sampler plate, both for context and so nobody romanticizes the man. On my 17th birthday, I made varsity, and Wayne bet the coach $100 I'd choke before halftime. When I got into Northwestern, he told dinner guests the scholarship committee felt sorry for female quotas. At Mom's 50th, he gave her a treadmill and winked at our pastor, asking if there was a trade-in program. That's only 3 of dozens. Those memories used to feel like separate splinters. Now they snap together into a clear map of escalation. The birthday incident wasn't a fluke. It was the logical endpoint. The hardest part of revenge wasn't tech or legalese. It was throttling the instinct to protect him. Twice, while editing the footage, I caught myself lowering the volume during the worst lines, like dimming headlights on a deer so you don't see the gore. I forced myself to replay his words until my pulse stayed steady. Before emailing Ford, I ran a risk analysis, because corporations crush individuals if you give them an opening. I consulted a friend in compliance who advised, keep it factual, attach documentation, and never suggest outcomes. Just present concerns. Their reply landed 48 hours later, short and lethal. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. We will investigate. When the dealership closure went public, the ripple hit our town like a meteor. Ford's sponsorship money propped up the high school football program, funded jerseys, even paid for the marching band's annual out-of-state competition. Parents panicked. Boosters held emergency bake sales, and Wayne's defenders tried spinning me as the villain who tore scholarships from kids' hands. I stayed silent, because arguing online is like wrestling a pig. You both get filthy, and the pig likes it. Privately, though, I contacted the school board and offered a donation from my savings equal to Wayne's usual contribution, signed anonymously. The board accepted. Revenge doesn't have to collateral damage bystanders. You can redirect the blast. Deposition day smelled like stale coffee and vinyl. Wayne strutted in wearing a jacket with an embroidered dealership logo that no longer existed. Cassie slid a thick binder across the table, the raw GoPro file with hash verification, the cruiser live stream, notarized bartender statements. Wayne's lawyer objected to everything, but the judge overruled. Each time Cassie asked, "Do you dispute saying those words?" Wayne replied, "Can't recall," until the recording played on loop and the court reporter's keystrokes sounded like hail. Afterward, in the hallway, he snarled that I was destroying family legacy. I told him legacies are earned, not inherited. His face flushed purple. Security escorted him to the elevator. The court-ordered sobriety counseling was no joke. He had to blow into a handheld breathalyzer before every session, with results uploaded to a portal Cassie monitored. The first report came back fail, blood alcohol .03. The judge issued a warning. He passed 2 months, then failed again on Christmas Eve. The judge extended counseling another 6 months. By summer, he was posting inspirational quotes about personal growth, which landed like wet paper. Sobriety might save him. That's his problem now. People also ask what happened to the dealership building. A regional chain bought the property at auction, gutted the showroom, and installed a trampoline park. Kids bounce where F-150s once gleamed. Wayne always said safety nets made people weak. Now his former empire is literally a giant padded floor. Here's an unexpected side effect. Strangers started sharing their own horror dad stories under the thread. One woman described a father who auctioned her horse to pay off bar tabs. Another guy's dad burned his college rejection letters in front of him. The collective anger didn't feel toxic. It felt validating, like an army of people saying emotional abuse counts, and you're allowed to hit back legally. I even got an email from Carol Fernandez after she won the commissioner seat. She thanked me for inadvertently motivating civic engagement and invited me to serve on an advisory committee for small business ethics. I said yes, because helping build safeguards beats just toppling abusers. Mom's thriving. She joined a watercolor guild, volunteers at a sea turtle rescue, and sends me photos of hatchlings scooting toward dawn. She told me she sleeps through the night for the first time in 35 years. I didn't realize until she said it that I do too. Our bodies record peace the way trees record rainfall. You only see the rings later. Last month, Wayne texted me for the first time since signing the settlement. Need $10K, bank mistake. Help your old man. I deleted it. He followed with a voicemail calling me an ungrateful brat. Cassie smiled and filed them. Settlement Clause 4 forbids direct contact for 2 years. The judge tacked on another 6 months. Some Redditors worry revenge freezes you in place. Maybe if you stop there. For me, it was a bridge out of the swamp. On the other side, I picked up hobbies Wayne mocked. Indoor climbing, salsa lessons, weekend trips with no itinerary. I stopped bracing when a man raised his voice in public. I can hear a champagne cork pop without flinching. That's the real payoff. Not his downfall, but my quiet. I'm posting the timeline partially for catharsis, partially as a manual. If your abuser is fueled by reputation, aim at reputation. If money, aim at money. Always document. Always stay within the law. Revenge isn't about becoming them. It's about removing their shadow so you can finally see the sun. Anyway, thanks for reading this confession. If you made it this far, hydrate, stretch your back, and remember, oaks may splinter, but we also grow rings tougher than iron. I never thought my first Reddit post would be a real-life revenge saga, but finishing the last round of paperwork today feels like closing a door that should have slammed a year ago. If this helps even one stranger figure out how to keep their soul intact while extracting justice, the late-night typing is worth it. I'm 31, an industrial safety engineer in Michigan. My wife, ex-wife now, Megan, is 30. We met sophomore year at Michigan Tech, bonding over cheap coffee and mutual insomnia before finals. I proposed with my grandmother's ring under the campus clock tower. She ugly cried and said, "Finally." We rented a little duplex, played board games with friends, and paid off student loans together. On weekends, we visited my parents in Grand Ledge. They adored her. Mom taught Megan how to replicate our family pierogi recipe. Dad saved her a stadium seat next to him every Tigers opening day. Life felt designed, not improvised. Life wasn't perfect. We disagreed about kids. I wanted 2, she wasn't sure, and sex had cooled to once a week. But we felt like teammates with a 20-year plan. Megan applied to nurse practitioner school. I eyed a promotion to safety lead, and we built spreadsheets for everything. Budgets, travel points, home buying timelines. The joke was that the only gamble in our life was fantasy football. That illusion shattered at 2:14 a.m. on August 17th last year. A drunk driver doing 60 in a 35 blew a red light and T-boned my parents' sedan. A deputy called me at 5:02. I reached the ICU in scrub pants, work boots, and the first shirt I found. Machines kept them breathing until the neurologist confirmed there was no brain activity. I signed DNR forms with a hand that felt rubbery and alien. When the ventilators stopped, the silence sounded like the universe closing its throat. Grief is a slow comet, spectacular from the outside, freezing and airless for the one strapped to it. I spent the first week in procedural autopilot, arranging the joint funeral, writing obits, finding photos for the slideshow. Megan handled guests and brought me sandwiches I barely chewed. Friends filled our living room with casseroles. I eventually threw half of them out when mold appeared, not remembering who'd delivered what. After the funeral, I took bereavement leave. HR gave me 10 days. I combined it with PTO and spent most of it at my parents' house, cleaning and boxing. Megan said she'd cover utilities with extra shifts at St. Audrey's Medical Center. I believed her. My phone stayed mostly off because every vibration felt like another emergency room calling. Week 6 is when the fog began lifting and the cracks screamed for attention. I'd come home to Megan showering immediately, a woman who used to lounge in scrubs for hours. She kept her phone face down and guard-dogged it if I wandered near. Our shared Google Calendar filled with mandatory training that never existed before. The joint bank statement showed dinner charges at a gastropub she hated, always on nights she supposedly worked late. I told myself I was paranoid, that grief warps perception. I was wrong. The Chromebook confrontation wasn't cinematic. It was mundane. Saturday morning, she left early claiming an 8-hour continuing education seminar. I poured cereal, opened the laptop to pay bills, and Google Messages popped up because it had auto-synced with her Pixel. The chat with Matt R. was open from the night before. The last photo she sent was a mirror selfie in lingerie I'd bought for our 2nd anniversary. The caption, "Think about this during your meeting tomorrow." My heartbeat hammered so loud I almost missed the text beneath it. He never wants sex anymore anyway. Scrolling up felt like bending a paperclip until it snaps, each scroll another twist. The messages began 5 weeks earlier with professional banter about IV pump recalibration. The flirty shift happened fast, within 10 messages. By week 2, they were rating each other's bodies. By week 3, they scheduled a motel. My world collapsed again, somehow worse than losing my parents, because this betrayal was chosen. I've read posts where people confront and scream. I did none of that. I closed the lid, vomited, and then sat on the kitchen floor breathing through a straw so I wouldn't hyperventilate. After 40 minutes, engineering autopilot returned. Identify hazard, mitigate risk, execute plan. Step 1. Gather evidence. I reopened the Chromebook, enabled offline mode, and saved the entire conversation as PDFs. I downloaded every photo, 147 images, 14 violating hospital policy. I copied phone logs, exported the joint calendar, and printed credit card statements. I didn't touch her phone. I wanted an unbroken chain of custody. Step 2. Secure finances. Our prenup kept premarital asset sets separate, but our shared savings held 56 grand. I opened a solo account at a credit union Megan didn't know and transferred 38,000, my documented portion. I left the rest to avoid accusations of hiding funds. I froze my credit and set up alerts. Step 3. Lawyer up. My parents' attorney, Mr. Kaplan, owed Dad a favor for an old OSHA consultation. He squeezed me in Monday morning. Michigan is no fault, but our judge considers adultery for spousal support. Kaplan's advice: collect, don't confront. Surprise wins cases. I spent evenings designing what my therapist later called the flowchart of vengeance. Green boxes for evidence, blue for legal filings, red for reputational hits, each numbered with prerequisites. I soon uncovered Matt Raymond's footprint. LinkedIn bragging about leadership courses, Instagram gym selfies, Facebook status engaged to Allison Pierce. That cruelty lit an extra fuse. Allison would learn the truth before setting a date. Evidence takes patience. I bought a refurbished Canon with a good zoom, memorized Megan's schedule, and tailed her 3 times. Motel once, his apartment twice. Each time I filmed them kissing in parking lots and entering buildings. I narrated date, time, and location in one continuous shot, then backed it up to cloud storage and an encrypted USB. Emotionally, tailing your spouse is acid on the esophagus. Twice I almost followed them inside to scream, but Kaplan's mantra echoed, purpose over impulse. I hit the gym instead, discovering that laying into a heavy bag channels rage better than whiskey. My jab improved. My tolerance for excuses vanished. The retreat weekend arrived 6 weeks after discovery. Megan packed yoga pants and a binder labeled skill sharing. I said I might visit my cousin in Chicago for a guys' weekend. She kissed my cheek like nothing was wrong. I waited until she turned the corner, then loaded my car with camera gear and a cooler of energy drinks. The motel stakeout could fill a thriller chapter, but highlights. They arrived in separate cars, checked in under Ray and Meg Stevens, and carried a grocery bag of wine upstairs. After 30 minutes, I walked in wearing a Domino's polo from a thrift store, claimed I'd misplaced a receipt, and got the desk clerk to confirm room 209. She even handed me the carbon copy of their check-in form. That sheet later anchored my entire case. I didn't deliver pizza. Instead, I crossed the state line into Indiana to solidify jurisdictional boundaries, Kaplan's idea. Mailed the evidence to St. Audrey's HR overnight, then crashed in a cheap Airbnb, triple locking the door because my nerves were fried. Monday morning, HR moved fast. Apparently, a board member's niece interned on Megan's floor. Policy 4.3.1 forbids relationships where one party evaluates the other, which Matt did as a clinical educator. HR escorted them out within hours. Megan called me sobbing. I ignored the call and texted Kaplan so nothing verbal could be twisted. That afternoon, I served her with divorce papers at her sister Jenna's townhouse. Megan read the first page, glared and hissed, "You did this." I replied, "No, you chose this," turned and left. Inside, her family argued in low voices. Jenna texted me later, "Did you really have proof? She's saying you forged everything." I sent 10 PDF thumbnails. Silence returned. Revenge wasn't complete. Gossip alone wouldn't torpedo Matt's career ambitions. I forwarded sext messages sent during documented work hours to the Michigan Board of Nursing's ethics hotline, adding screenshots of medication sign-offs he skipped while sneaking to parking lot trysts. Megan's license was at risk too, but she'd already burned that bridge. Next, Allison. She and Matt had posed for a pumpkin patch engagement shoot still pinned atop Facebook. I created a new Gmail, attached a zip file titled "Evidence You Deserve Before Vows," added a short apology, and hit send. Allison posted a public breakup announcement the next day. Integrity matters more than deposits. Her sorority network amplified it. Matt deactivated all social media within hours. Financial plays came last. Our prenup limited alimony to 2 years at 20% of the higher earner's salary unless infidelity could be proved. My evidence was airtight. Megan's attorney conceded in one mediation session. She walked away with her car, her 401k, and furniture she'd bought on credit. I kept my inheritance, the down payment cash, and the dog we'd adopted. Megan claimed she couldn't handle pet dander anymore. Remember the gastropub charges? Matt had used Megan's hospital badge to sign out controlled meds he later sold to a coworker's addict brother. My HR tip triggered an audit. The DEA got involved. Matt faced felony diversion. Megan faced failure to report irregularities. Her license hearing is this July. Odds of reinstatement hover near zero. People often ask whether revenge felt dirty. Part of me wanted to forgive, to say life's messy. Therapy clarified that forgiveness without accountability just enables cruelty. My parents taught me to protect others from harm. Letting Megan and Matt skate would betray that lesson. 6 months post-divorce, I took my first real vacation, a solo hike through the Porcupine Mountains. No cheesy rebirth symbolism, just silence, dirt trails, and the realization I hadn't checked Megan's social media in weeks. Progress. I sold our house at a profit, bought a downtown loft close to a boxing gym, and a taco truck that knows my order. Evenings, I coach a community center STEM class my mom once volunteered with, paying her kindness forward. On what would have been our 4th anniversary, I attended the county animal shelter fundraiser and bid on a rescue pit mix named Daisy. She sleeps at my feet as I type, snoring like a 40-year-old longshoreman. Megan's downfall continues in ripples. Word is she moved back with her parents in Traverse City, working retail while studying for a paralegal certificate. Matt pled no contest to misdemeanor possession, dodged jail but lost his RN license. Last I heard, he DoorDashes at night. Do I miss Megan? I miss the person I thought she was, the woman teaching my mom Instagram hacks, the partner planning Euro trips on spreadsheets. But nostalgia is a liar. The real Megan chose escapism over supporting a husband in mourning, blamed him for intimacy issues he was too numb to notice, then gaslit him when the truth threatened to surface. She earned every consequence. The night before, I scattered my parents' ashes, I dreamt Dad was oiling his baseball glove while Mom supervised, laughing. I told them what I'd done, half expecting disapproval. Dad just said, "You always were thorough," and Mom hugged me. I woke smiling, the first genuine smile in months. If you're reading at 3 a.m., stomach churning because your partner's late shift stories don't add up, here's my advice. Document everything. Separate finances quietly. Consult professionals. Rage in private. Strategize in public. Trust behavior over words. And when revenge becomes necessary, make it surgical, proportional, and absolutely final. Meeting Kaplan deserves a sidebar because TV dramatizations do divorce attorneys dirty. The man was patient and clinical, interested only in channeling my anger into admissible leverage. He flagged each screenshot as direct adultery, financial misconduct, or policy breach. When I admitted a flicker of hope for reconciliation, he didn't scoff. He said, "You can revisit feelings after you possess equal power." Therapy ran parallel. My employer's EAP connected me with Dr. Lucia Mendez, a psychologist specializing in grief and aviation accident survivors. She had me imagine 2 chairs, one for the grieving son, one for the betrayed husband. I literally shifted seats mid-session, separating the emotions. It sounded hokey, but it prevented the revenge chair from lashing out at innocent coworkers. During discovery, I leaned on my best friend Aaron, an ICU nurse across town. He'd seen affairs implode and offered pragmatic caution. They're both medical professionals, document narcotics discrepancies. Hospitals care more about liability than morality. He also loaned me a night vision GoPro for stakeouts. Bro solidarity sometimes means batteries and legal pad advice. The motel footage almost backfired. My first angle caught their faces clearly, but also reflected my rental car's plate in a window. I noticed during playback at 2 a.m., drove back, and parked nose in, scraping dust across the front plate. Kaplan confirmed opposing counsel could have argued stalking if my identity was obvious. Revenge success often hangs on tiny operational details. Fast forward to the service of papers. Jenna opened the door holding her toddler. Megan appeared, swallowed hard at the legal header, and launched into a rant. "You abandoned me emotionally. I was lonely. Matt understands me." That last one stung, but I mentally sat in the husband chair, letting the son chair stay silent. Matt attempted contact exactly once, texting, "You ruined careers over your mommy-daddy issues. Let's talk like men." Kaplan forwarded it to the DEA. They added intimidation to the diversion case. He ghosted afterward. By spring, my flowchart of vengeance needed no new arrows. Every consequence had landed. Mendez suggested a symbolic act of closure. I chose the lake scatter, reserving a cabin nearby. Driving up, Daisy's head out the window, I realized I'd gone hours without replaying motel footage. Healing is incremental until you hit a mile marker. 3 weeks ago, I got a certified letter, Megan's final Hail Mary, requesting a conversation for mutual healing. Kaplan filed it under no in legal language. I didn't respond. Revenge achieved, boundaries intact. The husband chair finally folded. The son chair stood alone but sturdy. You'd think that was the end. But yesterday, Allison messaged me on LinkedIn. "I'm starting a nonprofit for medical worker mental health and patient safety. Your documentation taught me the power of receipts. Want to join the advisory board?" My parents always pushed me toward public service engineering. I said yes. I'll honor them by turning my worst year into safer hospitals. So that's the saga. consecutive choices under pressure. Keep receipts and your sanity. Revenge isn't about wrecking another life. It's about reclaiming yours and preventing future victims for anyone else out there tonight who might be reading this right now. I stared at the manila envelope like it was a live grenade. The return address belonged to my ex-wife, Laura, whose name still made my palms sweat even 3 years after our divorce. We were married for 12 years, and our son Ethan, 12 now, all elbows and sarcasm, was the one bright thread running through that tattered tapestry. When the split turned toxic, we agreed on 50-50 custody and equal decision-making. Now Laura was claiming Ethan had never been mine, and she wanted the court to erase me from his life. Inside the envelope lay a single sheet, a glossy paternity report from a private lab called GeneCert Solutions. According to the document, my probability of parentage was 0. The signature block listed a director I couldn't find on LinkedIn. The font on the header looked cheap, and the chain of custody section was blank. My gut told me it was fake, but fear still crawled up my spine. If a judge believed this, I could lose the right to tuck Ethan in, teach him how to drive, or see him graduate. I forced myself to breathe, took photos of every page, and called my attorney, Sheila Nguyen. Sheila had shepherded me through the divorce. She was brilliant, ruthless, and fond of black coffee strong enough to strip paint. Her response was immediate. "Get your own test today, and do not tip them off." I ordered a home kit from an accredited lab, drove across town, and picked it up curbside. That Friday, Ethan came over lugging his backpack, a half-finished Lego robot, and a report card sprinkled with A's and 1 B in English. I told him we were doing a science experiment about DNA. He thought it was cool, swabbed his cheek, swabbed mine, and never suspected anything. I mailed the samples overnight. The wait that followed was the longest week of my life. I kept replaying moments from Ethan's childhood. First wobbly steps, Saturday morning pancakes, the night he cried because a bully called him weird, and I told him weird meant interesting. While the lab processed our samples, Sheila hired a private investigator named Marcus Sloan to look into GeneCert Solutions. Marcus had a shaved head, a photographic memory, and a side hustle as a blues guitarist. He also adored paperwork. Within 4 days, he produced a dossier thicker than a phone book. GeneCert's listed address was a warehouse on the outskirts of town, subleased to 3 different shell companies, one owned by Bryce's brother, another by a dissolved CBD gummy distributor, and a third tied to Bryce himself. Bryce, Laura's new fiancé, was a serial entrepreneur with more bankruptcies than successes. The Real Lab's email landed on a gloomy Wednesday at 6:47 a.m. Probability of parentage, 99.193%. Relief hit first, so sharp my knees shook. Then anger followed, hot and sustained. Laura had lied under oath when we signed our parenting plan. She had fabricated evidence, and she was actively trying to uproot Ethan's life for money. Sheila's next move was surgical. She filed our authentic result under seal, then quietly let Laura proceed with her custody petition. If Laura wanted a courtroom she would get, just not the one she expected. Laura's petition arrived 2 weeks later. She alleged I was emotionally volatile and had refused to accept scientific proof that Ethan wasn't mine. She asked for immediate full custody, sole decision-making, and authority to relocate Ethan to Nevada, where coincidentally Bryce planned to build his resort. The judge set a hearing 6 weeks out and granted temporary joint custody, noting there was insufficient credible evidence to change anything yet. Those 6 weeks became a chess match. Marcus dug deeper, scraping deleted social media posts and subpoenaing corporate filings. He found email threads in which Bryce's brother billed Laura for lab report customization. He uncovered bank transfers from Laura's account to an entity called Green Sky Ventures, another Bryce shell, marked Seed Funding Phase 1. He even pulled security footage from a strip mall copy shop, showing Laura and Bryce printing color brochures for the resort depicting Ethan as Bryce's bonus son. Meanwhile, I doubled down on being present for my son. We built the Lego robot together, tweaking code until its little plastic arms performed a shaky high five. We practiced his English essay, and he aced the rewrite, bumping the B to an A-. I kept the looming court battle hidden, but Ethan sensed tension. One night he asked, "Dad, you're not going anywhere, right?" I swallowed the lump in my throat and promised I would always be his dad. It was both the truth and the fuel I needed. Discovery cut through the charade like a buzzsaw. Sheila subpoenaed GeneCert's raw data, employee logs, and laboratory certifications. Their lawyer, a deer trapped in headlights, returned a stack of blank pages and claimed the documents were lost in a server migration. The judge warned them the next failure would invite sanctions. Separately, Sheila requested Bryce's financials. His attorney attempted to stall, but a forensic accountant appointed by the court discovered Bryce had maxed out credit cards and funneled investor money into a private crypto wallet. 2 days before the hearing, Marcus located a disgruntled former employee of Bryce, an administrative assistant named Yolanda, whose final paycheck had bounced. Yolanda still had access to old emails. She provided a PDF labeled Final Test PDF with a tracked changes pane showing where GeneCert's draft report originally listed me as the father, but was overwritten with zeros. The edit timestamp matched the night before that Laura mailed me the envelope. Hearing day dawned sunny and hot. I arrived in a navy suit, gripping a folder that contained the real test, Marcus's dossier, and Yolanda's affidavit. Laura walked in wearing a pastel blazer, Bryce in tow, exuding Silicon Valley swagger, right down to an unnecessary scarf. During opening remarks, Laura's attorney argued that biological truth supersedes emotional attachment. He tried to label me a non-parent trespassing on a child's life. Sheila stood and, with the calm of a sniper, handed the judge our evidence bundle. The judge's face moved through disbelief, anger, and finally icy professionalism. He recessed for 30 minutes to review. When court resumed, his voice cut like steel. He dismissed Laura's petition with prejudice, ordered immediate continuation of our original custody arrangement, and referred the entire matter to the district attorney for potential charges of fraud, perjury, and conspiracy. He also scheduled a separate hearing on sanctions and legal fees. Outside, reporters swarmed. Someone tipped off a local news station, and a camera captured Laura storming to the parking lot while Bryce tried to shield his face. Their Mercedes, leased under one of Bryce's LLCs, sputtered because the repo tracker had disabled the ignition. The footage aired on the evening news under the headline, "Custody Fraud Fiasco." My phone buzzed all night with friends checking if that was really me in the background. I declined every interview request because the real battle was still ahead. Revenge could have stopped there, but Laura's betrayal demanded a complete reckoning. Sheila filed a motion for sole custody citing parental alienation, mental cruelty, and intentional infliction of emotional distress. She paired it with a demand for supervised visitation contingent on Laura completing therapy. Judges normally hesitate to rip children from mothers, but Laura's scheme changed the calculus. The court appointed a custody evaluator, Dr. Pamela Ortiz, who spent 3 months interviewing everyone from Ethan's teachers to Bryce's ex-partners. While that process unfolded, I spearheaded civil action against Bryce, his brother, GeneCert, and Laura for conspiracy and fraud. Marcus unearthed 2 other parents burned by fabricated tests, a mother whose ex forged results to avoid child support, and a father whose partner faked maternity to expedite a foreign adoption. We joined forces, and a consumer protection nonprofit took interest, covering some litigation costs to set precedent against pseudolabs. The suit accused the defendants of racketeering, emotional distress, and deceptive trade practices. Parallel to the civil case, I filed an IRS whistleblower claim. Marcus's spreadsheet detailed unreported income, phantom deductions, and a web of offshore transfers. The potential tax debt exceeded $4 million. The IRS loves low-hanging fruit, and Bryce had practically gift-wrapped it. The wheels turned slowly, but they turned. In the meantime, Ethan and I thrived. We started weekend jiu-jitsu classes, and I watched his confidence bloom as he learned hip throws and disciplined breathing. We built a treehouse painted bright green. We hosted movie nights with popcorn and Marvel marathons. I journaled each milestone because one day Ethan would ask how we survived the chaos, and I wanted a record of resilience. Laura's life spiraled. Bryce vanished after draining their joint account. Rumor placed him in Belize negotiating cryptocurrency deals, code for hiding from extradition. Laura's credit cards, run up to fund Bryce's research trips, defaulted. The district attorney offered her a plea deal, testify against Bryce in exchange for reduced charges. She accepted, pleading guilty to forgery and obstruction. The judge sentenced her to 2 years in county jail, suspended after 8 months if she met behavioral goals. The custody ruling arrived while Laura sat in a jumpsuit. Dr. Ortiz recommended primary physical custody to me, supervised visitation for Laura upon release, and a requirement that she reimburse my legal fees. The judge adopted the recommendation verbatim. When I told Ethan, he hugged me hard, then asked if we could invite Grandma to celebrate with pizza. Children have a way of slicing through complexity. 18 months after the civil suit was filed, a judge entered summary judgment against Bryce, his brother, Gene Sert, and Laura, jointly and severally liable for $1.6 million in damages. Collecting would be another chapter, but liens attached to future earnings and property. Laura's wages would be garnished once she re-entered the workforce. Bryce's brother lost a lake house. Gene Sert folded. Its owners were banned from any health-related business. 2 years to the day after I mailed the independent test, the IRS issued its final assessment. $4.2 million in back taxes and penalties owed by Bryce's network. My whistleblower reward, $1.26 million before taxes. I paid Sheila and Marcus, maxed Ethan's college fund, donated to the consumer protection nonprofit, and bought myself a used pickup. The rest sat in a high-yield account earmarked for Ethan's future wedding, or jokingly, a potential Mars colony flight, if he kept talking about engineering the next SpaceX. Laura emerged from jail thinner, her confidence deflated. She petitioned for increased visitation. The counselor supervising sessions reported she was cooperative and remorseful, but still deflected blame onto Bryce. The judge granted 2 supervised hours weekly. Ethan attended, polite yet distant. After one session, Laura asked if I could ever forgive her. I replied that forgiveness was a gift, not an obligation, and I wasn't ready. She nodded, accepting the boundary. 3 years later, Ethan turned 15 and won first place in a statewide robotics tournament with a drone that navigated an obstacle course autonomously. Laura, now working at a veterinary clinic, sent him a congratulatory text. He responded with a thank you, but spent the evening with me and his teammates celebrating at a burger joint. Progress, but not a full bridge. just enough to keep the future open without erasing the past. On the day Ethan received his driver's license, a process that required 6 sweaty hours at the DMV, he turned to me in the parking lot and said, "I know what you did for me, Dad." I asked what he meant. He gestured vaguely, as teenagers do, encompassing years of courtrooms, therapy, and quiet nights studying together. "Thank you for fighting," he said. My voice cracked when I answered, "I'd do it again tomorrow." The civil judgment continued to haunt Laura. Any tax return she filed was intercepted. She rented a 1-bedroom apartment and rode the bus to work. She once wrote me a letter acknowledging the damage she caused, expressing hope that time might dull the pain. I kept the letter in a filing cabinet sealed by a rubber band. When I feel bitterness creeping in, I reread it, not to soothe myself, but to remind myself that choices have ripples. The IRS eventually confiscated Bryce's crypto wallets after tracing them through a mixer, turning his Belize hideout into a personal nightmare. He ended up extradited on tax and wire fraud charges. Court transcripts later revealed he had convinced Laura that faking the paternity test was just paperwork, promising they would repay the money once the resort turned a profit. Illusion is a powerful drug. Greed is the needle. When Ethan graduated high school with honors, I resisted the urge to gloat. Laura attended the ceremony, sitting 2 rows back per the parenting plan, accompanied by a probation officer who had become a family friend. She clapped politely, tears on her cheeks. Afterward, Ethan shook her hand instead of hugging, a gesture that spoke volumes. She didn't push. She simply said she was proud, handed him a card, and left. That night, with the house quiet, I scrolled Reddit. I had spent years lurking on RT's legal advice, R-SAR parenting, and R-pro-revenge, absorbing other people's cautionary tales. I considered posting mine under a throwaway. Would it help someone verify a shady test? Would it warn a parent about trusting a charming stranger with their kid's future? Maybe. But I hesitated. Ethan deserved privacy. Laura, despite everything, was still his mother. I closed the browser. Yet the story demands to be told somewhere, somehow, so I have written it here, scrubbed of real names and locations, dates shifted, small details altered. The core is intact. A parent's bond can survive deception. Courts can be weapons or shields depending on who wields them. And revenge, real revenge, is not a single strike. It is patience plus proof multiplied by the unbreakable love of a child. If you ever face a forged document, remember the formula. Screenshot everything, secure backups, assume nothing, and track the money. Follow the boring details. Villains often ignore them. Surround yourself with professionals smarter than you, and friends brave enough to tell you when you're being petty or when you're not being petty enough. Be ready to outwork anyone trying to hurt your family. People ask whether revenge satisfied me. The answer is complicated. I didn't dance when Laura was handcuffed, and I didn't pop champagne when Bryce was sentenced. Satisfaction came quietly, at 2 a.m., months later, when I woke from a nightmare and heard Ethan snoring down the hall, safe in his bed. Satisfaction came the day the IRS deposited my whistleblower reward, and I transferred most of it into Ethan's 529 plan. Satisfaction is ongoing, like interest on an account that never closes. Laura once sneered that a real man would step aside for the biological father. She never understood that a real man steps up for the child who already calls him dad. Biology can start a story, but commitment finishes it. I am Ethan's father yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Any paper claiming otherwise belongs in a shredder alongside Bryce's failed resort brochures. So that's the tale. A forged test, a courtroom smackdown, a criminal reckoning, and 1,000 quiet moments rebuilding a life. Ethan is 20 now, majoring in computer engineering, planning to intern at a robotics firm this summer. He jokes that one day he'll build me a prosthetic knee after years of jujitsu drills. I told him I'd prefer a beachfront retirement pod. Just don't brand it eco-luxury. He laughed, the same crooked grin I see in the mirror. In the end, the best revenge wasn't the money or the judgments or the headlines. The best revenge was watching my son grow into a man who values truth so fiercely that no one will ever con him the way Bryce conned his mother. The best revenge was preserving our bond despite her betrayal. There is no forgiveness here, only forward motion, and that is enough. Late in Ethan's first semester of college, he called one evening just to vent about a brutal calculus exam. As he talked, I realized this was what I had fought for. Mundane father-son conversations untainted by court dates. Afterward, I found the original independent test in my fireproof safe. I considered shredding it, but kept it as a talisman, a reminder that threats can come in envelopes and victories sometimes fit on a single page. For anyone doubting the system, know this. Courts move slowly, but lies age badly. Every forged signature, every backdated invoice, every shell company leaves a breadcrumb trail for someone patient enough to follow. Justice is less a lightning strike and more a glacier, unstoppable once in motion. Marcus, ever the meticulous archivist, eventually published a guide for private investigators on uncovering fraudulent labs, citing our case as the template. He sent me the first printed copy with a sticky note. Proof that blues guitar and spreadsheets can save a kid's childhood. I framed the note and hung it above the desk where Ethan first programmed our Lego robot, a small shrine to teamwork and relentless curiosity. Truly so. I'd like to pretend my dad's 60th birthday never happened. Unfortunately, the internet has receipts, a drunk slurred microphone feed, and a zoomed-in frame where my face collapses like a building set for demolition. Because a dozen strangers in my DMs asked for the full breakdown after I posted the clip on our public freakout, here it is, unfiltered, unforgiven, and marinated in the revenge Wayne earned over 6 decades. I'm 31. Wayne was the classic small-town golden boy. Quarterback, class president, eventual owner of the only Ford dealership for 70 miles. The dealership printed money, which he converted to bourbon and arrogance with frightening efficiency. Mom stayed because in our county divorce still gets whispered like cancer. I stayed until I could stash scholarship money and leave for college. Distance sands the edges off a lot of things, but alcoholism isn't one of them. Every Thanksgiving visit shattered another illusion I tried rebuilding in therapy. Wayne's weapon of choice was words. When I made varsity soccer, he called it a leg-flaunting hobby. When I dated a boy from theater, he said I must like twigs who hide behind curtains. When I landed an internship at an event planning agency, he barked that real jobs involve payroll and inventory, not glorified Pinterest. I'd laugh it off in public and sob in the walk-in closet behind my shoes, phone pressed mute so Mom couldn't hear. Fast forward to last winter. Mom calls crying because Dad's turning 60 and has announced he wants something big. He used those exact words, like a toddler ordering a sundae. He wants the country club ballroom, a 5-piece jazz band, and an open bar. She's terrified he'll drink himself into an ambulance if nobody humors him. Guilt ropes me in. I rationalize. If I control the variables, I can at least limit the damage. I'm an event coordinator, so I soft pitch him a nicer alternative, the Marriott Downtown's rooftop ballroom. Neutral ground, No memories. No bartender who'll overpour because Wayne tipped him a car battery last time. Dad grunts approval once he hears rooftop. He loves altitude. Makes him feel kingly. 6 weeks of prep blurs by. I bring my assistant Jessa to handle floral so I can focus on crisis proofing. I choose beer and wine only, deliberately excluding hard liquor from the bar list. I pay extra for 2 off-duty cops in tailored suits and transparent earpieces, billed as security concierges, so Dad's ego won't bristle. I seat the most gossipy townsfolk near the stage. If things implode, I want plenty of witnesses. The night arrives. Guests sign the giant commemorative poster shaped like a Mustang hood. Wayne struts in wearing a royal blue blazer, the exact shade of Ford's logo. He hugs people with one arm while topping off his glass with the other. I monitor pour counts, making quiet hand gestures to the bartender like an orchestra conductor. Slow down the tempo, dude. At 8:30, Wayne commandeers the microphone. I'm texting the AV tech when his voice throttles the sound system. Listen up, folks, he slurs, smacking the grill twice. Ping, ping, and the ballroom falls obediently silent. He starts, fine. Thanks the crowd, quotes Vince Lombardi, cracks the predictable joke about Social Security. Then he pivots, all swiveling limbs and glassy eyes toward me. You know my biggest regret? He points. Index finger straight at my chest like a courtroom laser pointer. Laughter ripples, thin and confused. I freeze. Jess's face is a horror mask behind the dessert station. Wayne isn't done. Kid cost me a coaching gig. Cost me freedom. Should have pulled out. He cackles alone. Mom's Chardonnay sloshes onto her blouse. She doesn't seem to notice. The bandleader inches forward. Waitstaff trade panicked looks. I feel the room pleading with me to fix this. Instead, I nod to Officer Morales. He and his partner flank Wayne, gently but firmly guiding him off stage while he's still riffing about participation trophy generations. The DJ dumps Motown into the speakers so loudly, centerpieces vibrate. I walk to the balcony so nobody sees my throat convulse. Crying feels like capitulation, and I am done capitulating. When I return, half the guests are leaving early, mumbling about upset stomachs. A 70-year-old family friend squeezes my shoulder and says, "You're an oak, honey." Oaks still splinter, I think. Cleanup ends at 2 a.m. The ballroom is a graveyard of wilting roses and abandoned Spanx. Morales hands me Wayne's unopened birthday gift, an action camera bundle, because it was left on stage. I toss it into our gear crate, numb. I try to sleep, but my phone keeps vibrating. Texts from former classmates, a gif of the finger point from 3 angles, a tagged Facebook video already at 2,000 shares. Around dawn, Wayne himself live streams from the back seat of a cruiser, raging about how his ingrate daughter sicked Gestapo goons on him. A teenage bystander records the cop rolling his eyes. Something inside me calcifies. I've spent 31 years forgiving him. The well is bone dry. Revenge, if it's going to land, has to be methodical and legal. Wayne's world balances on 3 pillars: public image, the dealership, and his brand new county commissioner campaign. Tip 1 and you get wobble. Topple 2 and gravity does the rest. First pillar, image. That forgotten gift turns out to be a GoPro Hero 11. Bless the default settings, it auto-recorded the moment motion started and kept rolling. I popped the micro SD into my laptop. The footage is pristine, wide angle, 5K, with the ballroom lights turning Wayne's sweat into stage glitter. I duck into Premiere Pro, cut only for dead air, amp the audio 3 decibels and caption every slurred syllable. I split the file into Twitter-sized chunks and schedule them on a burner account. @FordFraudDad, #, regretful father. First tweet caption: Small town king shows his subjects what he really thinks. Second pillar: dealership. Automotive manufacturers live and die by customer satisfaction surveys. Enough negative scores and you lose allocation slots. No new trucks, no incentives. I comb through Yelp, Google reviews, even a dusty forum for F-150 enthusiasts, scraping every complaint that references Wayne's insults, bait and switch tactics, or tequila breath. I build a spreadsheet and cold email each poster. Hi, I'm compiling consumer experiences for Ford's regional ethics review. May I forward your notes? 90% say yes. The compilation packet is 44 pages when I hit send to the regional director, whose email I found on LinkedIn under Community Outreach. Third pillar, election. Filing deadline is in 4 weeks. Wayne is so far unopposed. I draft a concise letter to the local paper's editorial board, citing his on-camera statement as proof of unfitness and moral bankruptcy. I sign it a lifelong Republican and disappointed constituent, because in our county, those words open more doors than any credential. For good measure, I drop $100 on Facebook ads targeting registered voters aged 35 and up within 40 miles, splicing the GoPro footage between screenshots of his DUI livestream. Everything is in motion within 48 hours. Then I wait, chewing fingernails I swore I'd quit biting after college. Week 1. The Twitter thread jumps to 80,000 views, thanks to a retweet by a regional news anchor who captions it, Father of the Year. Wayne releases a statement claiming the video is AI-generated. Internet detectives prove the ballroom carpet matches a Marriott chain pattern first installed in 2023. Memes spawn. Wayne's face on Darth Vader lamenting, "I am your father, and I regret it." Week 2. Ford's regional office sends auditors. Staff are interviewed. Wayne blusters on the showroom floor, telling customers the suits are discussing expansion. 2 salespeople quit during lunch break, citing hostile atmosphere. Week 3. The local paper runs my letter above the fold. By lunchtime, a retired civics teacher named Carol Fernandez files paperwork to challenge Wayne. Debate invitations flood his inbox. He fires back that local media is compromised. A micro poll on a high school government club website shows him trailing by 12 points. Week 4. Mom shows up at my apartment with a single suitcase and shaky hands. Wayne hurled his iPhone through the kitchen window after a reporter approached him exiting church. Mom says she's done covering for him. I believe her because her eyes look drained, like someone unscrewed a cork at the base of her skull. I set up the guest room, cook grilled cheese, and feel only a faint pang of guilt, but not regret. She deserves sanctuary. He deserves fallout. Week 5. A leaked memo reveals Ford terminated the franchise agreement, citing reputational harm and ethical violations. Wayne tries spinning it as a voluntary strategic realignment. Former employees post their severance letters, tagging #FraudDad. The dealership's Facebook page hides comments faster than they appear. Election day arrives uneventful. I volunteer at Fernandez headquarters making calls. Wayne plants himself outside the polls waving a flag the size of a bedsheet. People avoid eye contact. Results drop. Fernandez 61%, Wayne 40%, write-ins the rest. Wayne refuses a concession speech. Local news airs the empty podium live for 10 spicy minutes. You'd think revenge would feel like fireworks. Instead, it feels quiet. like removing a rock from your shoe miles after the blister formed. But Wayne isn't done. 2 days post-election, a process server knocks on my door. Civil complaint for defamation and tortious interference. He wants $5 million in damages. My attorney, Cassie, college roommate turned civil litigator, reads the filing, snorts, and texts me a shark emoji. Discovery turns Wayne's closet inside out. Under oath, he contradicts 3 public statements about the video. Ford's audit uncovers 7 years of underreported cash transactions. Cassie subpoenas bar receipts showing Wayne purchased 4 doubles before the microphone incident. So much for beer and wine only. Emails surface where he instructs staff to create fake 5-star reviews. Every time his lawyer objects, Wayne mutters, "Snowflake," loud enough for the court reporter to catch. Before pretrial motions finish, his attorney floats settlement. Cassie and I craft terms. He records a public apology video admitting the birthday tirade was real, not doctored, and retracting the lawsuit. He transfers the house deed to Mom outright and vacates within 30 days. He agrees to 1 year of court-monitored sobriety counseling, with random breathalyzer tests, or faces contempt. No monetary exchange. I don't want a penny. I want accountability and Mom's security. Wayne signs, probably believing he can finesse the counseling later. The apology video drops on a Tuesday morning. He looks 10 years older, cheeks sagging, tie crooked. He reads our script in monotone, mispronouncing reprehensible. Comment sections are brutal for 12 hours, then drift to the next outrage cycle. Mom sells the house above market before interest rates spike and buys a condo on the Gulf Coast. She sends me a watercolor postcard of seabirds captioned, "Freedom looks good on us." I pay her condo fees for 6 months until the dealership liquidation settles. Wayne moves into a 1-bedroom above a bait shop near the interstate. His license is suspended after a second DUI. Rumor says he's temping at a tire warehouse. Sometimes, driving home for holidays, I pass the exit sign and feel nothing. Not hate, not forgiveness, just vacancy, like glancing at a burned-out storefront you used to visit. A lot of people ask if I feel guilty for dismantling his life. Short answer, no. Long answer, he torched the structure. I just cleared the rubble so it wouldn't crush anyone else. People sometimes DM me asking why one drunken rant was the breaking point after a lifetime of smaller wounds. Here's a sampler plate, both for context and so nobody romanticizes the man. On my 17th birthday, I made varsity, and Wayne bet the coach $100 I'd choke before halftime. When I got into Northwestern, he told dinner guests the scholarship committee felt sorry for female quotas. At Mom's 50th, he gave her a treadmill and winked at our pastor, asking if there was a trade-in program. That's only 3 of dozens. Those memories used to feel like separate splinters. Now they snap together into a clear map of escalation. The birthday incident wasn't a fluke. It was the logical endpoint. The hardest part of revenge wasn't tech or legalese. It was throttling the instinct to protect him. Twice while editing the footage, I caught myself lowering the volume during the worst lines, like dimming headlights on a deer so you don't see the gore. I forced myself to replay his words until my pulse stayed steady. Before emailing Ford, I ran a risk analysis, because corporations crush individuals if you give them an opening. I consulted a friend in compliance who advised, keep it factual, attach documentation, and never suggest outcomes. Just present concerns. Their reply landed 48 hours later, short and lethal. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. We will investigate. When the dealership closure went public, the ripple hit our town like a meteor. Ford sponsorship money propped up the high school football program, funded jerseys, even paid for the marching band's annual out-of-state competition. Parents panicked. Boosters held emergency bake sales, and Wayne's defenders tried spinning me as the villain who tore scholarships from kids' hands. I stayed silent, because arguing online is like wrestling a pig. You both get filthy, and the pig likes it. Privately, though, I contacted the school board and offered a donation from my savings equal to Wayne's usual contribution, signed anonymously. The board accepted. Revenge doesn't have to collateral damage bystanders. You can redirect the blast. Deposition day smelled like stale coffee and vinyl. Wayne strutted in wearing a jacket with an embroidered dealership logo that no longer existed. Cassie slid a thick binder across the table, the raw GoPro file with hash verification, the cruiser live stream, notarized bartender statements. Wayne's lawyer objected to everything, but the judge overruled. Each time Cassie asked, "Do you dispute saying those words?" Wayne replied, "Can't recall," until the recording played on loop and the court reporter's keystrokes sounded like hail. Afterward, in the hallway, he snarled that I was destroying family legacy. I told him legacies are earned, not inherited. His face flushed purple. Security escorted him to the elevator. The court-ordered sobriety counseling was no joke. He had to blow into a handheld breathalyzer before every session, with results uploaded to a portal Cassie monitored. The first report came back fail. Blood alcohol 0.03. The judge issued a warning. He passed 2 months, then failed again on Christmas Eve. The judge extended counseling another 6 months. By summer, he was posting inspirational quotes about personal growth, which landed like wet paper. Sobriety might save him. That's his problem now. People also ask what happened to the dealership building. A regional chain bought the property at auction, gutted the showroom, and installed a trampoline park. Kids bounce where F-150s once gleamed. Wayne always said safety nets made people weak. Now his former empire is literally a giant padded floor. Here's an unexpected side effect. Strangers started sharing their own horror dad stories under the thread. One woman described a father who auctioned her horse to pay off bar tabs. Another guy's dad burned his college rejection letters in front of him. The collective anger didn't feel toxic. It felt validating, like an army of people saying emotional abuse counts, and you're allowed to hit back legally. I even got an email from Carol Fernandez after she won the commissioner seat. She thanked me for inadvertently motivating civic engagement and invited me to serve on an advisory committee for small business ethics. I said yes, because helping build safeguards beats just toppling abusers. Mom's thriving. She joined a watercolor guild, volunteers at a sea turtle rescue, and sends me photos of hatchlings scooting toward dawn. She told me she sleeps through the night for the first time in 35 years. I didn't realize until she said it that I do too. Our bodies record peace the way trees record rainfall. You only see the rings later. Last month, Wayne texted me for the first time since signing the settlement. Need $10K, bank mistake. Help your old man. I deleted it. He followed with a voicemail calling me an ungrateful brat. Cassie smiled and filed them. Settlement Clause 4 forbids direct contact for 2 years. The judge tacked on another 6 months. Some Redditors worry revenge freezes you in place. Maybe if you stop there. For me, it was a bridge out of the swamp. On the other side, I picked up hobbies Wayne mocked. Indoor climbing, salsa lessons, weekend trips with no itinerary. I stopped bracing when a man raised his voice in public. I can hear a champagne cork pop without flinching. That's the real payoff. Not his downfall, but my quiet. I'm posting the timeline partially for catharsis, partially as a manual. If your abuser is fueled by reputation, aim at reputation. If money, aim at money. Always document. Always stay within the law. Revenge isn't about becoming them. It's about removing their shadow so you can finally see the sun. Anyway, thanks for reading this confession. If you made it this far, hydrate, stretch your back, and remember, oaks may splinter, but we also grow rings tougher than iron. Throw away, because my sister, my parents, and most of my extended family stalk my mane. If they find this, it will only confirm what I already told them to their faces. I am done pretending blood automatically earns loyalty. Background first. I, 30, spent the last year and a half planning my wedding to my partner of 6 years, Lisa. We paid for everything ourselves because my parents made it clear they had bigger financial priorities, like helping my older sister, Emily, buy a second car for emergencies. Fine. Their money, their call. I loved the independence anyway. Emily is 32 and has been married to Jake for 9 years. They had a courthouse ceremony, no party, no photos, no fuss, because Jake was leaving for basic training 2 days later. Emily has reminded everyone of that sacrifice at every holiday since. You know the type. When Lisa and I set our date, June 15th of this year, we told family immediately. Everyone said they'd mark their calendars. Vendors were booked, invitations sent, deposits non-refundable. All smooth until 3 months before the big day, when Emily announced she was throwing a proper anniversary bash on June 15th. Same town, same time, same guest list. She posted a pastel digital invitation on Facebook with glitter fonts and a note to RSVP ASAP so we can order enough champagne. I thought it was a joke. I called her. Emily went syrup sweet. Calm down. You don't own the calendar. Mom says anniversaries are sacred. I reminded her that June 15th isn't her anniversary. She shrugged. Over the phone you can hear a shrug, then hung up. Mom rang next, chirpy as a telemarketer. Sweetie, we've been thinking. Since your wedding is mostly your friends anyway, wouldn't it be easier for us to attend Emily's celebration? We can't be in 2 places at once. I counted to 5 before responding. Then I asked if she expected me to move my entire wedding. She sighed like I was the difficult one, said they couldn't disappoint Emily again, and suggested eloping. Dad backed her up with a grunt in the background. I felt a weird detachment, like hearing bad news about a stranger. I called my grandfather, Mom's dad. He's 81, a retired steelworker who still mows his own lawn. He listened, then said, "Meet me tomorrow for breakfast. Bring every contract." Grandpa showed up at the diner with a yellow legal pad. He asked me what Lisa and I needed to feel secure. I said we needed nothing financial, just family support. He snorted and wrote something I couldn't see. Then he told me not to contact my parents until he instructed me. 2 weeks later, Mom group texted the extended family that, due to unfortunate scheduling overlap, they would attend Emily's event while sending love to the newlyweds remotely. She attached a photo of a toaster oven as our joint gift. The group chat exploded. Cousins were confused, aunts tried diplomacy, and uncle dropped a popcorn gif. I didn't reply, and instead Grandpa mailed formal letters on lawyer stationery. His lawyer golfing buddy drafted them. The letters informed Mom, Dad, Emily, and Jake that Grandpa intended to change his estate plan. If they skipped my wedding, they'd be considered to have predeceased him for inheritance purposes. Legally clean, emotionally nuclear. Mom called within an hour of receiving hers. She was sobbing, angry, bargaining in circles. Dad's losing it. You put him up to this. Family shouldn't threaten family. I kept my voice flat. I invited you to my wedding. Your choice stands. She hung up after calling me heartless. The next week was silent. I focused on final details, seating chart, music, writing vows that didn't sound like a Hallmark card. Lisa backed me completely, but I could tell the drama weighed on her. Grandpa, meanwhile, plotted. He showed me a receipt for 1,000 cupcakes decorated with tiny wedding rings. He'd ordered them to be delivered to the hotel ballroom Emily had booked for her phantom party. If there's a party, let's sweeten it, he winked. I asked if that was petty. He shrugged. Petty is the point, kid. Wedding day arrived. My nerves buzzed, but not from stage fright. I was waiting to see if my parents would walk in. They didn't. We'd already filled their seats with friends. The ceremony went perfect. Lisa looked like every dream I never admitted aloud. Vows spoken, rings exchanged, actual applause, no slow clap irony. Photos, appetizers, first dance. I barely had time to breathe before Grandpa motioned me over. He had a live stream open on his tablet. Cousin Mark was at Emily's ballroom wearing a spy cam tie clip Grandpa funded. The room was sparsely decorated, pink balloons, a banner misspelling anniversary, and almost empty. Emily paced in satin, phone glued to her ear. My parents stood beside her, faces red. Only about 20 people milled around, mostly Jake's co-workers looking confused. The cupcakes arrived like frosting paratroopers. The delivery guy asked Emily for payment. She screeched that she'd prepaid. Wrong. Grandpa had paid for delivery only. She needed to cover the goods or return them. While she argued, Cousin Mark positioned his phone behind the cupcakes so the camera caught her meltdown in full HD. Then Grandpa clicked share and beamed the stream onto the projector at my reception during a lull between courses. 180 guests turned to see Emily shrieking, Jake trying to usher her off camera, my parents shouting at staff, the pastry courier shrugging. Gasps rippled, then laughter. Someone yelled, "World's shortest marriage!" Grandpa raised his wine glass like a director satisfied with the scene. Lisa tugged my sleeve. "Are we okay showing this?" I searched her eyes. She wasn't angry, just checking my compass. I whispered, "They tried to hijack today. Call it self-defense." She nodded, squeezed my hand, and joined the laughter. Cousin Mark, on our signal, approached my parents on stream and asked them how it felt missing the real celebration. Dad swatted at the lens. Mom burst into tears. Emily knocked a cupcake tray. Frosting splattered her dress. The hotel manager appeared demanding payment for the unused banquet service. Emily screamed something about suing. Grandpa muted the feed and raised his glass again, toasting, "To choices and consequences." The reception roared approval. After the wedding, Lisa and I left for our mini honeymoon in the mountains. No phones, no email. 4 days later, we surfaced to a family wildfire. The live stream clip had escaped our circle. Someone posted it to TikTok with #CupcakeGate. It hit 1 million views, then local news. Headlines framed it as a bride upstaged by her sister and exacting righteous revenge. Comment sections were gladiator pits. Public opinion loved Grandpa. Mom sent me a 14-paragraph email accusing me of humiliating her, causing online harassment, and breaking the family. I replied with a screenshot of her own group text message about the toaster oven. Then I blocked her for a cooldown period that, as of writing, remains indefinite. Dad tried a different route. He called Lisa's parents to mediate. They forwarded the voicemail to me. Dad claimed Grandpa had Alzheimer's and that Lisa and I exploited him. Lisa's dad is a corporate attorney. He archived the message in case we needed evidence of defamation. Meanwhile, Grandpa kept his promise. His lawyer filed the estate amendment. I didn't ask for it, but I didn't object. Word reached Emily when she attempted to use Grandpa's lakeside cabin for a weekend Instagram retreat and found her key deactivated. The caretaker, who adored Grandpa, handed her a copy of the new deed, now in my name. She left in tears, apparently. Friends asked if I felt guilty. Oddly, no. I felt lighter. Years of Emily's entitlement and Mom's favoritism had stacked bricks on my spine. The cabin, once a neutral family site, had been where Emily held court every summer, claiming the master bedroom even when Lisa and I visited. Now it was ours to share with people who treated us as equals. The revenge didn't end there. Grandpa had arranged a charitable donation to the Veterans Center where Jake volunteered. In the donation letter, he wrote that it was in honor of Lisa and the groom, who respect the meaning of commitment. He mailed a copy to Emily's in-laws. Jake called me privately, voice low. He said he hadn't known Emily faked an anniversary date. She told him I insisted on her real date to spite them. He apologized for not double-checking. I believed him. Jake isn't clever enough for elaborate schemes. I told him I wished him luck, but needed distance. He understood, said he'd see me downrange someday, an army phrase I Googled later. Public fallout eventually forced Mom to delete her Facebook after strangers flooded her posts with cupcake emojis. Emily locked her socials. Dad quit posting entirely. The internet forgets nothing, but it does move on. By autumn, the hashtags faded. What didn't fade was the silence between us. Thanksgiving approached. Grandpa insisted on hosting at the cabin so nobody confuses the address. Lisa and I agreed. Invitations went out. We set a single firm rule: RSVP or don't, but no surprise appearances. Emily replied with a terse, "Won't attend." Mom and Dad didn't reply. Thanksgiving morning, the smell of turkey filled the cabin. Friends, cousins, aunts poured in, arms loaded with pies. Grandpa carved the bird wearing a novelty apron that read, "Family Judge and Jury." We filled plates, shared stories, no drama. Halfway through dessert, Grandpa tapped a spoon against his glass. He announced he'd updated his estate again. Substantial scholarships at the community college for students studying culinary arts, in honor of the sweet revenge incident. The room laughed. Then he revealed one more twist. The remaining estate would skip a generation, straight to his great-grandchildren, whenever Lisa and I decided to have them, held in trust. The cousins cheered, toasts clinked. Later I found Grandpa on the porch watching snowfall dust the lake. I sat beside him. He said, "You owed them nothing. You handled yourself." I asked if I'd gone too far. He shook his head. Revenge isn't about balance. It's about teaching people you're not their punch bag. Christmas Eve. I received a plain envelope from my parents. Inside was a single photo, me in grade school blowing out birthday candles, Emily beside me smearing icing on my cheek. On the back, Mom wrote, "Remember when we were a family?" No apology, no acknowledgement of what they'd done. Just nostalgia used as bait. I threw it in the fireplace. Watching the edges curl felt like closing a drafty window. Lisa and I spent New Year's Eve at the cabin with friends, fireworks crackling over the frozen lake. At midnight, she kissed me and whispered that she was pregnant. The news hit me like sunrise. In that moment, the entire saga felt like a necessary demolition before building something sturdy. When spring arrived, We mailed announcements. A baby due in November. We debated inviting my parents to the shower. Ultimately, we sent them a short note. You will meet your grandchild when you show consistent respect for our family unit. No gift registry, no plea. Choice and consequence. Emily texted first, an emoji of a baby bottle and congrats. I didn't reply. Silence sometimes screams louder than words. Mom emailed a week later asking to talk. I set conditions. Therapy with a neutral counselor, acknowledgement of wrongdoing, and no mention of Grandpa's estate. She responded, I refuse to be blackmailed for love. I deleted the email. Grandpa attended every ultrasound, cracking jokes about the baby waving. He kept scheming small kindnesses, paying for a cleaning service when Lisa's nausea peaked, forwarding reading lists on fatherhood, building a wooden cradle because you can't stream craftsmanship. He made space without crowding us, the exact opposite of my parents' manipulative love. I started therapy to be sure I wasn't turning hard and brittle. The counselor said boundaries aren't walls, they're doors with locks. You decide who gets a key. That metaphor stuck. Lisa gave birth to a daughter, Avery, on November 2nd. We sent one group text photo to the family thread. Then I turned my phone off. The hospital room felt hushed, almost sacred, even with machines beeping. I held Avery, marveling at her tiny fist clasping my finger, and I promised her the world would never teach her love must be earned by groveling. 2 days later, a courier delivered a gift basket from my parents. Plush bear, flowers, and a check for $3,000. No note. I deposited the check into Avery's college account. Money has no feelings. And sent a single-line email. Thank you for the contribution to your granddaughter's education. Mom replied in minutes. We want to meet her. I responded, boundaries remain. Therapist sessions first. She didn't reply. Months passed. Sleep deprivation blurred edges, but joy colored everything. Emily resurfaced with a lengthy apology via certified letter, claiming therapy had opened her eyes. She offered to pay for Avery's christening. We're not religious, so either she didn't know or didn't care. I filed the letter, unanswered. Grandpa, sharp as ever, turned 82. For his birthday, we hosted a small gathering at the cabin. After cake, he handed me a worn envelope. Inside was the original legal pad page from the diner morning. It listed 2 columns, need and deserve. Under need, he'd written, love, safety, respect. Under deserve, he'd written, everything the first column requires. At the bottom, he'd scrawled, take what's yours. He said he'd kept it until he felt I believed it. Do you? He asked. I said yes. I meant it. That night, while rocking Avery to sleep, I thought about revenge. It hadn't fixed my parents, hadn't repaired the sibling bond, but it had redrawn the map of my life. It told the world where the borders lay and warned trespassers that my house had a lock and a guard. And it gave me peace. Some readers will say I should forgive for my own sake. They didn't grow up being told their success was selfish if it outshone their sister. They never had a birthday cake sliced smaller because Emily wanted seconds first. Forgiveness is not the same as forgetting. I remember everything, and memory is my compass. It steers me away from the people who proved they'd rather sabotage my joy than celebrate beside me. The last message I ever received from Mom arrived yesterday. A single sentence. Dad is in the hospital. Please pray. No details, no apology. I stared at it for a long time and pictured Avery's future. Then I replied, I hope he recovers. Period. Send. I did not ask which hospital. I did not promise visits. I will not bring Avery into a room where love is a ransom note. If that sounds cold, remember the cupcake frosting dripping down Emily's dress while my parents yelled at waitstaff. Remember them deciding my wedding was less important than Emily's ego. Remember them calling my grandfather senile rather than admit wrongdoing. I remember every frame. This isn't a dramatic romance. It's a ledger. Actions in one column, outcomes in the other. Emily staged a fake anniversary party. My parents chose her over me. Grandpa countered with a threat. They scoffed. We executed. Cupcakes fell, live stream rolled, internet judged, estate shifted, silence grew. Now I am married to my best friend, father to a bright-eyed girl, owner of a peaceful cabin, and heir to a family legacy that finally makes sense. Respect or step aside. I don't forgive them. I don't need to. My life moved forward, propelled by the clarity revenge provided. Sometimes justice smells like vanilla frosting and sounds like a room full of guests cheering at a projector screen. Sometimes justice is simply the power to say no and mean it. Either way, the lesson stands. If you force someone to choose between their happiness and placating your insecurity, don't act surprised when they pick themselves and make a spectacle out of your empty party along the way. Epilogue. Because Redditors always ask for the after-credits scene. A month after Dad's hospital stint, he left me a voicemail, his voice hoarse, explaining that he'd undergone angioplasty and that life is short, son. He wanted to talk face to face. I considered it for a week. Therapy taught me an interesting technique. Imagine the meeting as a contract. Each party writes what they are prepared to give and what they expect in return. I wrote mine in a notebook. I could offer compassion, medical support. Then I visualized sliding the contract across a table to Dad. I knew as clearly as I know my own name that he would push it back unsigned. He had never taken accountability when the price was pride. So I didn't return the call. Instead, I donated in his honor to the cardiac wing of the same hospital, anonymous because virtue signaling would cheapen it. Revenge isn't always loud. Sometimes it's refusing to trade self-respect for a father's reluctant hug. Lisa asked if I regret the open loops. I don't. Unfinished stories remind us that closure is internal, not awarded by the people who harmed us. I have closure every time I carry Avery across the cabin porch and watch the lake reflect morning light. I have closure whenever Grandpa calls just to hear her babble and says, "Family sounds good in your house." If my parents ever choose growth over ego, the door with the lock exists. So does the key. They know the price now. Truth, respect, sustained effort. Until then, my life is full, my boundaries firm, and my gratitude immense. For Lisa, for Grandpa, for the messy clarity of #CupcakeGate. That's the real inheritance. A life where love doesn't beg, it stands tall. That is enough for me.
Friend cheated on his wife, and I told him he was destroying his kids' lives. Now his wife forgave him, saying my words changed her mind, and my own wife thinks I unintentionally pressured her into accepting a cheater. I remember the day Greg called me, voice shaking like a leaf in a hurricane, telling me he had done something terrible. We had known each other since college, so I knew instantly that this wasn't just about missing a payment or forgetting a birthday. I asked him what happened, bracing myself for an answer I suspected was going to be grim. He wouldn't talk about it on the phone, so I invited him over that same evening. He arrived, eyes red and shoulders hunched, looking like he'd slept on the sidewalk. My wife, Caroline, went upstairs to give us space. Greg and I settled into my living room, the lights dimmed for comfort, and he stared at the floor. I had an uncomfortable feeling in my chest, like I was about to hear something that would shift the ground under me. I asked him point blank if he was in legal trouble, or if it was about Hannah and the kids. He admitted he'd been having an affair with a woman from his office, a coworker he'd known for only 4 months. He told me about the late nights, the secrets, the feeling of excitement that made him lose himself. It was the first time I'd ever heard him sound small. I stood there in stunned silence. I'd grown up with Greg. I'd known him as the high school track star who never looked at anyone but Hannah, even when half the girls in town wanted a piece of him. After he and Hannah had kids, I'd see him toss them into the air, laughing with delight, as though fatherhood was all he'd ever dreamed of. To hear him now, talking about nights in cheap motels and hush-hush weekend trips, felt like an out-of-body experience. I didn't know how to respond without sounding like an angry parent, so I just asked, "Why?" He shrugged, as though the weight of the last few months was collapsing on him at once. He said he felt trapped by the responsibilities of marriage and fatherhood. He missed the carefree days of being able to pick up and go as he pleased. He felt guilty admitting that, but he couldn't deny the excitement of doing something forbidden. That night, I told him he needed to come clean immediately. I also told him, in the bluntest words possible, that he was destroying the stability his kids needed. When Greg left, my wife came downstairs. Caroline asked if he'd said anything about Hannah. She'd noticed the tension in my voice and read the lines on my face, but she wouldn't pry too much. The story wasn't hers to tell. I told her that Greg had admitted to an affair. She looked momentarily stunned, but she didn't pepper me with questions. She just sighed, made herself a cup of tea, and said she'd keep Hannah in her thoughts. A week passed without word from Greg. I was left in a swirl of emotions, uncertain if he'd been honest with Hannah yet. Then, on a cloudy Wednesday afternoon, I got a call from him. He said he'd told her, but not in the gentle, heart-to-heart way I'd envisioned. He'd been cornered by suspicious phone calls and text messages he couldn't explain away. Hannah found out on her own, and Greg's confession came dripping out in hurried, frightened bits. She asked him to leave the house for a while, and he was crashing on his brother's couch. He sounded like a hollow shell of himself, but part of me couldn't muster sympathy. I'd told him to do things differently. I'd pleaded with him to consider the damage he was inflicting on his kids, who needed their parents to be strong and stable. But this had already become a toxic mess. I visited him at his brother's place, a cramped apartment in a rough neighborhood. Greg looked like he hadn't slept in days. He told me the kids were devastated and that Hannah wouldn't let him anywhere near them until they'd had a chance to process. She told the children, in age-appropriate terms, that their dad had broken a big promise, and he had to take some time away. Listening to Greg recount his conversation with his 8-year-old daughter made my stomach knot up. She had asked him, "Why don't you love mommy anymore?" He said he'd nearly broken down in front of her, but he tried to reassure her that it wasn't about loving less. It was about him being selfish. I asked Greg if he was sorry or if he missed the thrill of the affair. He admitted he couldn't even think about the affair anymore. It brought him no joy, only fear that he might never see his children's smiles light up the house again. He said that losing Hannah was like losing a mirror that reminded him who he was. I told him, very directly, that if he wanted any chance of rebuilding trust, he'd better drop any contact with the other woman, be completely transparent about his finances and phone records, and seek counseling. Above all, I told him that if he wasn't fully invested in making amends, he might as well walk away now and save everyone the heartbreak of half measures. I emphasized that the kids were the ones who'd pay the highest price for his indecision. He cried, and I was startled by how raw and vulnerable he looked. I don't think I'd seen Greg cry since we were in elementary school, when his dog got hit by a car. It was a strange moment, consoling a man I'd known as an always in-control father and husband. I felt an odd mixture of pity, frustration, and genuine concern for him. I wanted to help, but I also felt the weight of my own moral stance. I'd always championed fidelity, trust, honesty, all the usual pillars of a healthy marriage. But seeing Greg broken made me think about how easily one mistake can topple a whole life. He eventually went to counseling, started therapy sessions for himself, and asked Hannah if they'd try couples therapy. She refused at first, telling him she couldn't bear to sit in a room and hear about how he'd betrayed her. She needed time. The children were doing their best, but their moods had changed. Their teachers reportedly noticed they were more withdrawn, more sensitive to teasing. Greg blamed himself and asked if I'd speak to Hannah to at least relay his willingness to do anything to make it right. I hesitated, not wanting to meddle, but he kept begging, reminding me that I'd been the one telling him to fight for his children. So I agreed, albeit with reluctance. I met Hannah at a small coffee shop near her office. She looked exhausted, but composed. She said she appreciated my coming, but didn't want me to lecture her about forgiveness. I assured her that I'd never tell her what to do, that I'd only share Greg's state of mind. I told her Greg realized how profoundly he'd hurt her and that he was ready to do whatever it took to regain her trust, even if it took years. She blinked back tears, then admitted she didn't know if she could ever fully trust him again. I said that was understandable, but I also told her that from my vantage point, seeing how he's unraveling without his family, I'd never doubted his love for his children. Her face softened slightly at that. Then came a moment that has haunted me ever since. Hannah asked if I thought the kids would grow up hating their father for this. I paused, trying to choose my words carefully. I told her that from everything I'd read and seen, children feel the aftermath of betrayal deeply, especially when it splits their home. Even if a marriage dissolves, parents can still co-parent effectively if they're civil and respectful. But if the tension and resentment linger, it can create a toxic environment that scars them for life. I added that I'd told Greg this too, that he was destroying his kids' sense of safety by cheating. I told Hannah I didn't want to see her forced into anything, but I'd also hate for the kids to believe their father was some monster who never deserved a second chance. Hannah nodded, tears welling in her eyes, and said she needed to think. A few weeks went by, and I didn't hear any updates from Greg or Hannah. Then I received a text from Greg that read, "She's letting me come home." I was shocked. I didn't know what had changed her mind. I assumed Greg had maybe found a way to prove himself in therapy, or written her some heartfelt letter. That evening, I dropped by to offer my congratulations in person. Hannah greeted me at the door with a tired but polite smile. She said she was giving him one chance to rebuild their trust because she remembered something I'd said about the children needing both parents. She told me she'd realized how deeply she wanted them to have a whole family. She said my words about the kids had been echoing in her mind. Suddenly, I found myself grappling with guilt. Had I inadvertently pressured her into a decision that she wasn't truly ready for? Over time, Greg and Hannah started couples therapy. Their kids seemed relieved to have their father back, though a lingering tension hung in the air whenever I'd visit. I noticed Hannah's forced smiles, the uncomfortable silences. I noticed the kids occasionally looking at their father with a flicker of doubt. Greg threw himself into being the perfect husband, cooking dinner, helping with homework, leaving love notes on Hannah's mirror. But something felt off. It was as though they'd placed a bandage on a still bleeding wound. Meanwhile, Caroline, my wife, became increasingly uneasy. I'd find her staring at me when I'd be lost in thought, then asking if I believed Hannah had truly forgiven Greg. I'd shrug and say it wasn't my place to judge. But Caroline started implying that maybe I'd influenced Hannah to settle for a cheater. I tried to explain that I'd only told Hannah the truth about how the kids were being affected, but Caroline insisted that a woman who's deeply hurt might feel compelled to keep her family together for the sake of her children, even if it means sacrificing her own emotional well-being. She believed I'd underscored that sacrifice in Hannah's mind. These conversations grew tense. Caroline was usually a calm and soft-spoken partner, but she'd grown up in a home where her father cheated on her mother, leading to a bitter divorce that left scars. She told me that if I'd known what it was like for children to watch their mother cry behind closed doors, I'd never have pushed Hannah to forgive. She felt that unless Greg truly recognized the gravity of his betrayal, he wouldn't do the necessary work to heal that wound. We argued about whether I'd indeed pushed Hannah or simply stated facts. Caroline said I should have stayed out of it completely. I told her Greg was my friend, and I'd done what I thought was right. One afternoon, I visited Greg. He was home alone, reorganizing the living room and folding laundry. He looked happier, or at least determined to appear that way. I asked how things were going. He said Hannah had come a long way, but trust was still tentative. They were moving day by day, re-establishing routines, going to therapy every week. He wasn't sure if the other woman from work was truly out of his life. He said they'd cut ties, but she still worked in the same building, so they'd occasionally cross paths in the hallway. He insisted it was strictly professional. When I returned home, Caroline was waiting. She asked me about Greg's progress, but I could see that her real question was whether or not I'd realized I'd meddled too much. She told me that Hannah had called her, somewhat tearful, saying she was worried she was only letting Greg stay because she didn't want the kids to suffer. Caroline asked me if I felt responsible. I told her I'd never forced Hannah to do anything. Maybe I'd shared a perspective that reminded her of the importance of a united family, but it was ultimately her choice. Caroline sighed, clearly not satisfied. I sensed a gap widening between my wife and me, something intangible but tangible enough to unsettle me. Days turned into weeks, and it seemed that Greg and Hannah were forging a fragile peace. The kids were smiling more, they'd gone on a family camping trip, and Greg had posted pictures of them roasting marshmallows together. I felt a flicker of relief, believing maybe this had all resolved better than I'd feared. Then I got a call from Greg's oldest child, a boy named Michael who had just turned 10. He asked me in a trembling voice if I could come over because Mommy and Daddy are yelling. My heart skipped a beat. I rushed to their house. I found Greg pacing the living room, furious, while Hannah stood in the corner, arms folded. The kids were huddled upstairs, probably hearing every muffled shout. I asked what happened, and Greg said he'd discovered Hannah had been reading his phone messages, searching his car, grilling his coworkers. He felt violated. Hannah retorted that she had every right to ensure he wasn't continuing the affair. I tried to calm them down, but I realized they'd been fighting for hours. Hannah shouted that she'd only agreed to give him another chance because of what I'd said about the children needing both parents. She accused me of guilt-tripping her into ignoring her own pain. Greg looked at me with a pained expression, torn between gratitude for saving his marriage and resentment that I'd become part of the tension. I suggested we step outside to avoid the kids hearing. On the porch, Hannah vented that she'd never truly forgiven Greg, not in her heart. She said she was angry with herself for letting the vision of a happy family override her own self-respect. She blamed me for putting that image in her head, though she admitted she might have made the same choice eventually. I tried to apologize, to say that I'd never wanted her to be unhappy, but it fell flat. She went back inside and slammed the door behind her. I found Greg in the backyard, hands trembling. He asked me if I'd regretted intervening. He told me that he still loved Hannah, but he wasn't sure she'd ever trust him again, and maybe they'd just be living in a house of quiet misery. He also said something I'll never forget. "You told me I'd destroy my kids if I didn't fix this, but what if we're just destroying them in a different way by pretending everything is fine?" I didn't have an answer. All I could do was stand there feeling the weight of everyone's choices crushing me. When I returned home, I told Caroline what had happened. She looked at me with a mixture of sympathy and exasperation. Then she said, "We need to talk about us." She revealed she was upset that I'd become so involved in Greg's life that I'd neglected to consider her feelings. She told me about her own lingering traumas from her childhood, about how she'd once prayed her mom would leave her unfaithful father but watched her mom stay, justifying it with the kids' well-being. Caroline had grown up feeling trapped in a house with silent tension and resentment. She was worried I'd inadvertently helped replicate that dynamic for Greg's children. Suddenly, it all clicked. Caroline wasn't just criticizing me for interfering, she was reliving her own worst memories. I asked her what she wanted me to do, whether we should distance ourselves from Greg and Hannah entirely. She shook her head, saying it was about more than that. It was about me understanding how powerful words can be. She asked me if I'd be able to forgive her if the roles were reversed, if I'd found out she'd cheated. I hesitated. The question rattled me. I wanted to say I'd never forgive that. But something else inside me remembered telling Hannah that children are better off with both parents when possible. I found myself caught in a spiral of doubt. Caroline said she wasn't sure if I'd realized that by urging Greg to fight for his marriage, I'd also been piling pressure on Hannah. Even though I never told her directly to forgive him, I'd stressed how damaging divorce could be for the kids. Caroline believed I'd left Hannah no real choice if she wanted to protect her children from the heartbreak she'd experienced herself. This revelation sat heavily with me. I felt I'd done something noble, but now I saw how it might have felt manipulative to someone in Hannah's position. I decided to go for a drive to clear my head. As I was pulling onto the main road, I passed the playground where Greg and I used to bring our kids together on weekends. It was empty, the swings swaying gently in the late afternoon breeze. I remembered our old conversations about fatherhood, how we'd say we wanted our children to grow up secure and loved. And now, we were mired in a situation where love felt complicated and security was unraveling. I found myself thinking, maybe I'd meddled too much. Maybe I'd overestimated my ability to help. That night, While Caroline slept, I paced the living room. I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd become the silent architect of a fragile truce in Greg and Hannah's home, one that might ultimately do more harm than good. I thought about calling them, apologizing, telling them they should do what's right for themselves, not just for the kids. But at the same time, I believed in marriages working through the worst storms. I believed that people can change, that trust can be rebuilt through consistent honesty and effort. Was I naive? A few days later, Hannah called me. It was early in the morning, and her voice was calm but resolute. She said she wanted me to hear it from her first. She was leaving Greg. She didn't hate him, she told me, but she couldn't continue living in a state of guardedness and emotional turmoil. She felt that time apart might allow both of them to truly understand what they wanted. She believed the kids would be better off in two stable homes than one filled with doubt. She thanked me for caring, but said she needed to make a decision free of anyone else's expectations. I told her I'd support whatever she chose, and I truly meant it. When I told Greg, he seemed numb, as though he'd expected it. He said he hoped they'd find their way back to each other, but he wouldn't stop Hannah from leaving if that was what she needed. He seemed defeated, but also strangely at peace, like someone who knew that no matter what happened, at least the pretense was over. The kids would be sad, but they'd adjust in time. A weight lifted from my chest, knowing that at least I'd no longer bear the burden of feeling responsible for someone else's marriage. But the story doesn't end there. That same afternoon, Caroline came home from work with a grim expression. She said she had news. I'd gotten an offer for a job in another state a month ago, but I'd brushed it off, telling the company I was too settled here. Caroline said she'd just accepted a position with the same company, and they wanted her to relocate. We'd have to make a choice about leaving everything behind. She asked me if I wanted to go. I was stunned. We'd never discussed uprooting our lives, especially with our children in local schools. But Caroline looked at me with a determined glint in her eyes. She said, "Maybe we need a new start too, away from all this." I didn't know what to say. Part of me resisted the idea, but another part of me saw it as an opportunity to leave the complicated aftermath of Greg's and Hannah's marriage behind us. Caroline said she understood if I didn't want to uproot, but she also felt we were caught in a web of other people's drama. She was worried that we'd keep meddling if we stayed. And after all the tension and arguments, maybe it was time for a new chapter. We talked into the night, debating what was best for our children, who'd grown close to Greg's and Hannah's kids. Moving away would break those bonds, but staying might mean continuing to witness the slow-motion train wreck of their dissolving marriage. In the end, we decided to take a leap of faith and accept the move. Caroline felt strongly that a change of scenery could help us refocus on our own family, ensuring that we didn't let someone else's mistakes overshadow our own lives. When I told Greg we were leaving, he didn't react angrily. He just nodded, looking resigned. Then he surprised me by saying, "Maybe it's for the best. This way, I won't be leaning on you so much. I need to stand on my own 2 feet." The day before we moved, Hannah came by unexpectedly. She gave me a letter, asked me not to open it until we'd arrived in our new place. I promised I wouldn't. We moved 3 states away, settling into a modest suburban neighborhood. My kids started at new schools, Caroline began her new job, and I began my search for fresh opportunities. We got busy with packing, unpacking, and adjusting to a different rhythm of life. A week after our arrival, I finally remembered Hannah's letter. Late at night, I opened it. Her message was heartfelt and bittersweet. She thanked me for always caring about the children, for urging Greg to face his responsibilities. She said that while she appreciated my concern, she realized she had to make choices for herself and her kids based on her own heart, not just fear of breaking up a family. She had no regrets about trying to forgive, but ultimately she realized forgiveness wasn't enough if trust couldn't be rebuilt. She wanted me to know she wasn't angry anymore. She simply needed to break free from a cycle of suspicion. She ended by wishing our family happiness. As I set the letter down, I felt a swirl of conflicting emotions. Perhaps I'd erred by meddling so deeply. Perhaps I'd done the best I could as a friend. Or maybe it was both. I told Caroline about the letter, and she asked if I felt we did the right thing by moving. I said I wasn't sure. Then, as we sat there in our new living room, surrounded by unopened boxes, I noticed something. For the first time in months, my shoulders didn't feel tense. I realized we had a chance to focus on our own marriage, to ensure we never faced the same heartbreak Greg and Hannah did. Eventually, life took on its routines. I found a decent job, Caroline excelled in her new role, and the kids made friends in the neighborhood. Every once in a while, I'd get a text from Greg telling me he and Hannah were finalizing their separation, but aiming for amicable co-parenting. Each message left me with a pang of sadness and relief. I'd recall the early days of our friendship, the double dates, the family barbecues, and wonder how it all went so wrong so fast. But I'd also remember the feeling of being caught in a moral bind, uncertain if speaking up was truly helpful or if I'd only complicated matters. Then, nearly 2 years after our move, I heard from Hannah. She mentioned she and Greg were on better terms, co-parenting effectively, and the children seemed more stable, even though it hadn't been an easy road. She wanted me to know she held no grudge. She even hinted that maybe one day we'd all see each other again. After I read her message, I walked into our bedroom where Caroline was reading. I told her about Hannah's update. She smiled softly and said she was glad they'd found a workable peace. I nodded, thinking about how life keeps moving and changing, no matter how devastating our mistakes might seem. Sometimes, in order for everyone to heal, the pieces have to fall apart first. In that moment, I recalled that day in our old living room when Greg confessed his affair to me, voice trembling. I'd felt so sure I had to intervene, convinced that I could guide him and Hannah towards saving their marriage. I'd never expected my words to become the turning point for Hannah or the source of friction with Caroline. But everything we do echoes in someone else's life. Maybe it's impossible to speak our truth without influencing another person's choice. And maybe sometimes the biggest lessons we learn come not from the outcome we intended, but from accepting that we don't control how others choose to live. I closed my laptop, set aside the phone, and took Caroline's hand. The sounds of our children laughing in the other room floated through the hallway, a gentle reminder of what truly mattered. Caroline looked at me, seeming to read my thoughts, and said softly, "We're okay." I nodded, relief washing over me. In that subtle exchange, we affirmed that we'd emerged from this tangled mess with our bond intact. It might have cost us an old life, an old neighborhood, and some old friendships, but in the end, perhaps the price was worth it. Maybe Greg and Hannah would find their own peace in time. Maybe they'd even forgive themselves. And that, in itself, felt like the only ending this story could ever really have. I remember the day my older sister Serena first discovered that Dad wasn't her biological father. We were both in college then, she a junior, I a freshman. She called me late at night, her voice trembling as she confessed that she'd rummaged through some of Mom's old documents in a desperate attempt to find her birth certificate. Instead, she found letters and hospital forms that revealed the truth. The man who'd raised her, who'd taught her to ride a bike and danced with her at her high school homecoming, wasn't related to her by blood. She cried so hard I could barely make out what she was saying. At first, I thought she had to be mistaken. Our dad, the same stoic man who had served in the Air Force and later opened a small hardware store, had never treated either of us differently. He didn't differentiate between his firstborn and his youngest. He took pride in our accomplishments equally. But Serena claimed she had confronted Mom, who broke down and admitted to having an affair in her 20s with a businessman passing through town. That man lived in California, and once the affair ended, Mom vowed to raise Serena as Dad's daughter and never speak of it again. In the weeks that followed, our family unraveled in slow motion. I drove home from my own campus one weekend to find Dad sitting at the kitchen table, staring at a stack of papers, while Mom hovered nearby, wringing her hands. He looked exhausted, as though he'd aged years in just days. He told me he had known Serena wasn't his child from the moment she was born. He'd figured it out when he overheard a hushed phone call Mom made late one night, and he later confirmed his suspicion through old hospital records. But he stayed because he loved Mom and believed he could still be a father to Serena. He wanted to give her a stable home, something he hadn't had growing up. I watched him fight back tears. It was one of the rare moments I saw his stoic facade crumble. Serena tried to continue life as usual for a while, but the weight of the secret changed her. Whenever she visited for holidays, she avoided Dad's eyes. She would retreat to her old bedroom early in the evening, claiming headaches or jet lag if she'd come in from college. I could sense her resentment toward both of our parents, toward Mom for lying, and toward Dad for letting her believe a version of reality that wasn't true. She never said it directly, but I knew part of her felt betrayed by the very man who had raised her with so much love. When she graduated, she stunned us by announcing she had tracked down her biological father in Santa Monica. His name was Raymond Saunders, and he was thrilled to learn that he had an adult daughter he'd never met. Within a few weeks, she made the decision to move to California for graduate school and to get to know him better. Dad gave her a long, quiet hug on her last day in our small Midwestern town. I don't think I've ever seen a sadder expression on his face. After she left, I tried to maintain some line of communication. I'd text her memes or silly pictures of the dog we'd had growing up, hoping to spark a bit of nostalgia. Sometimes she responded with a polite laugh or a quick, "Hope you're well," but mostly the silence stretched. From Mom and Dad's perspective, the house felt empty without Serena around. It wasn't that she had been some huge extrovert who filled the place with energy, but her absence was a constant reminder of the fracture that had formed between us all. Still, Dad never spoke ill of her. Even when Mom grew teary-eyed, calling Serena stubborn, Dad would quietly say, "She needs time." Yet, as the months turned into years, time felt like an excuse for the fact that we were hardly a family anymore. Eventually, I graduated from college and got a decent job in marketing a few towns over. Mom and Dad still lived in the old house where we grew up. Mom's health was fine, but Dad's started to falter in his early 60s. At first, it was just fatigue and some dizzy spells, but he was soon diagnosed with a serious heart condition. He had to retire from the hardware store, and I pitched in whenever I could. Since I lived close by, I'd often stop in after work to fix their leaky faucets or mow the lawn. Dad still never talked much about Serena, though I'd see the longing in his eyes whenever there was a commercial on TV about California beaches, or when he came across an old photo of her. Mom sometimes wrote letters to Serena, which she mailed to an address in Santa Monica. I doubted Serena wrote back because Mom would sigh and shake her head every time the mail arrived empty of any response. One day, as Dad's health worsened, he asked me to meet him at a local lawyer's office. That was the first time he brought up the possibility that he might not have long to live. He explained he wanted me to serve as the executor of his estate. He wasn't wealthy, just the house, the property, and a small pension from his years of service. It was enough to settle any debts and still leave me with a modest inheritance. I asked him if he wanted to include Serena in the will, because even though she wasn't biologically his child, she'd been his daughter in every sense until she found out the truth. He hesitated, closing his eyes. Finally, he admitted he felt it was her choice that severed the bond, not his. "She has someone else to call Dad now," he said, his voice strained. "I don't want to leave her nothing, but she never came back." I saw the heartbreak in his gaze. It wasn't until several weeks later that Serena reappeared, at least digitally. She sent me a text out of the blue, asking about Dad's condition. At first, I was relieved to hear from her. Maybe she had felt a pang of conscience and wanted to reconcile, but the conversation quickly shifted to talk of finances. Does he have a will? Is it official? Who's included? I tried not to jump to conclusions, but it stung to think her concern might be more about her share of any inheritance than about Dad's well-being. Nevertheless, I informed her of the truth. Dad was in poor shape, and I wasn't sure how long he had. I didn't mention the original draft of his will, the one excluding her entirely, but I said he was sorting out legal matters. A week later, she flew back into town. The moment she stepped off the plane and into my beat-up sedan, I noticed she looked sophisticated? Polished even. She wore a designer coat, her hair perfectly styled, and her nails meticulously manicured. It felt surreal. The sister I remembered was the girl who wore hoodies and messy ponytails to class, complaining about the Midwest winters. I drove her to our parents' house without much conversation. When she walked into the living room, Dad was sitting in his recliner, reading a battered paperback. He glanced up, and for a second, I swore I saw his eyes light up. But then an awkward stiffness set in, like neither of them knew how to hug or say hello. Mom hovered in the background, tears glistening in her eyes. Serena offered a small hug, and Dad gently patted her back. Over the next few days, she stayed in her old bedroom. Little had changed except for the new bedding and some old boxes stacked in the corner. She tried to reconnect, asking Dad about his medications and what the doctors had said. She even joined Mom in the kitchen, relearning family recipes she hadn't touched in years. I wanted to believe this was sincere, but I caught her once on the phone, whispering about money and assets in the middle of the night. When I asked her about it the next morning, she brushed it off as just a conversation with her employer back in California. I wanted to give her the benefit of the doubt. Dad, meanwhile, started to soften. He recalled old memories at dinner, smiling as he told the story of teaching Serena how to tie her shoes, how she kept insisting on wearing mismatched socks. Serena listened, her face reflecting a complicated mix of nostalgia and regret. Not long after, she announced she had to fly back to California for a major real estate deal. She couldn't lose the opportunity, she said. Dad tried to hide his disappointment, but it was all over his face. He asked if she'd come back soon. She promised she would. Right before she left, Dad pulled me aside and said he wanted to revise his will. He wanted to leave half the house to her, half to me. He recognized he'd been angry before, but she was his daughter in all but blood, and he wasn't going to deny that love, no matter how she had hurt him. We both went to the lawyer the following week, signed everything, and it became official. Dad then told me he felt a sense of peace, like he'd made things right. As the months dragged on, Dad was in and out of the hospital. I'd text Serena updates, letting her know each time he took a turn for the worse. Sometimes she'd reply with a quick, "keep me posted," but other times she went silent. I'd see her social media posts showing her sitting poolside at fancy hotels or attending glamorous galas. Part of me felt furious that she wasn't rushing to be by his side, especially now that she knew she stood to inherit half of his estate. I wanted to call her out on it, but Dad always said not to. He maintained hope that she'd come when the time was right, that she just needed to settle her affairs in California. One cold November morning, Dad's heart finally gave out. Mom and I rushed to the hospital, only to find the bed empty. He'd passed minutes before we arrived. The nurse offered hushed condolences, and we stood in numb silence, grappling with a grief we'd expected, but still couldn't handle. I texted Serena the news. She responded a few hours later with, "I'm so sorry, I'll try to make it for the funeral." That word, try, echoed in my head all day. The funeral was set for a Thursday afternoon. Family friends, neighbors, and a few of Dad's Air Force buddies showed up. Mom cried softly beside me as we listened to the minister's eulogy. I kept scanning the crowd, expecting Serena's familiar face, but she never appeared. After the burial, when we returned to the house, a delivery van pulled up with flowers, a huge arrangement of white lilies signed, "With love, Serena." My heart twisted in a mess of anger and longing. No matter how beautiful the flowers were, they couldn't replace her presence. 2 days later, the lawyer called to set an appointment for the formal reading of Dad's will. I emailed Serena the details. She asked if we could postpone. She claimed she was swamped with a major closing on a luxury property. I was done waiting. We moved forward without her. Mom and I sat in the lawyer's office, flipping through pages that detailed Dad's final wishes. As expected, he left half the house to Serena, half to me. He also left a modest sum to Mom, tied up in life insurance and joint savings. At the end of the session, the lawyer handed me a sealed envelope labeled with Serena's name and said Dad had wanted her to have it. I held on to it, not sure when I'd get the chance to deliver it. A week passed before Serena finally arrived, dragging her rolling suitcase into my apartment. She looked frazzled this time, lacking her usual polish. I tried to be courteous, offered her tea, and told her we'd already gone through the will reading. Her eyes went wide with panic, but I assured her that Dad had left her exactly what he intended. She asked if there was anything else. Wordlessly, I handed her the sealed envelope. She locked herself in my bedroom to read it. Through the closed door, I heard muffled sobs. Eventually, she emerged, red-eyed, clutching the letter to her chest. She refused to show it to me, but said Dad had written that he forgave her for leaving, forgave her for seeking out her biological father, and that all he ever wanted was for her to be happy. She asked if we could go to the old house to see Mom. The three of us ended up there that same night, rummaging through Dad's belongings in a shared haze of grief. We found a stack of photo albums buried in the closet, old Polaroids of him teaching Serena to fish in the creek, pictures of him pinning a corsage on her wrist before a school dance, images of him helping me build my first science fair project. Serena lingered over these photos, tears staining the plastic sleeves. For the first time since her return, I saw genuine remorse in her eyes. I asked if she had regrets, and she nodded vigorously, saying she wished she'd found a way to balance her need to know her biological father with her love for the man who raised her. There was a new vulnerability to her that I hadn't witnessed in years. Mom gave Serena Dad's old wedding ring, something he'd taken off once his fingers got too swollen. Mom said she wanted Serena to have it as a reminder that despite everything, he had chosen to stay in this family. Serena wept openly, and Mom wept with her. I stood there, uncertain of what I should do, until I felt them both pulling me into a hug. The moment felt surreal, as if the three of us were trying to hold on to each other for dear life, determined not to let another secret or betrayal shatter what remained of our family. Over the next several days, Serena and I took turns sifting through boxes in the attic. We found old letters Dad had written to Mom during his service, long sentimental passages about how he dreamed of building a life for us that was secure and full of love. We also found notes Dad had scribbled in a small journal mentioning how he always worried Serena would hate him once she learned the truth. In one entry dated back to my senior year of high school, he wrote, "Sometimes love is about accepting that you don't get all of the credit. I only hope she sees my heart when all is said and done." That night, we cooked dinner in the outdated kitchen, the same place Dad used to flip pancakes on Sunday mornings. Mom sat at the table, telling us stories about the early years of marriage, how Dad had forgiven her but never truly let go of the pain. Serena was listening closely, tears filling her eyes every so often. I asked her if she planned to stay a while. She hesitated, glancing at her phone, which buzzed with what I assumed were work messages. Eventually, she admitted she couldn't stay indefinitely. She had responsibilities back on the West Coast, but she promised she would come back for Christmas, and I believed her this time. 2 nights before her scheduled departure, she pulled me aside. She confessed she wasn't doing as well in California as she'd let on. Raymond, her biological father, had gone through a nasty legal battle with former business partners and lost most of his capital. Her real estate career had plateaued when the market slowed, leaving her saddled with bills and debt. Part of why she'd rushed back was because she needed to secure her portion of Dad's estate. She hung her head, ashamed. She insisted she also wanted to reconcile, but financial desperation had loomed. My first instinct was anger, but I found myself recalling Dad's words about love being complicated, about how secrets poison relationships. I took a deep breath and told her that, if anything, I appreciated her honesty now. We could still figure out how to move forward as a family. On her final day in town, Serena and I drove to the cemetery to visit Dad's grave. The headstone was simple, adorned with a tiny Air Force insignia. We stood there in silence for a long time, letting the chilly wind rattle the skeletal branches overhead. Then Serena knelt down, placed a small photo of the two of them from her 10th birthday on the stone, and said, "Thank you for everything. I'm sorry it took me so long to come home." She sobbed in a way that suggested she might finally be letting go of the guilt and anger that had consumed her for years. When we got back to the car, I asked her if she planned to keep Dad's letter. She clutched it tightly and said she intended to frame it once she got back to Santa Monica. She also asked if I would consider coming out to visit sometime. "Raymond isn't the devil," she said quietly. "He just never had the chance to raise me, and I think I created this fantasy world where he'd make up for all that I was missing. It wasn't real, and by the time I realized that, I'd already burned so many bridges here." I nodded, thinking about how Dad's final act had been to leave her half of the house, even after everything. In that moment, it felt like the ultimate testament to his capacity for grace. The following morning, she packed her bags, gave Mom a prolonged hug, and even took time to sit with me on the back porch to watch the sun come up. Birds chirped in the early light, and the fence we used to climb as kids creaked in the breeze. Neither of us spoke for a while. Then she turned to me, tears in her eyes, and asked if I thought Dad had really forgiven her in the end. I told her I had no doubt about that he'd forgiven her before she even asked. She sighed, a mixture of relief and sorrow. "I don't deserve it," she whispered, and I gently reminded her that love is rarely about what we deserve. When Serena walked to the taxi, she paused at the door and looked back at Mom and me, standing on the front step. It felt like an old scene replaying with a different cast of emotions. This time, her eyes glistened not with anger but with a profound longing to remain connected. She waved goodbye, and something about that moment felt like a fragile new beginning. Dad was gone, yet in his last weeks, he had forced us to confront the lies and the guilt that had driven us apart. Now, we had to figure out how to rebuild without his steady presence. I closed the door, watching the taxi carry Serena away, and I realized that the unpredictability of life is sometimes the only constant. Dad's final choice to include Serena in the will might have seemed risky to anyone who thought she'd only come running for money. but it gave her the chance to discover the depth of his compassion. It also gave me the chance to learn that forgiveness can transcend even the cruelest disappointments. Our mother's missteps, Serena's departure, my own resentment, none of it had been erased, but it had been laid bare. We were starting fresh, scars and all. Weeks later, I received an envelope from Serena. Inside was a Polaroid of the two of us with Dad, taken the day I'd finally mastered riding a bike. On the back, she'd written, "I miss him every day. I love you, brother." For the first time since she left for California, I believed her words without hesitation. I placed the photo on the mantel beside Dad's folded American flag. As I stood there, I thought about how I couldn't predict what the future held for either of us. Yet, I felt hopeful that this time, we wouldn't let secrets or guilt drive us apart. Family was complicated, and always would be. But maybe, just maybe, we could carry Dad's lessons forward, never again allowing shame or resentment to overshadow the bonds we once believed were unbreakable. And in that small flicker of hope, I felt Dad's presence, quietly reminding me that real love can outlast even the most painful revelations. I don't know when I realized that my life was drifting toward chaos, but it must have been the day Lena marched into my office with a manila folder labeled financial documents. The instant I saw her pale face and furious eyes, my stomach clenched. Our breakup had been anything but amicable, but I'd never expected her to storm in where I worked, especially unannounced. She brushed past my stunned coworker, ignoring his attempts to stop her, and slammed that folder onto my desk. I was so rattled by her sudden presence that it took me a moment to get out of my chair. She glared at me, tears brimming, and said in a low voice that carried more weight than her usual melodrama, "You owe me child support." My heart thundered so hard in my chest that for a moment I thought she might be able to hear it. Baffled, I mumbled something about how it had only been 6 months since we'd seen each other, and in that time, she had never said a word about being pregnant. She scoffed, looking more furious than ever, and slammed her fist on my desk. "Did you think I was just going to deal with it on my own?" she demanded. Her words hit me like a slap. I had no idea what to say. The glare of my coworker's eyes burned into my back, and I could feel the tension sizzling in the air. Everyone was trying to figure out whether to intervene or pretend they hadn't noticed the meltdown unfolding in front of them. Lena seemed unbothered by our audience. She was here to get a reaction and, more importantly, to serve me an ultimatum. And she'd chosen a very public stage to deliver it. Without hesitation, she continued. She flipped open the folder, revealing a barrage of paperwork, forms from the County Family Services office, her pay stubs, and hospital bills. My head spun. I glanced at the documents, struggling to piece together the timeline of her allegations. She claimed our final night together had been enough to conceive a child she said had been born a month earlier. She insisted I'd abandoned her and that she had no choice but to demand legal recourse. Every accusation made my skin prickle. My mind swarmed with memories, the arguments, the broken dishes, the sobbing phone calls at 3 a.m., and finally, the fragile truce we'd made when we split. But none of it included any hint of a pregnancy. Before I could form a coherent question, she pointed to the top page and hissed, "Sign this, acknowledge paternity, and start paying your share." I felt my world tilt. An uneasy silence spread across the office. I felt stares drilling into my back, but I couldn't peel my eyes off those forms. The lines were dense with legal jargon, but one sentence stood out. I was officially being named the father of her newborn son. If I signed those papers, I'd be on the hook for child support, probably for the next 18 years. Worse, I would be acknowledging a responsibility I had no evidence of beyond Lena's word. My gut twisted in knots. Taking a deep breath, I pushed the folder back toward her. "I'm not signing anything until there's a paternity test," I said. I tried to keep my voice steady, but each syllable cracked under my anxiety. Lena's lips curled in a sneer, and for a moment, I sensed we were heading down a road neither of us would survive unscathed. No turning back now. Truly. Lena's reaction was instant. She snatched the folder from my desk and stormed off, shouting over her shoulder that I'd regret my decision. The entire office was left buzzing in her wake, and I spent the rest of the day answering awkward questions. My boss gave me that tight-lipped look of concern, but I brushed it off with a vague explanation. When I finally got home, I replayed the incident in my head. The idea of being a father gnawed at me. If this child was really mine, I would step up. But something about Lena's sudden demands, her refusal to mention anything earlier, made me suspicious. Deep down, I sensed a trap. I didn't want to believe she'd lie about something so life-altering, but the alternative, that she'd hidden her pregnancy out of spite, seemed equally plausible. I decided to contact a lawyer. I couldn't sleep. Fear consumed me. Contacting a lawyer was the easy part. Dealing with my sister Clarissa was harder. She had always been protective of me, or so I thought. When I told her about the paternity test, she surprised me by reacting with anger. "How could you question Lena like that?" she demanded, as though I were accusing Lena of a vicious crime. I felt a flicker of confusion. Clarissa had never been particularly fond of Lena during our relationship. In fact, she used to point out every fault she could find in her. But now she was scolding me for daring to doubt Lena's claim. That conversation ended abruptly, with Clarissa hanging up on me. I blamed her outburst on stress, never imagining the deeper reasons behind her reaction. Even so, I pushed forward, determined to protect myself from a potential scam. My lawyer filed the paperwork requesting a DNA test. Felt surreal. In the weeks that followed, Lena became increasingly hostile. She left voicemails at odd hours, alternately sobbing and raging. My phone would light up at midnight with messages accusing me of shirking my responsibilities, then shift to tearful pleas about how I was failing her and the baby. I tried not to engage. Everything was in the hands of the court, pending that DNA test. Meanwhile, I noticed Clarissa had grown cold toward me. Whenever I tried to talk to her, she said she was busy or shut me down with one-word answers. I couldn't figure out why she seemed to be siding with Lena, though they'd never been close. My mother brushed it off as a misunderstanding, urging me to stay calm and let the legal system handle everything. But a nagging feeling in my gut told me there was more to Clarissa's shift in loyalty, feared her betrayal. I finally confronted Clarissa one Sunday afternoon. She answered her door reluctantly, as if bracing herself for a lecture. Her eyes darted to the side, and I caught a glimpse of Lena's purse hanging on the coat rack. My stomach did a flip. "Is Lena here?" I asked, failing to mask my surprise. Clarissa nodded stiffly, her expression unreadable. Before I could press for answers, Lena emerged from the living room. She gave me a bitter smile and crossed her arms. Seeing her in my sister's home felt like stepping into an alternate universe. Clarissa mumbled something about them needing to talk privately, and I followed them into the kitchen. The tension in the room was suffocating. Lena's gaze flicked between Clarissa and me with a strange smugness, as though she held some secret I wasn't privy to. My chest constricted with a sense of impending doom. I could breathe. Clarissa cleared her throat, her gaze fixed on a random tile on the floor. "I think you two need to sort this out," she said quietly. It sounded rehearsed, as though Lena had choreographed the moment. Lena let out a sharp laugh. "What's there to sort out? He's the father. He's just refusing to do right by his child." My sister winced at the words but didn't correct her. I felt my temper flare, and I turned to Clarissa, demanding to know why she believed Lena so blindly. Her face turned red, and she sputtered something incoherent before finally blurting out, "She's not lying. I know it." Something about the way she said it made the hairs on my neck stand up. A swirl of confusion and anger churned in my gut. Why was Clarissa so certain? Was there a reason she wasn't telling me? My mind reeled uncontrollably then. My head pounded as Lena declared she had nothing else to say. She shoved past me, presumably heading toward the front door. But then I heard her footsteps pause. Clarissa looked panicked, as though caught between the two of us. Moments later, Lena returned with a sly grin stretching across her face. In her hand, she held a small envelope. She waved it in front of me. "If you don't believe me, just wait for the court-ordered test," she sneered, her gaze darting to Clarissa for a fraction of a second. Then she tossed the envelope onto the table. "Maybe you'll learn something new about your precious sister," she added in a whisper that made my blood run cold. With that, she left. The silence that followed was so thick it felt suffocating. Clarissa stared at the envelope as though it might explode at any moment. I dreaded its contents. Clarissa refused to open the envelope and insisted I leave. She practically shoved me out the door, muttering that this whole situation had become too much for her. I tried to reason with her, but she was in no mood for discussion. Returning to my apartment that night, I paced the living room, replaying the afternoon in my head. My sister had never been secretive. She was the type to wear her heart on her sleeve, but now she was hiding something, and it was connected to Lena. The next few days passed in a blur of tension. Lena flooded my voicemail with more accusations, and Clarissa dodged every single one of my calls. I spent hours in my lawyer's office, reaffirming that I would only comply with court orders once the DNA test was complete. Each day felt like a countdown to an inevitable, explosive revelation. I braced myself. Eventually, a court date was set for the DNA test. I arrived at the clinic early, my nerves frayed by a sleepless night. Lena showed up late, cradling a small bundle in her arms. The baby was tiny, eyes wide and curious. A wave of emotion nearly knocked me over. Could this really be my child? I'd been so resolute in my doubts, but holding the possibility in my mind was overwhelming. Lena, of course, used my hesitation against me. She shot me a triumphant look, as if to say, "See, you're already attached." We were both swabbed, as was the baby, under the supervision of a nurse. The entire process took less than half an hour, but it felt like a lifetime. When it was over, Lena left without a word. I stood there, feeling hollow and uncertain, waiting for the truth to finally emerge. Dread twisted my chest. Days turned into an excruciating week as I awaited the results. My lawyer assured me the lab would expedite the process, but each hour felt like an eternity. On the 6th day, a thick envelope arrived by certified mail. My hands trembled as I ripped it open. The official letter confirmed what I'd begun to suspect. The baby was not mine. I read the result 3 times, my eyes blurring with relief and a strange sense of betrayal. Relief, because I wasn't responsible for a child sprung upon me without warning. Betrayal, because Lena had lied to me so fervently. But there was another emotion lurking beneath the surface: dread. What would Lena do now that her ruse had been exposed? And how would Clarissa explain her unwavering support for Lena's deception? My phone buzzed on the table, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. The caller ID read unknown. It was Clarissa. She spoke in a shaky whisper, as though she feared being overheard. "I need to see you," she said. "There's so much you don't understand." My first instinct was to lash out, to demand why she'd helped Lena perpetuate this lie. But something in my sister's voice stopped me. I heard genuine fear. We agreed to meet at a deserted park on the outskirts of town. When I arrived, Clarissa was sitting on a bench, her hood pulled low over her face. She looked up at me with tear-stained eyes. Without any prodding, she began to explain. It turned out Clarissa had been in deep financial trouble: student loans, credit card debt. Lena had offered her money to convince me of paternity, hoping to speed along the process of establishing child support. My stomach churned as I realized the depths of Lena's manipulation. I felt so sick inside. Clarissa sobbed as she recounted her desperation. She claimed she had no idea Lena was lying about the child's parentage initially, only that Lena had dangled the promise of paying off a sizable chunk of her debts if she helped pressure me. By the time Clarissa realized the full extent of the lie, she felt trapped. She had already accepted some of the money, and she feared Lena would turn on her if she backed out. The revelation hit me like a train. I wanted to be furious with my sister, but her brokenness was palpable. She apologized over and over, insisting she'd been planning to tell me sooner but couldn't work up the courage. My anger didn't vanish, but a reluctant sympathy arose within me. We sat there for a long time, the chill in the air matching the cold reality of Lena's manipulative scheme. I shivered, feeling utterly betrayed. With the DNA results officially clearing me, I assumed Lena would drop her pursuit. Instead, she doubled down, accusing me of falsifying the test. Her social media exploded with vitriol aimed at me. She posted pictures of the baby, complete with heart-wrenching captions about an absent father. My coworkers caught wind, and soon I was the subject of rampant gossip. The situation spiraled further when Lena filed a lawsuit claiming I had emotionally abused her and was refusing to support our child. My lawyer assured me the DNA test results would invalidate her claims, yet the damage to my reputation was significant. Friends started distancing themselves, unsure how to navigate the drama. Even my boss called me into his office, inquiring if I needed time off. I felt cornered, my attempts to clear my name drowned out by the noise of Lena's relentless campaign. everything felt bleak and suffocating. Truly, Clarissa tried to help me by publicly admitting she had colluded with Lena under false pretenses, but her confession went largely ignored in the chaos. Lena used her platform to label Clarissa a traitor, claiming she was only trying to save her own skin. Meanwhile, I dug up every piece of evidence I could to demonstrate the falsity of Lena's claims. Emails, text messages, even receipts showing that I'd had no contact with Lena during the period she claimed we'd conceived. It felt like swimming against an endless tide. The more I tried to set the record straight, the more I seemed to be drowning in accusations. Family gatherings became tense. Some relatives believed me, others took Lena's side, claiming I was using my financial stability to intimidate her. In truth, I felt anything but stable. My world was on the brink of collapse. Hope seemed distant, almost imaginary. Truly, the lawsuit hearing arrived, and I entered the courtroom feeling both anxious and angry. My lawyer presented the DNA test results immediately, which the judge acknowledged but insisted on reviewing alongside Lena's allegations. Lena took the stand, recounting tearful stories of how I allegedly abandoned her during her pregnancy. She painted a picture of a manipulative, cold-hearted partner who left her alone in her darkest hour. Despite the test proving I wasn't the father, she maintained I had some moral obligation to help her. My blood boiled, but I contained myself. When Clarissa testified, she recounted the bribe Lena had offered her, detailing how she had been coerced into supporting Lena's narrative. Still, Lena clung to her story, claiming I manipulated the test and threatened Clarissa. The judge reserved judgment for a later date, leaving me stuck in legal limbo with my reputation further battered. I felt utterly powerless again. In the aftermath, I retreated from social media and surrounded myself with people who still believed in me. Clarissa stayed close, determined to make amends, though our relationship remained strained. Late one night, she showed me a recorded voicemail Lena had left her. In it, Lena threatened to expose Clarissa's financial desperation if she didn't keep supporting the false paternity claim. That message was the final nail in the coffin of Lena's credibility. I handed the recording over to my lawyer immediately. He assured me it would devastate Lena's case. The next hearing couldn't come soon enough. I arrived at the courthouse with a grim sense of anticipation. Lena was there, but she looked shaken. When my lawyer played the voicemail for the judge, you could have heard a pin drop. Lena's face turned ashen, and her bravado seemed to evaporate in an instant. A hush blanketed the courtroom abruptly. With the voicemail as evidence, the judge dismissed Lena's lawsuit and admonished her for misleading the court. My reputation wasn't instantly repaired, but a weight lifted from my shoulders. In the days that followed, Lena vanished from social media, and rumors circulated that she'd moved out of state. As for Clarissa, our bond is still mending, one difficult conversation at a time. Though I resent her initial betrayal, I've come to understand her desperation. Nobody emerged from this ordeal unscathed. Even so, I've started reclaiming my life step by step. My boss eventually offered an apology for doubting me, and a handful of friends who had distanced themselves have reached out. The experience changed me. I'm more wary, more guarded, yet I refuse to let bitterness define my future. The twisted saga ended not with a triumphant victory, but with a cautious relief and a hard-earned lesson. Hope lingered, quietly waiting. My parents are forcing me out after surgery, left me blind. My sister is coming home and doesn't want me there. I remember the swirl of colors that last morning I woke up able to see. The sunlight through my curtains painted orange stripes across my bed, and I had this fleeting sense that everything was exactly as it should be. I was 19, full of plans, and convinced that my future lay at my feet. The doctors had scheduled my surgery for the following week, promising a high likelihood of success. That phrase echoed in my head repeatedly, like a lullaby I desperately wanted to believe. High likelihood was not a guarantee, but I clung to hope. My mother's voice rang in my ears, urging me to trust the medical experts, to remain calm, to imagine a triumphant story I could retell for years. My father, more stoic, only nodded when I shared my fears. In the hush between their reassurances, I felt a strange dread settling. Maybe it was the final morning light I'd ever see. Everything might change in ways I couldn't predict. Yet I refused to give in to fear. Life felt too fragile to handle alone, but I trusted my family to be my anchor. I had no clue how unsteady they would prove to be. The surgery itself was meant to remove a benign tumor pressing against my optic nerves, but something went wrong in the operating room. I woke up in dimness that refused to sharpen. My first thought was that the anesthesia hadn't fully worn off. Then realization sank in, slow and suffocating. The world I'd known was gone. Panic swelled in me like a physical force, and I cried out for someone to help me. Doctors and nurses tried to soothe me with quiet voices. They urged patience, offered optimism, recommended follow-up tests. My parents hovered, each clutching one of my hands. I heard hushed whispers between them, the grim worry they couldn't hide. When the specialists finally confirmed that my eyesight wouldn't return, I felt like I was sinking into quicksand. There was no going back. My mother told me we would adapt together, but her voice shook. It was a promise I believed in wholeheartedly. Reality, however, would unravel that trust. Blindness was not just a medical condition. It became a spotlight on every hidden crack in my family's foundation. We were headed toward an earthquake I never saw coming, and part of me prayed this was some impossible nightmare. Recovery at home felt like entering a foreign country. Familiar rooms became minefields of sharp-edged furniture, loose rugs, and unpredictable corners. My mother arranged mobility lessons and braille training, but her patience was overshadowed by exasperation. My father helped where he could, quietly shifting chairs so I wouldn't trip, but he rarely spoke. I sensed his discomfort, as if my blindness was a misfortune he couldn't fix, so he refused to face it head-on. My sister Ava was away at college. Whenever she called, she sounded distracted, telling me to keep my spirits up. I smiled into the phone, wishing I could see her face. I worried about being a burden to everyone, but I also counted on their love. Weeks passed, and I learned to move through the house with some confidence, but the tension lay thick beneath the surface. My mother's sighs grew heavier, and my father retreated into longer silences. I pretended not to notice, determined to prove I still deserved a place at home. Deep down, though, I sensed that something was about to snap. Their carefully guarded frustration kept building, and I didn't realize how explosive it could become until the day Ava came home. She arrived earlier than planned, dragging a suitcase that thumped down the hallway. I listened from my bedroom, heart pounding. She breezed in with the same energetic aura I remembered, but something felt different. Her laughter was forced. Even before I heard the strained greetings in the kitchen, I sensed unease from the way she called my name. There was no warmth in that voice. "Are you doing okay?" she asked, stepping into my room. I nodded stiffly. She didn't hug me. Instead, she exhaled and said, "Mom and Dad think you need more care than we can give." I didn't want to agree, but they have a point. My throat tightened. "Ava, I just need time." She sighed heavily. "I brought my boyfriend with me, and we need space. You can't stay here forever." Her words hit like a slap. My sister, my lifelong ally, was telling me to leave. I swallowed a surge of despair, trying to keep my composure. "I understand," I whispered, but it felt like betrayal. The house I had fought to navigate suddenly seemed hostile. Every wall threatened to suffocate me. I wanted to scream, but all I managed was a weak nod goodbye. My parents broke the news that evening over dinner, though nobody truly ate. My father cleared his throat and said they had looked into assisted living options. My mother insisted I consider a specialized facility where professionals could help me adjust. Her tone was gentle, as if she didn't want me to understand the finality behind her words. "I can still learn to function here," I argued, my voice trembling. "I'm not helpless. Please, just give me a chance." My father quietly shook his head. I heard the scrape of his fork against the plate. Ava sat silent, perhaps regretting her blunt words earlier, or maybe just uncomfortable with this standoff. My mother repeated that it was for my own good, a phrase that made me grit my teeth. I realized they had planned this for weeks, waiting for Ava to return so they could finalize everything. Their betrayal stung, but beneath the anger I felt a hollow ache of fear. Where would I go? How would I manage alone? My family was shutting me out, and I had no backup plan. My appetite vanished, replaced by a numb resignation. I pushed my chair away from the table and fled. That night, I fumbled through my closet, packing blindly into a duffel bag. My hands shook on every shirt I folded, every pair of socks I tried to locate. Tears clung to my lashes, and I silently scolded myself for crying. I felt my mother linger in the doorway, her breath shallow. She offered hushed reassurances, but they fell flat. This was happening. There was no reversing their decision. In the kitchen, I overheard Ava telling her boyfriend she couldn't wait for some peace and quiet once I was gone. The knife of her indifference twisted deeper. I used to admire my sister's confidence, but now it felt like cruelty. Around midnight, I sank onto my bed, imagining the darkness swirling around me like a heavy fog. I pressed my palms against my eyes, half wishing I could wake up from this nightmare. My parents made it clear I was leaving in the morning. I didn't know how to survive beyond these walls, but they wouldn't offer me the choice to stay. My heartbeat roared in my ears. I felt abandoned, shattered, and angry. This was not the life I had imagined, yet it was the only one I had. Morning arrived with the sound of my father loading my duffel into the trunk. My mother hovered near the front door, offering me an envelope filled with cash. "For emergencies," she said quietly. Her voice trembled, but I could only manage a hollow thank you. Ava's boyfriend waited in the hallway, clearing his throat impatiently. My sister didn't come to say goodbye. The engine rumbled as my father drove me to a low-budget apartment complex run by a friend of his coworker. He said it would be a temporary arrangement. I felt the tension in his posture, the reluctance in his voice. He didn't want me with them, but he also hated this solution. We rode in strained silence until he parked. An unfamiliar hand guided me onto the sidewalk. I gripped my cane, counting steps to memorize distances. The manager handed me a key. My father murmured something about checking in. Then, as quickly as we arrived, he left. I stood alone in the dim corridor, counting my heartbeats. The emptiness inside me felt infinite. Part of me wanted to call out, to beg him not to go, but the door slammed, and I realized he was gone for good. At first, the apartment seemed like a prison cell, cramped and silent. Every footstep echoed, reminding me how alone I was. I spent hours just sitting on the couch, struggling not to think about what my family was doing without me. My phone stayed silent most days. Ava never called. My mother sent a single text that read, "Are you okay?" I didn't respond. If she needed to know, she'd have to come see for herself. Gradually, I forced myself into a routine. I practiced cooking simple meals, memorized the layout to avoid tripping, and slowly adapted to a life without sight. Small victories lifted my spirits, frying an egg without burning it, finding my way to the mailbox and back. Each success reminded me I could still function. Every evening, I imagined my sister in our old room, my parents watching television, normal and intact as if I never existed. Despite the ache, I persisted. Survival became my driving force. Blindness might confine my eyes, but it wouldn't break my will. Days turned into weeks, and though I struggled, I endured. Yet, somewhere in the shadows, a part of me still longed for home, for acceptance, for love lost. I was cleaning the kitchen one afternoon when a knock came at the door. My heart leapt, hoping foolishly it might be my parents, but it was Ava. She stood in awkward silence as I navigated toward her. "Why are you here?" I asked softly, struggling to keep my bitterness from surfacing. Her sigh fluttered across the entryway. "Mom told me you wouldn't answer her calls," Ava said. "I felt I had to check on you." I stayed quiet, uncertain how to respond. Her presence revived memories of childhood adventures, secrets we once shared, but the woman before me felt like a stranger. "I want to apologize," she continued. "I didn't mean for everything to go this way. I guess I was scared your blindness would hold us all back." My stomach twisted at her words. "You were scared? You can see," I muttered, anger bubbling beneath the surface. She stepped closer, voice trembling. "I know, and I'm sorry, but maybe we can fix this. Maybe you can come home." My pulse pounded. "They don't want me there." She hesitated, then whispered, "Things changed. Dad lost his job, and they're selling the house. He's angry, and Mom's health is declining." Her confession rattled me more than I expected. They were struggling too, yet my anger refused to fade completely. "I needed them, Ava. I needed you." She placed a tentative hand on my shoulder. "I'm sorry," she repeated softly. "I want to help, but I don't know how." My chest tightened. "I don't think there's a quick fix for this," I admitted. We stood there, the gulf between us so vast I could sense it in the silence. Then she handed me a folded paper. "It's from Mom," Ava said. "Some letter she wrote you." My throat constricted. I took it gingerly, fingers tracing the creases. "Will you read it to me?" I whispered. She inhaled unsteadily and began. "Dear child, I'm so sorry for pushing you away. I thought I was protecting us both from pain, but I see now you needed me more than ever. Please forgive me. I love you." Ava's voice broke on the last words. For a moment, neither of us spoke. Then I reached out, found her hand, and squeezed. We remained in that fragile embrace, both sensing that no simple apology could fix our fractured bond, but perhaps it was enough to begin. Brother borrowed $30K from me, brushed it off as ancient history. When I asked for repayment, then boasted vacations online. Now he's facing prison for fraud and begging for forgiveness. I used to think that the concept of family was simple. You shared the same blood, stuck up for each other, and maybe borrowed a few dollars now and then without fuss. My brother Curtis always had a way of turning that simplicity on its head. I never thought he'd be the kind of person to take advantage of me. We were raised together in the same cramped 3-bedroom house, just 2 kids listening to our parents argue about overdue bills and the price of groceries. Neither of us came from much, but we shared everything: secrets, Christmas presents, sometimes even clothes. It wasn't an idyllic childhood by any stretch, but it was ours, and we made the best of it. So, when Curtis came to me one afternoon, about 6 years ago, asking to borrow $30,000, I didn't think twice. He told me he had a plan, an investment in a friend's construction business that promised to triple his money in just 3 years. Maybe if we'd grown up differently, with more financial security, I would have been suspicious, or at least a little cautious. But I'd finally found a stable job, had some money saved, and wanted to see my brother succeed. To me, it sounded like a chance to help him get ahead. I gave him the money without any formal paperwork because a handshake, a promise, and the bond of siblings felt more binding than ink on a contract. I still remember the light in his eyes when I handed him the check. He babbled about how it would change his life, about how grateful he was, how he would pay me back as soon as everything clicked into place. I didn't ask to see his friend's business plan, nor did I demand any collateral. I trusted him, simply because he was Curtis. We came from the same house with the same peeling wallpaper, the same backyard we once used for burying old toys, and I believe that kind of upbringing fostered an unbreakable trust. A year passed, and my life got hectic. I was adjusting to my new role as a mid-level manager at the insurance company where I worked, trying to prove myself, trying to accumulate enough paid time off for a real vacation. I'd check in on Curtis sporadically, and each time, he'd tell me everything was moving along as planned. My parents moved to Florida and left us alone in our original hometown. I'd call them on weekends and tell them that Curtis and I were doing just fine up north. On the surface, everything was normal. Underneath, I was starting to sense that maybe I'd been overly trusting. I didn't see any tangible signs of progress, no updates, no mention of the business. Curtis would just say, "Don't worry, I'll get you your money soon, then we can celebrate." That second year, I started asking a few pointed questions. Where was the construction site located? Could I see pictures of the progress? Every time I asked, Curtis changed the topic. He'd ramble about the cost of materials, the unpredictability of weather, or his partner's short-term cash flow issues. But he never offered proof. I told myself he was simply busy or a bit scatterbrained. I'd always known him to be the kind who lost his keys every other day, or who once forgot to pay our electric bill back when we were roommates in college. Still, the seed of worry had been planted, and it was slowly sprouting into a gnawing suspicion. At the 2.5-year mark, I pressed harder. $30,000 wasn't chump change, and I hadn't heard a single word about any returns. I called Curtis one night, and he let it go to voicemail. When he finally got back to me 2 days later, he sounded rattled and deflated. He said something had gone wrong with the investment, but it wasn't his fault. His friend had run off, or maybe the friend's partner had. The details were fuzzy. He promised he'd figure something out, said I just had to trust him a bit longer. I asked him outright, "Curtis, are you lying to me?" He got quiet, then launched into a tirade about how I was insulting him, how I should give him the benefit of the doubt, how he'd never do anything to hurt his only sibling. It was a solid performance. He almost convinced me. But my gut was telling me that not all was right in his world. I started watching him more closely. Since we lived only an hour apart, I'd sometimes drive by his apartment complex. I noticed he wasn't driving the same beater car he'd had for years. Instead, I saw a new SUV parked in his spot, tinted windows and black rims that looked far too expensive for someone lamenting a lost business venture. And whenever I visited his social media pages, I'd see pictures that didn't align with his story of hardship. Weekend ski trips, fancy dinners, new designer clothes. There was no mention of a failed investment or a missing business partner. He was out there living it up. Still, I tried to reason with myself. Maybe he'd gotten a new job, or maybe the construction business was actually working out. Maybe he was earning enough to splurge a little. I pushed down my doubts and waited for him to do the right thing. The official 3-year mark arrived, and he still owed me every cent. I called him, expecting him to at least acknowledge the date, but he brushed me off with vague excuses. I brought up the fact that he'd promised me repayment by now, but he only said, "We'll get it sorted eventually." Then he had the audacity to call it ancient history. That phrase cut me deeper than any insult he could have hurled. Ancient history? $30,000 was still gone from my bank account, and he was telling me to forget about it because it was old news? I slammed the phone down, seething. It was that moment when my loyalty to him began to erode, replaced by anger and a cold determination to get to the truth. Later that month, I discovered, through an old college friend, that Curtis had been boasting online about a luxurious vacation to Greece, complete with 5-star accommodations and private beach dinners. I almost dropped my phone when I saw the photos. He was standing on the deck of a rented yacht, sipping champagne with a few people I didn't recognize. The caption read, "Life is too short not to explore the world in style." The rage that pulsed through me felt so intense, I had to step outside to cool off. Here I was, clipping coupons and driving an aging sedan, all the while he was living a life of indulgence financed, at least in part, by my savings. I confronted him at a family gathering shortly after. It was the first time our parents had come up from Florida in a year, and we were all meeting at our aunt's place for a barbecue. It was supposed to be a day of relaxation, but I couldn't hold in my frustration. As soon as I saw him joking with our cousins, I pulled him aside and demanded answers. Curtis's face fell when he realized I wasn't going to drop the subject. He tried to pivot, to crack a joke about some marinade recipe, but I wasn't playing along. I recall my exact words. "Why are you vacationing on yachts while I'm still waiting to see a single dollar of that 30 grand I loaned you?" He turned red, stammered, then muttered something about having other financial resources. He shot me a glare that silently pleaded with me not to ruin the day in front of our whole extended family. I kept my voice low, but my frustration was obvious. I asked him again about the investment, about where my money truly had gone. He wouldn't look me in the eye. Eventually, he lashed out, telling me I was being petty. "Why do you always act like the world owes you something?" he sneered. The words stung. All I wanted was the money he'd promised to return. My parents, picking up on the tension, pulled me away and asked what was wrong. I told them everything, from the initial loan to the lavish vacations. My mother went pale, and my father's jaw clenched so hard I thought he might crack a tooth. They demanded Curtis come clean. He insisted he had it under control, that it was nobody's business but his and mine. The barbecue ended on a sour note, and the ride home was filled with strained silence. Over the next year, my resentment grew. Curtis seemed to be thriving, posting photos from a Caribbean getaway, then a ski trip in Colorado, then a music festival on the West Coast. No matter how many times I asked him to repay me, he'd either brush me off with claims that he was working on it, or scold me for harping on ancient history. We stopped having civil conversations. If we had to see each other at some holiday function, we'd avoid direct contact. My parents would look at me with sympathetic eyes, apologizing on his behalf, but they never forced him to act. He was their golden boy after all, the younger sibling who always knew how to charm them. I tried to move on, but the bitterness was like a slow poison seeping into every aspect of my life. I was never broke, but it hurt to see my finances set back by so many years of saving, especially when the beneficiary acted as though I was the one inconveniencing him. Then, out of nowhere, everything changed. I was at home on a Saturday morning, scrolling through social media, when I saw a local news article shared by a friend. It mentioned the arrest of several individuals in a suspected large-scale fraud scheme involving fake business investments, charitable front organizations, and embezzled funds. I nearly dropped my phone when I saw Curtis's name listed among the suspects. The article was light on details, but it spelled out that Curtis and 3 others were accused of conning multiple victims by promising lucrative returns on non-existent business ventures. My mind immediately went to the money I'd given him. I felt a swirl of conflicting emotions: anger, betrayal, a strange pang of pity. Could I have been one of his first victims? Or was I just the easiest mark, being his sister? I wondered if I should call him, but I hesitated. The same day, I got a frantic call from my mother, who said the police had come by looking for Curtis. She was in hysterics, convinced there must be some misunderstanding. She asked me over and over, could he really be mixed up in something like this? I didn't know how to answer. The rational part of me said yes, of course he could. The evidence was staring me in the face. The secrecy around my money, the lavish lifestyle, the distant attitude. But still, a part of me recalled that sweet little boy who once defended me from a bully in 5th grade. It was disorienting to realize he might have become a full-fledged criminal. That night, my phone buzzed with an unknown number. I answered, and it was Curtis. His voice cracked with desperation. He said he was in trouble, that the cops were after him, that everything I'd seen online was a lie perpetuated by shady associates who dragged him into their scheme. I didn't believe him for a second, but I kept listening, unsure of how he'd gotten my number if he was supposedly hiding from the authorities. He tried to evoke our childhood bond, mentioning our late grandmother who always told us to look after each other. Then he dropped a bombshell. I need your help, and I need your forgiveness. The nerve of him. I wanted to scream that he'd had countless opportunities to come clean, to make it right, and he'd chosen instead to flaunt expensive vacations. But instead, I kept quiet, letting him ramble. He told me he feared going to prison, that they'd frozen some of his assets, and that he had nowhere else to turn. He was practically begging. I told him I couldn't speak with him anymore unless he was ready to be honest. And if he truly wanted help, I needed the truth about what he'd done with my money. It was a harsh ultimatum, but I felt he'd left me no choice. He started sobbing, claiming he couldn't talk freely on the phone, that he'd come to see me in person if I just told him where to meet. I was torn. Part of me wanted to hang up and never look back. Another part, the big sister in me, wanted to at least hear him out in person, if only for my own sense of closure. After a sleepless night, I decided I'd meet him at a quiet park on the outskirts of town, where we often went as kids to feed the ducks with stale bread. It felt symbolic, a place where we once laughed and confided in each other before life got complicated. I arrived the next afternoon, scanning the area for any sign of him. I saw him hunched over on a bench by the small pond wearing a baseball cap pulled low over his eyes. He looked up when he heard me approach, and I was struck by how different he seemed. Gone was the easy confidence and cocky grin. He looked pale, exhausted, desperate. He talked in circles for nearly an hour, alternating between apologies and denials. Finally, I lost my patience. "Curtis," I said, "why did you take my money and never return it? Start with that." For a moment, I thought he might storm off or hurl an insult, but his shoulders sagged instead, and he began to explain. He admitted that from the very start, the construction investment was a ruse. He claimed he was in over his head with some gambling debts, and the easiest way to raise quick cash was to ask me, the sibling he knew would never refuse. He said that once he had my money, he realized it wouldn't even scratch the surface of what he owed certain people, so he got involved in a fraudulent investment ring with 2 shady acquaintances. The scheme paid off big in the beginning, allowing him to live like a king. But eventually, the authorities caught wind, and his world came crashing down. "I'm sorry," he kept saying, voice trembling. "I never wanted to hurt you." I stood there, feeling equal parts furious and sick to my stomach. I demanded to know if I was implicated in his crimes, if my money had been used to hurt anyone else. He assured me I was just another victim, that the authorities weren't going to come after me because I hadn't been part of the conspiracy. But he also said he had no way to repay me now. His accounts were frozen, and the courts were likely to seize anything he had left. I felt tears burn in my eyes, not because I was losing the money all over again, but because of this toxic mixture of rage and heartbreak that churned inside me. He wasn't just some random con artist, he was my baby brother. He asked me to talk to the police on his behalf, to tell them he was a decent guy who'd made a mistake. I laughed bitterly at his request. After all he'd put me through, after lying to my face for years, It was galling that he expected me to vouch for him now. I told him he needed to hire a lawyer, face the charges, and deal with the consequences of his actions. He pleaded, begging me to do something, anything. He even tried to guilt-trip me by asking if I really wanted to see my brother locked away, but I stood firm. I said, "You made this bed, Curtis. Now you have to lie in it." And with that, I walked away, leaving him on the bench with tears in his eyes. The next few weeks were a blur of news reports, legal updates, and frantic phone calls from our parents. They'd hired a defense attorney for him at considerable expense, and they were heartbroken at the idea of their son going to prison. Our father asked me to make a statement about Curtis's character. Our mother sobbed on the phone, saying that if he got sentenced, he might be behind bars for years, possibly a decade. I wrestled with my conscience. I still had lingering loyalty to the kid who once made me a birthday card by hand. But the adult he'd become had lied and stolen from me without remorse. Eventually, I decided that I wouldn't lie to help him. If the court asked me for facts, I'd give them the truth, nothing more and nothing less. During the trial, I sat in the back, uncertain if he even wanted me there. I felt a pang in my chest when I saw him wearing that ill-fitting suit, his hair disheveled, glancing nervously around the courtroom. His lawyer tried to paint him as a naive pawn, manipulated by more experienced criminals. The prosecution argued that he'd been a willing participant, spending the stolen funds on lavish trips and expensive items. When they read aloud the list of extravagant expenses, it was hard not to let my face twist in anger. My money had financed part of that spree, though I was hardly the only one conned by him. Curtis's accomplices testified against him, each trying to secure a lighter sentence by casting him as the ringleader. My parents wilted in their seats, looking older than I'd ever seen them. I couldn't tell if Curtis was telling the whole truth. He looked pitiful, like a drowning man trying to grab at any floating piece of debris. Part of me ached for him, yet I also felt a harsh satisfaction. He had to answer for his actions, just as anyone else would. When it was my turn to speak, I walked to the witness stand, knees trembling. I had to explain the loan, how he never repaid me, and how he'd boasted about trips I knew he couldn't afford. I didn't embellish, but I didn't hold back either. Curtis wouldn't look at me. His eyes were on the table, his lips pressed together in a grim line. I ended my statement by saying, "He's my brother and I love him, but he lied to me and stole from me. I can't ignore that." At the sentencing, the judge was scathing. He called their actions brazen and cruel. Curtis got 5 years in prison, with the possibility of parole after 3. His accomplices got varied sentences based on their level of involvement, but Curtis was singled out for his role in soliciting money from family members under false pretenses. My parents wept. I stayed stoic, remembering how many nights I'd lost sleep over that money, how many times he'd lied to my face. After the sentence was handed down, he was allowed a moment to address the court. Curtis stood, voice shaking, and apologized to the victims. He glanced in my direction and said, "Especially my sister," before guards escorted him away. I was too drained to feel anything but a hollow pang of pity. I didn't see him again in person for nearly a year. I concentrated on moving forward, focusing on my career, my relationship with my boyfriend, and the small house I'd finally managed to buy. $30,000 was still gone, but I was working toward replenishing my savings. I did get the occasional letter from him, mostly full of apologies that sounded rehearsed and pleas for me to visit. For the longest time, I didn't respond. I wasn't sure what to say. I couldn't forgive him yet. I wasn't even sure if I'd ever be able to. My parents visited him monthly, though they tried not to press me on doing the same. They understood I needed time. Then, on a cool autumn day, I found an envelope in my mailbox with shaky handwriting. I recognized Curtis's scrawl immediately. Inside was a letter different from the others. Instead of apologies and excuses, it was a detailed confession of regret. He admitted how wrong he was, that he had no right to use me as a safety net. He said the emptiness he felt behind bars was crushing, and that the guilt he carried for betraying me was almost unbearable. Reading his words brought tears to my eyes. I wasn't ready to forget the damage he'd done, but I realized something. He was human, deeply flawed, and suffering the consequences of his choices. I wrote back a short note that simply said, "I'm not ready to forgive you entirely, but I acknowledge your words. Take care of yourself." Over time, letters bounced back and forth. We began exchanging small pieces of our daily lives, sometimes reminiscing about our childhood. My guard was still up, but I felt a subtle shift in my emotions. I recognized that he was paying for what he'd done. Whether he truly deserved my forgiveness was a separate question, but I could at least attempt some form of communication that wasn't laced with bitterness. My parents expressed relief that we were in contact, though they never pestered me to expedite the healing process. When he was finally granted parole after 3 years, I received a call from my mother, who was overjoyed. She said he'd be staying at their place in Florida until he got back on his feet. She asked if I'd come for a family dinner to welcome him home, but I declined. I didn't want the moment he stepped out of prison to be the same moment I saw him face to face again. I needed him to settle into life outside, to grapple with the reality of the world he'd turned his back on, to maybe find a job or take steps toward redemption. I still had the right to protect myself. If he was truly remorseful, he'd understand. That Christmas, he sent me a card, along with a small check for $500. It felt like a fraction of what he owed, but the gesture was significant. Inside the card, he wrote, "I know this doesn't even begin to cover what I took from you, but please accept it as a sign that I'm trying. Someday, I'll make it right." That small amount of money stirred a myriad of feelings in me. Part of me wanted to rip the check to shreds, outraged at how pathetic it seemed in comparison to the original sum. But I didn't. I deposited it, letting myself believe it was a start. Eventually, I agreed to a face-to-face meeting in Florida. I flew down the following spring, taking a few days off work to see my parents, not entirely sure if I was ready to see Curtis. But the morning after I arrived, I found him sitting in the backyard under a palm tree, nervously fiddling with his hands. He looked thinner, older, a man who had seen the inside of a cell and been humbled by it. He rose as soon as he saw me, tears forming in his eyes. I stood there, arms folded, heart pounding. There was a long, uncomfortable silence before he said, "I'm sorry," voice trembling. "I know I can't erase the past, but I will try every day to be better." I looked away, trying not to cry. Then we talked, quietly and haltingly, for hours. He told me about the prison counselor who helped him address his gambling addiction, about the nightmares he still had of being locked up, about how he understood he'd lost my trust. I didn't promise him that everything was fine, but I did tell him I was willing to see if we could mend, step by step. We ended that conversation with a tentative hug, awkward and stiff, but filled with earnest hope. Months passed, and the updates I got from my parents suggested Curtis was serious about staying on the right path. He found a job at a local landscaping company. He set up a small automatic payment to my bank account, just $50 a month at first, but it was something. I was under no illusions that it would ever fully repay the $30,000, but maybe it was enough for me to learn how to let go of the anger that had festered. Our relationship would never return to the pure innocence of childhood, but maybe it didn't have to. Maybe we could find a new baseline, one shaped by honesty, however painful it might be. The end of the story, if there even is an end, came the day he texted me a photo of an empty piggy bank with a little note that read, "One day at a time." It was a humble image, but it moved me. I realized this was a journey that would unfold over years, maybe even decades. There was no sudden, dramatic resolution, no final reckoning that would undo the past. We were siblings bound by blood and history, carrying scars that would never fully fade. That photo represented something fragile yet promising, the possibility of genuine remorse met with cautious acceptance. Looking back, the unexpected twist wasn't that he went to prison or that he eventually tried to repay me. The real shock was realizing how complicated love and loyalty become when tested by betrayal. I used to think forgiveness was a one-time deal, a switch you flip, a moment of absolution. But it isn't. It's a gradual, uneven process that sometimes takes years and is never guaranteed. I haven't fully forgiven him, and he hasn't fully redeemed himself. But we're both trying in our own imperfect ways. In the quiet moments, I still grieve for the relationship we once had, for the trust that seemed so unshakable in our youth. Yet, life moves on. I learned that trusting again isn't a sign of weakness, it's a sign of resilience. It means I'm not letting his mistakes define how I live or how I love. Sometimes, in my dreams, I see us as kids again, racing our bicycles down the block or pretending we were explorers in the backyard. When I wake, I feel a pang of regret that those simpler days are gone forever. But I also feel a softness in my chest, a reminder that even broken bonds can be mended in small, uncertain steps. People often expect a neat ending to stories like ours, but real life isn't neat. It's messy, painful, and sometimes downright astonishing in how it unfolds. Curtis will live with the stain of his actions, and I'll live with the memory of his betrayal. Yet here we both are, taking small, wobbly steps towards something that resembles a new beginning. I don't know if he'll ever pay back every cent. I don't know if he'll fully conquer his demons. But I do know that despite everything, I choose to keep some space in my heart open to the possibility of healing. As for the money, I've learned to see it as a painful but potent lesson. Trust may be given freely, but once broken, it takes far more than words to rebuild. In some ways, that $30,000 bought me insight into who my brother truly was, and who he could still become. Even if it was the costliest lesson of my life, it wasn't entirely in vain. And so, the story remains open-ended. Curtis calls me once a week now, and we talk about mundane things, the weather, sports, our parents' health. Sometimes we talk about his struggles adapting to life outside of prison, the temptations he still faces, the guilt he can't quite shake. Other times, we laugh at a random childhood memory. With each conversation, we take a minuscule step away from the past and into an uncertain future. In a way, that uncertainty is our best hope. It means we haven't closed the door on each other, and maybe, someday, we can stand side by side as siblings who endured something devastating, but still refuse to let it define us completely. The real ending is that there is no definitive ending, just life continuing. It's not the neatly packaged conclusion I once craved, the kind where he hands me a check, apologizes, and we hug it out. Instead, it's a daily act of choosing to believe that people can change, that relationships can evolve, and that sometimes forgiveness isn't about letting the other person off the hook. It's about freeing yourself from the weight of perpetual anger. If that journey leads us to a place of genuine reconciliation, then the cost, though steep, might be worth it in the end. I never thought my sister Emma could harbor such intense resentment, especially not against Mom's new husband, Mark. Growing up, Emma and I were inseparable, two peas in a pod who shared everything from secrets to sibling squabbles. But, as we all know, life has a way of changing dynamics in the most unexpected ways. It started subtly, with Mark's presence becoming more prominent in our household after Mom and Dad's divorce. At first, Emma was polite, even welcoming Mark with a cautious optimism. But somewhere along the line, that warmth turned icy, and I couldn't quite pinpoint when it happened. It was a chilly autumn morning when Emma called me, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and determination. "I can't do it anymore," she whispered, and I knew something was terribly wrong. She was referring to the upcoming wedding. Mom was planning to remarry Mark in a grand ceremony, and Emma had always been the protective older sister, someone Mom could rely on during tough times. But Emma had other plans. The night before the wedding, Emma confronted Mom in a heated argument, and I caught snippets of their exchange that left me shaken. Emma accused Mark of hiding things, of not being the man Mom deserved, and before I knew it, she had demanded that Mark be banned from the wedding. The fallout was immediate and explosive. Mom was devastated, her face crumpling as she tried to reason with Emma, who stood her ground with a stubbornness I had never seen before. "He makes you happy, Emma. Isn't that what matters?" Mom pleaded, her voice breaking. But Emma was unyielding, insisting that Mark wasn't the right choice for our family. The argument escalated, drawing in the rest of the family, each person taking sides, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. I found myself torn between supporting Emma, who had always been my rock, and understanding Mom's desire for happiness after years of turmoil. In the days that followed, our home became a battleground. Mark, ever the peacemaker, tried to bridge the gap, offering gestures of goodwill that Emma dismissed as insincere. Mom oscillated between siding with her daughter and trying to maintain peace, often retreating into herself, leaving me to mediate between the two. I remember one evening, sitting around the dinner table, the air heavy with unspoken grievances. Emma stared into her plate, her silence louder than any words could be. Mark reached out, attempting to make conversation, but Emma cut him off sharply, her eyes flashing with barely contained anger. The dinner ended in a tense silence, the rift between us palpable. As the wedding day approached, the situation grew more unbearable. Emma's friends became involved, rallying around her cause, while Mark's supporters stood firm, believing in the man who had brought joy back into Mom's life. The media caught wind of the family drama, turning our private turmoil into a public spectacle. Interviews were given, opinions were voiced, and the once tight-knit family was now under scrutiny, each member feeling the weight of judgment from outsiders. Mom was heartbroken, torn between her love for Mark and her loyalty to her daughter. I watched helplessly as Emma's bitterness seemed to consume her, her actions driven by a pain I couldn't fully understand. On the day of the wedding, the atmosphere was electric with anticipation and underlying tension. Guests arrived, some eager to celebrate Mom's new beginning, others sympathetic to Emma's stance. I could see the conflict in everyone's eyes, the unspoken questions hanging in the air. Mom looked radiant in her gown, her smile strained but genuine, while Mark stood by her side, his presence a testament to their resilience. Emma, as expected, arrived with a small entourage, her expression hard to read, masking the turmoil beneath. The ceremony began smoothly, vows exchanged with heartfelt sincerity, and just as the officiant pronounced them husband and wife, the inevitable happened. Emma stood up, her voice cutting through the joyous noise, and demanded to speak. The room fell silent, all eyes turning towards her. "I can't support this," she declared, her voice steady despite the emotional turmoil she must have been feeling. "I can't stand by and watch our family fall apart over someone who isn't right for Mom." Gasps and murmurs rippled through the crowd as she continued, explaining her reasons, each word dripping with a mix of hurt and conviction. Mark remained calm, his hand tightly gripping Mom's, but his eyes betrayed a hint of sadness. "Emma," he responded, his voice gentle, "I understand you're hurting, but I love your mother, and I intend to make her happy." The confrontation was raw, emotions laid bare for everyone to witness, and for a moment, it felt like the entire room was holding its breath, waiting for the fallout. But instead of erupting into chaos, something unexpected happened. Mom stepped forward, her voice strong and clear. "Emma, you are my daughter, and I love you, but Mark makes me happy, and I hope you can find it in your heart to support me." There was a moment of stunned silence before Emma's facade began to crack. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she looked around, seeing the disappointment and concern on everyone's faces. "I just want what's best for you," she whispered, her voice breaking. The room softened, the tension easing as Emma took a deep breath, her anger giving way to vulnerability. "I didn't want to ruin this day," she admitted, and for the first time, I saw the depth of her pain and fear. The reception was a mixture of relief and lingering tension. Conversations buzzed with whispers about what had transpired, but Mom and Mark seemed determined to move forward. I found myself reflecting on the whirlwind of emotions that had unfolded, realizing how fragile and complex family relationships can be. Emma and I had always been close, but now there was a distance that felt insurmountable. As the night progressed, I sought out Emma, finding her sitting alone on the balcony, the city lights twinkling below. "Hey," I said softly, taking a seat beside her. She didn't look at me, just stared into the darkness. "I know this is hard," I began, unsure of how to bridge the gap that had formed between us. She sighed, finally meeting my gaze. "I just can't shake the feeling that Mom is making a mistake," she confessed, her voice barely above a whisper. "I don't want her to end up unhappy like she was with Dad." I reached out, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Emma, Mark cares about Mom. He's been there for her in ways Dad couldn't. Maybe we need to give him a chance, not just for Mom's sake, but for ours too." She looked away, the pain evident in her eyes. "I'm trying, but it's not easy. I feel like I'm losing her to someone I don't even know." We sat in silence for a while, the weight of our family's struggles pressing down on us. Just then, a commotion erupted inside. I glanced over to see Mom being surrounded by guests, her face glowing with happiness, yet there was a shadow of worry lingering in her eyes. As I turned back to Emma, a thought struck me, something I hadn't considered before. What if Emma is right? What if Mark is hiding something? The idea seemed absurd, but doubt had a way of creeping in, especially when emotions were so raw. I decided to investigate, to uncover whatever secrets might be lurking beneath the surface. I started by looking into Mark's past, digging through social media profiles, old news articles, anything that could shed light on his history. To my surprise, I found nothing that seemed out of the ordinary. He appeared to be a successful businessman with a clean record, dedicated to his work and his new family. Frustrated by the lack of information, I wondered if Emma's suspicions were unfounded or if there was something more sinister at play. One night, unable to shake my unease, I decided to confront Mark directly. I knocked on his door, my heart pounding with anxiety. He opened it, a warm smile on his face, but I could see a flicker of concern in his eyes. "Hey, is everything okay?" he asked, stepping aside to let me in. I took a deep breath, choosing my words carefully. "Mark, I need to ask you something. Is there anything you're not telling us? Anything that might explain why Emma is so against you?" He looked taken aback, his expression shifting to one of genuine surprise and then sadness. "I've been completely honest with all of you," he replied, his voice steady. "Emma, she's a wonderful person and I love Mom very much. I don't have any secrets. If she feels that way, I wish I could understand why, but I promise there's nothing you need to worry about." His sincerity was palpable, and I couldn't find any reason to doubt him. Yet my instincts nagged at me, urging me to dig deeper. Over the next few weeks, I continued my search, but each lead only confirmed what I had initially found. Mark was as genuine as he appeared. It was then that I decided to talk to Mom, hoping to get some clarity. She sat me down, her eyes tired but compassionate. "I know Emma is hurting," she began, "but Mark has been a great support to me. He's been there through everything." I hesitated, unsure of how much to reveal. "I've been trying to understand why Emma is so against him," I confessed. "I looked into his past, and everything seems fine. Is there something you know that I don't?" Mom sighed, reaching out to squeeze my hand. "Emma is scared. She's worried that Mark is going to replace Dad, that our family is falling apart again. It's not about you or anything you did. It's her way of coping with the changes." Understanding dawned on me, but it didn't ease the tension. I realized that the root of Emma's anger was not directed at Mark, but at the upheaval our family was undergoing. Determined to help bridge the gap, I decided to speak with Emma again, this time with a different approach. We met at our favorite childhood spot, a quiet park where we had spent countless hours talking about everything and nothing. "Emma," I began gently, "I've been thinking a lot about what you said. I understand that you're scared of losing Mom, but Mark isn't here to replace Dad. He's here because Mom found happiness again, and maybe we can find a way to support her together." She looked at me, her eyes searching mine for any sign of deceit, but finding none. "I just don't want Mom to get hurt again," she replied, her voice barely audible. "I know," I said softly, "and neither do I, but cutting Mark out isn't going to protect Mom. Maybe instead of banning him from the wedding, we can try to understand each other better. Let's find a way to make this work for all of us." Emma was silent for a long time, and I feared I had overstepped. But then she nodded slowly, a small flicker of hope in her eyes. "I want to try," she admitted, "for Mom's sake and for ours." Relief washed over me, and I felt a weight lift off my shoulders. We spent the next few weeks rebuilding our relationship, slowly bridging the gap that had formed between us. Emma began to see Mark in a different light, noticing the small acts of kindness and the genuine care he showed for Mom and the family. Mark, in turn, made a concerted effort to include Emma in conversations, activities, and family decisions, ensuring she felt valued and heard. The day of the wedding arrived, and the atmosphere was charged with a different kind of energy, one of reconciliation and hope. As Mom walked down the aisle, Emma stood by her side, her demeanor calm and composed. The ceremony was beautiful, filled with heartfelt vows and tearful smiles. When it came time for the couple to exchange rings, Emma took my hand, giving it a reassuring squeeze, a silent gesture of support. As the newlyweds shared their first kiss, applause erupted, but amidst the celebration, an unexpected twist unfolded. Mark reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, intricately wrapped box. "There's something I need to share with all of you," he announced, his voice steady but tinged with emotion. The room quieted, eyes fixed on him in anticipation. He opened the box to reveal a delicate necklace, its pendant shaped like a heart entwined with an infinity symbol. "This was given to me by my late wife. She always believed in love that lasts forever, and I want to honor her memory by committing myself fully to Mom and our future together." Gasps of surprise and whispers filled the room, but Mark continued. When I met Mom, I saw the same strength and love that my wife had. I never intended to replace anyone, but to build something new and beautiful together." He paused, looking around the room, meeting each person's gaze with sincerity. "Emma, I know this day has been difficult, and I want you to know that I respect your feelings. I hope that in time, you can find it in your heart to accept me, not just as your stepfather, but as a member of this family." Tears welled up in Emma's eyes, and she stepped forward, taking the necklace from Mark's hands. "Thank you, Mark," she said, her voice choked with emotion. "This means a lot to me. I see now how much you care for Mom, and I'm willing to give this a chance." The room erupted in applause, the tension finally dissolving into a collective sense of relief and joy. As the evening progressed, I watched Emma and Mark interact, the barriers between them slowly crumbling. Conversations flowed more freely, laughter echoed through the halls, and for the first time in weeks, our family felt whole again. Mom was radiant, her happiness infectious, and I felt a deep sense of gratitude for the resilience that had brought us back together. But just as I thought the drama had reached its peak, an unexpected revelation surfaced. During a quiet moment, I stumbled upon an old photo album tucked away in the attic, filled with memories of our family before the divorce. As I flipped through the pages, one photograph caught my eye, a picture of Mark with a woman I didn't recognize, standing beside him with a child. My heart raced as I realized that Mark had been married before, and the child looked strikingly like Emma. Confused and concerned, I confronted Mark privately, my mind swirling with questions. "Mark, I found this photo," I said, holding up the album. "Who is she? And is this Emma's sibling?" Mark's face paled and he took a deep breath, his eyes filled with a mix of sorrow and relief. "Yes, that's Lily," he admitted. "She's my daughter from my first marriage. I've kept it private to protect Lily's privacy, but it seems the time has come to reveal the truth." I listened intently as Mark explained the complexities of his past. His first marriage had ended tragically when Lily was just a child, a loss that had deeply affected him and influenced his approach to relationships and family. He had built a new life with Mom, not knowing that Lily would resurface into our lives through Emma, who was adopted at birth and had only recently discovered her biological roots. Emma looked stunned, the pieces of the puzzle finally fitting together. "So Lily is my sister?" she whispered, tears streaming down her face. "I had no idea." Mark nodded, his voice gentle. "Yes, and I wanted to wait until the right time to tell you. I never intended for it to complicate things, but I see now that keeping it a secret only caused more pain." The room fell silent as the weight of the revelation settled in. Emma and I embraced, the shock of discovering a long-lost sibling bringing a new layer of complexity to our already tangled family dynamics. Mom joined us, her eyes filled with a mixture of sadness and understanding. "I'm so sorry I didn't know sooner," she murmured, pulling us into a tight hug. "This changes everything." As the night wore on, the initial shock gave way to acceptance. The discovery of Lily introduced a new chapter in our family's story, one that promised both challenges and opportunities for deeper connections. Mark's honesty and willingness to share his past helped us navigate the unexpected turn of events, and Emma, with her compassionate heart, took the lead in reaching out to Lily. Weeks turned into months, and our family grew closer, united not just by marriage, but by the bonds of sisterhood and shared history. Emma and Lily formed an immediate connection, their relationship blossoming as they shared stories and memories, filling the gaps that had long been missing. Mark and I worked together to support our expanding family, ensuring that no one felt left out or overlooked. One evening, as I sat with Emma and Lily watching the sunset from our backyard, I reflected on the journey we had all been through. What began as a heated conflict had evolved into a story of healing, understanding, and unexpected blessings. Emma's initial resistance had been a catalyst for uncovering hidden truths, bringing us closer and strengthening our family in ways we never imagined. Looking back, I realized that the drama and turmoil were necessary steps toward growth and acceptance. Emma's determination to protect Mom had uncovered a hidden family bond, revealing that our story was far more intricate than we had ever known. The unpredictable ending, with the discovery of Lily, was a reminder that life is full of surprises, and sometimes the most shocking revelations can lead to the most profound connections. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over our united family, I felt a deep sense of gratitude. We had faced adversity, navigated secrets, and emerged stronger together. Emma, once the staunch opponent of Mark, had become the bridge that connected us all, proving that love and understanding can overcome even the most unexpected challenges. And as we embraced the future, I knew that whatever came our way, we would face it together, bound by the unbreakable ties of family and the shared experiences that had shaped us. I still remember the night my world shattered as if it had happened just yesterday, even though 5 years have passed. It was a chilly autumn evening, the kind where the leaves painted the sidewalks in vibrant hues of orange and red, a stark contrast to the darkness that was about to envelop my life. My parents' voices echoed through the living room, sharp and accusatory, while Jason, my then boyfriend, stood there with a smug expression that burned into my memory. The air was thick with tension, and I could feel my heart pounding in my chest as I faced the inevitable confrontation. I had discovered Jason's infidelity just weeks before our divorce was finalized, a betrayal that left me feeling exposed and vulnerable. Instead of standing by my side, my parents chose to believe him, to support him, and in doing so, they severed the last thread of trust I had left with them. Their decision to side with Jason felt like a knife to the gut. I had always believed that my parents would support me unconditionally, but in that moment, their approval of my cheating ex crushed me. The months that followed were a blur of moving out, finding a new place, and trying to piece my life back together from the fragments that had been scattered. I threw myself into work, hoping to drown out the pain and prove that I could survive without their support. Friends came and went, some offering comfort, others simply filling the void left by my estranged parents. I dated casually, never allowing myself to get too close, fearing that opening my heart again would only lead to more heartbreak. The resentment towards my parents lingered, a constant shadow that I couldn't shake off despite my efforts to move forward. 5 years passed, each one a testament to my resilience and my ability to carve out a life despite the lack of familial support. I built a successful career, made meaningful friendships, and even started to feel a semblance of happiness. Yet, the absence of my parents always gnawed at me, a reminder of what could have been if things had gone differently. I often found myself wondering why they chose to believe Jason over me, why they couldn't see the truth behind his charming facade. The pain of their rejection was still fresh, and I wasn't ready to let go of the hurt that had festered over the years. Then, out of the blue, everything changed. It started with an unexpected phone call that left me stunned. My mother's voice, usually so warm and nurturing, was tinged with desperation. "Can we talk?" she asked, her tone unlike anything I had heard before. My heart raced as I contemplated whether to answer. Hesitant but curious, I agreed to meet at our old family home, the very place where my life had taken such a drastic turn. The building stood there, unchanged yet somehow different, a silent witness to the events that had driven us apart. As I approached, memories flooded my mind, the laughter, the arguments, the love that once filled the space between us. When I arrived, the door was open, and the living room was exactly as I remembered it. The same worn-out furniture, the same family photos that now felt like relics of a life I no longer had. My parents were there, sitting on the couch, looking older, wearier. The years had etched lines into their faces, and the weight of regret seemed to press down on them. My father broke the silence first, his voice softer than I had ever heard it. "We need to apologize," he began, his eyes meeting mine with a vulnerability I hadn't seen before. My mother nodded, tears welling up in her eyes. "We were wrong to take Jason's side. We should have supported you." I felt a mix of emotions, anger, hurt, but also a flicker of hope. Their apology was sincere, but the wounds were deep. "Why now?" I asked, struggling to keep my voice steady. My mother took a deep breath, her eyes pleading for understanding. "We've realized how much we've lost. We've been talking to a counselor, trying to understand where we went wrong." The sincerity in her voice was undeniable, and despite the pain of the past, a small part of me wanted to believe them. Maybe, just maybe, the years apart had given them the clarity they needed to see their mistakes. Over the next few weeks, my parents made genuine efforts to reconnect. They attended therapy sessions, not just for appearances, but to truly mend the broken bonds. Slowly, we began to rebuild our relationship, each conversation a step towards healing. They listened more, judged less, and showed an interest in my life that I had long forgotten. Family dinners, once awkward and tense, became a time for shared stories and laughter. It was a gradual process, filled with both small victories and setbacks, but the effort they put in was unwavering. For the first time in years, I felt a sense of belonging, a feeling that perhaps forgiveness was possible. Then came the unexpected news. I was engaged. I had kept it private, not ready to share it with anyone, let alone my parents. The idea of them knowing felt like a distant dream, a hope that was almost laughable given our history. But somehow, word got out. A mutual friend had inadvertently mentioned it during a family gathering we reluctantly attended, and the news spread like wildfire. Their reaction was immediate and intense. My father was the first to speak, his voice filled with joy. "We're so happy for you," he said, his eyes shining with pride. My mother clung to my hand, her relief palpable. "We never wanted to see you unhappy," she whispered. The sudden shift in their behavior left me questioning what had truly changed. Had they always wanted me back, waiting for the perfect moment? Or was it the knowledge of my engagement that made them realize the value of family? As I delved deeper into their transformation, I discovered layers I hadn't anticipated. My parents had been struggling in their own ways. Financial issues, health scares, and the silence between us had taken its toll on them too. Their support for Jason had been a misguided attempt to hold on to what they thought was right, but without me, they had nothing to hold on to. The realization that we were both victims of circumstance, caught in a web of misunderstandings and miscommunications, brought a new perspective to our relationship. In the weeks leading up to the wedding, our relationship blossomed. Family dinners were filled with laughter, shared stories, and the rebuilding of trust. I saw my parents not just as the people who had abandoned me, but as individuals who had made mistakes and were now trying to make amends. The wedding became a symbol of new beginnings, not just for me and my fiancé, but for my entire family. We worked together to plan the event, each decision a testament to the newfound unity between us. The process was cathartic, allowing us to let go of old grudges and embrace the future with open hearts. As the wedding day approached, I couldn't help but feel a mixture of excitement and nervousness. The ceremony was set to take place in a beautiful garden, the kind of place that felt like a fairy tale setting, far removed from the turmoil of the past. On the morning of the wedding, I found myself standing in front of the mirror, reflecting on how far I had come. My parents were there, assisting me with the final touches, their presence a comforting reminder of the journey we had undertaken together. The aisle felt long, stretching out before me as I took my place, ready to embark on a new chapter of my life. As I stood at the altar, I glanced at my parents with gratitude. They were there, smiling genuinely, embracing the new chapter of my life. The unpredictable turn of events had led us all to this moment of unity and understanding. The past 5 years of pain and resilience had paved the way for reconciliation, and now, surrounded by love and forgiveness, I felt a sense of completeness I hadn't known was possible. The ceremony was beautiful, filled with heartfelt vows and tearful smiles. My fiancé and I exchanged rings, sealing our commitment to each other and to the future we were building together. After the ceremony, as we celebrated with friends and family, I took a moment to reflect on everything that had happened. My parents had transformed from the antagonists of my past into pillars of support and love. The 5-year gap had allowed us all to grow, to heal, and to understand each other in ways we never thought possible. As I danced with my father and shared a heartfelt conversation with my mother, I realized that what had changed wasn't just their perception of me, but their willingness to see beyond their own hurt and misconceptions. It was a transformation fueled by time, reflection, and the undeniable truth that family, once lost, is worth fighting for. But life has a way of proving that even the most carefully constructed plans can be upended by unforeseen circumstances. Just as everything seemed perfect, a revelation emerged that would once again test the strength of our newfound bond. During the reception, a mutual friend approached me with startling news. Jason, my ex, was planning to attend the wedding. My heart skipped a beat, memories of betrayal and pain flooding back in an instant. I had managed to keep my distance from him for the past 5 years, focusing on building a life that no longer included his deceit. The thought of seeing him again was unbearable, and I wondered why he would be there now, 5 years after everything had happened. I tried to remain composed, but the anxiety bubbled beneath the surface. My parents noticed my discomfort and tried to reassure me, but the fear lingered. As the evening progressed, the guests began to arrive, and sure enough, there he was. Jason, standing awkwardly by the refreshment table, a forced smile plastered on his face. My fiancé, sensing my unease, approached and gently guided me away, offering a silent support that spoke volumes. I couldn't avoid him forever, and the inevitable confrontation loomed large in my mind. As the night went on, I found myself unable to escape the reality of Jason's presence. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, I approached him, determined to put an end to the lingering resentment. "Jason," I said, my voice steady despite the turmoil inside me, "I didn't expect to see you here." He looked genuinely surprised, his facade cracking for a moment. "I heard about your engagement," he replied, his tone uncharacteristically sincere. "I just wanted to congratulate you." There was an awkward pause before he continued. "I'm sorry for how things ended between us. I was wrong, and I should have been honest with you." His words, though unexpected, held a truth that I couldn't ignore. For years, I had carried the weight of his betrayal, but hearing his apology made me realize that holding on to that pain only served to keep me tethered to the past. I took a deep breath, feeling a sense of closure I hadn't realized I needed. "Thank you," I replied softly. "I appreciate that." As we parted ways, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. The confrontation, while uncomfortable, had allowed me to finally let go of the lingering resentment. It was a moment of unexpected healing, one that further solidified the changes that had taken place in my life and within my family. The wedding, once a symbol of reconciliation, had now become a testament to the power of forgiveness and the resilience of the human spirit. In the days that followed, the wedding celebrations continued with a newfound sense of joy and unity. My parents and I spent more time together, sharing stories and dreams for the future. Their support was unwavering, and I couldn't help but feel grateful for the second chance we had been given. It was clear that the engagement had acted as a catalyst, bringing us all together in ways that we never could have anticipated. The bonds we were rebuilding were stronger than ever, forged through shared experiences and the mutual desire to move forward. As time went on, our relationship continued to grow and strengthen. My parents became integral parts of my life, involved in everything from planning the honeymoon to helping me navigate the challenges of marriage. Their presence was a constant reminder that even the deepest wounds could heal with time, patience, and a willingness to forgive. I found myself opening up to them in ways I never thought possible, sharing my dreams, fears, and aspirations without the fear of judgment or rejection. The wedding day itself was a culmination of everything we had worked towards over the past 5 years. Surrounded by friends and family, we celebrated not just the union of two people in love, but the rekindling of a family that had almost been lost forever. As I looked around the room, seeing the smiles and laughter that filled the space, I felt a profound sense of gratitude. The journey had been long and fraught with pain, but the destination was worth every step. In the months that followed, life settled into a comfortable rhythm. My fiancé and I enjoyed the honeymoon phase, savoring the bliss of newlywed life while continuing to nurture the relationships that had been mended. My parents, now an integral part of our lives, offered a support system that I had longed for but never thought I would have again. We created new memories together, each one a testament to the power of forgiveness and the strength of familial bonds. However, just as we were settling into this new chapter, another twist of fate tested our resilience. My mother was diagnosed with a serious health condition, something that required immediate and ongoing treatment. The news hit us hard, but it also brought us closer together. My parents, who had been rebuilding their relationship with me, now needed my support in ways that went beyond emotional healing. My fiancé and I rallied around her, determined to provide the care and love she needed during this difficult time. The challenges we faced during my mother's illness were numerous, but they also served to solidify our bond as a family. We navigated hospital visits, treatments, and the emotional toll of her condition together, each of us drawing strength from one another. The adversity we faced brought a deeper understanding and appreciation for the fragility of life and the importance of family. Through it all, my parents never wavered in their commitment to reconnecting with me, proving that their initial mistake had been a stepping stone to a stronger, more honest relationship. As my mother's health stabilized and we began to see a light at the end of the tunnel, I reflected on the journey we had undertaken together. From the depths of betrayal and rejection to the heights of reconciliation and unconditional support, our story was one of transformation and growth. The unpredictable twists of fate had tested us in ways we never could have imagined, but they had also given us the opportunity to rebuild what was once broken. The experience had taught us all valuable lessons about forgiveness, resilience, and the enduring power of family. On the anniversary of my engagement, we decided to celebrate with a family trip, a way to honor how far we had come together. As we sat around a bonfire under the starlit sky, sharing stories and reminiscing about the past 5 years, I felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. The pain and heartache that had once defined my relationship with my parents had been replaced with love and understanding. We toasted to new beginnings and the unbreakable bonds that held us together, knowing that whatever the future held, we would face it as a united family. Looking back, I realized that the journey was not just about reconciling with my parents, but also about discovering my own strength and capacity for forgiveness. The pain of being abandoned by the people I loved most was a crucible that forged a new sense of self, one that was capable of healing and embracing love once more. My engagement had been the catalyst for change, but it was the years of hardship and the willingness to forgive that truly transformed our lives. As the years continued to unfold, our family remained stronger than ever, bound by the shared experiences and the lessons we learned along the way. My parents and I have built a relationship based on honesty, respect, and unconditional love, a far cry from the fractured bond we once had. My fiancé and I are now planning our future together, confident in the knowledge that we have the unwavering support of a family that has weathered the storms and emerged stronger on the other side. In the end, what changed wasn't just the circumstances of my engagement or the passage of time, but the fundamental shift in how we viewed and valued each other. It was a transformation born out of pain and forgiveness, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the enduring power of family. As I stand on the threshold of this new chapter, I carry with me the lessons of the past 5 years, knowing that no matter what challenges lie ahead, we have the strength and love to overcome them together. The journey was long and unpredictable, but it led us to a place of unity and understanding that I never thought possible, proving that even the deepest wounds can heal with time, patience, and an open heart.